Hi friends, thanks for clicking on this video. This is Bakappa. In this Playwright with TypeScript full course, we will deep dive into powerful end-to-end testing framework. And also I will show you how to leverage Playwright to write robust, clean and scalable tests for your application. In this course, you will learn how to set up Playwright with TypeScript test automation environment from scratch to the advanced level. Each and every topics are covered with an example, so you can find the code in the GitHub repository. By the end of this course, you will be able to build and maintain the Playwright automation framework, and also you will be able to write the efficient end-to-end tests for your web application. And let's get started with the course. Hi friends, thanks for clicking on this video. This is Bakappa. In this chapter 1, you will be learning what is Playwright, architecture of Playwright, and what is the difference between Playwright, Cypress and Selenium WebDriver. Next, you will be learning about how to set up the Playwright test automation environment, how to write the first test, and also you'll be learning about how to debug and run the test and how to check the test report also. And at the end, we are going to discuss how to use Codegen tool to record and play the Playwright test. And many more topics I have covered. Let's get started with chapter 1. Now let's understand what is Playwright and what are the advantages of using Playwright, and also we will see what are the limitations or disadvantages of using Playwright. So firstly, let's understand what is Playwright. Playwright is an open source automation testing tool, or it is a open source automation testing library which is used to test end-to-end modern web application, mobile application in the headed mode or a headless mode. And also you can test the APIs using the Playwright. Let's move on to the advantages of using Playwright. So we will see what Playwright makes so powerful. The very first point is cross-browser testing. So you can run your automated tests on the different browsers. It can be Chrome browser, Edge browser, Chromium browser, Firefox browser, WebKit browser. And next one is cross-platform testing, where you can run the automated test on the different operating systems. So it can be Windows, Linux, Mac OS. And next advantage is cross programming language support. So you can write automated test by using the TypeScript, JavaScript, Python, C#.NET, and also you can write automated test by using the Java also. And next advantage is you can test mobile web application. Say for example, you want to test the mobile web browser application. So Playwright provides you one simple solution. By setting the viewport, you can run your automated mobile web application on the Chrome browser, and also you can run it on the Safari browser. And the fifth advantage is automatic wait. Say for example, if I want to click on any button or element, so automatically Playwright waits until that element is visible or enabled. Then automatically it performs the click operation. So that's how it supports for the automatic wait. And next advantage is trace viewer. So trace viewer will capture all the information required to investigate the test failures. So it captures the information like live DOM details, screenshots for each step, and also it will captures the video of the test case execution so that you can analyze the test failure properly. And also that will help for you to fix the issues. And next advantage is reporting. Playwright automatically generates the HTML test report by default, and also it will generate you the many other reports. And next advantage is parallel execution. So Playwright supports for the parallel execution where you can run a number of tests at the same time so that you can save the test execution time. And the next one is no trade-off, no limit. That means you can run your automated test from the same origin, that means same domain, or from the multiple domain also. And next one is, it's a very interesting feature of the Playwright. It supports for the dynamic weight assertions. Say for example, I'm comparing actual text and the expected text. In that case, Playwright automatically waits until the expected element on the web page is present. So there is no need to specify the manual wait. So it waits until that element is visible and it will takes that particular element text and it will compares it. Next advantage of using Playwright is faster and reliable. So personally, I have used Selenium and Cypress. So it is compared to them, it is very faster and also reliable. So how reliable is? So if you run the same test 100 times, it will work fine until unless there is a problem from the application side. It will give the same results until unless there is a problem from the application side. And next advantage is state saving. Say for example, I have 100 test cases where I want to log in only once and I want to log out only once after passing all the test cases validation. In that case, you can save the login state by using the Playwright. And next advantage is powerful tooling. So one of the important tool in the Playwright is Codegen. So this is used to record the test or actions which you are performing on the web page. And eventually you can convert all the recorded tests into the 5 programming languages. You can convert your recorded test into the TypeScript, JavaScript, Python, .NET and Java also. And another important feature of the Playwright is Playwright Inspector. By using this, you can identify the locator value to perform the action on that particular element. And the third one is trace viewer. Just now I have discussed here about the trace viewer, which contains the information about the test failure to investigate the failure so that once you are having a complete information of a failure so that you can fix it very quickly. And the last advantage of using Playwright is no flaky test. Because of all this automatic wait and dynamic wait assertions, so there will be a no flaky test in the Playwright automation testing. So far you have seen what is Playwright and what are the key advantages of using the Playwright. Now let's jump into the limitations of Playwright. The very first one is resource consumption. So when your system is having a limited resources or limited configurations where you are trying to perform the parallel executions. So in those cases, so it may not work as expected. And second limitation is Playwright does not support for the desktop application automation. And third disadvantage is Playwright does not support for the legacy browsers such as Internet Explorer. And the fourth one is Playwright does not have a big community compared to the Selenium WebDriver. So Playwright came into the market just before 5 years back. But when you see the Selenium WebDriver is present from last 20 years in the market. In this video, I will discuss Playwright architecture. So here there are two components. One is client and another one is Playwright NodeJS server. So in the client, that is where we are writing a automation test using TypeScript, JavaScript, Python, C#.NET or a Java. And in the Playwright Node.js server, so this particular server which will communicates with the browser engines by using the CDP protocol, that is a Chrome DevTools protocol. And also we are using another protocol here called WebSockets protocol. So this is responsible for to establish the connection between the client and a Playwright Node.js server. So let me summarize how exactly it works. So if you look at this one, so firstly we are writing a code, that is automation code, using any of the programming language, and then when you trigger the test case execution, so firstly connection will be established with the Playwright server, that is a Playwright Node.js server. And what client does is it converts all the automation test into the JSON format, and it will send to server over the WebSocket protocol here. And once Playwright Node.js server receives the automation test information, it communicates with the respective browser engines by using the CDP protocol. And once the execution is completed on all the browsers or any specific browsers, it will returns the, that means it will captures the all the test execution information. Then it will send back to the client. So that is where we are writing the code. That is where we are executing the Playwright tests. In this video, I will discuss what is the difference between Playwright, Cypress and Selenium WebDriver. And also it is one of the famous interview question. They will ask like, can you tell me the differences between the Playwright, Cypress and Selenium WebDriver also, right? So let's get started into this session. So I will talk about our very first feature, complexity of setting up the things in each of the automation library or a automation tool. So in the very first, we have the Playwright. So setup wise, it is very easy with JavaScript and TypeScript. In the Cypress, it is simple and fast also, only for the JavaScript. And when you take a Selenium, it is very high because you need to add all the configurations and dependency in the pom.xml file. And the second feature is programming language support. So Playwright supports for the 5 programming languages: TypeScript, JavaScript, Python, C#, Java. When it comes to the Cypress, it supports for only TypeScript and JavaScript only. And Selenium supports for the Java, Python, JavaScript, C#, Ruby and PHP also. So Selenium does not supports for the TypeScript combination, but Playwright and Cypress supports for the TypeScript programming language. And the third feature is speed. So Playwright is very fast. You can run your automated test in the headless mode, and also it supports for the parallel execution by default without putting the additional effort here. So in the Cypress also it supports for the parallel execution, and also it is very faster, which will run inside the browser only. So that is the only limitation what we have in the Cypress. So Selenium is very slow in terms of execution, or you will find more flaky test also. And the fourth feature is browser support. So Playwright supports for the Chromium, Chrome browser, Edge browser, Firefox, WebKit browser, that's a Safari browser, and Cypress supports for only three browsers: Chrome, Edge, and Electron browser. And Selenium supports for the majority of the browsers, which is used by the most of the users nowadays. Let's move on to the next feature, parallel execution. By default, Playwright supports for the parallel execution with the reporting without any additional effort. So Cypress by default it will not support. You may have to use some external plugins or something. Selenium also by default it will not support for the parallel executions. You may have to use TestNG and Selenium grid. So next feature is debugging. So whenever test case got failed, so you need a detailed information. So Playwright also provides you a detailed information, and Cypress also provides you a detailed information. But Selenium does not provide you a detailed information about the test case failure. So Playwright has a specific tools where you will get live DOM details, screenshots, and also recorded test execution. And the next feature is cross-browser testing. So Playwright supports for the cross-browser testing, and Cypress has some limitation. It will not support for the Firefox and Safari. So Selenium also supports for the cross-browser testing, where you can run your test in the multiple browsers. And the last feature is community support. So Playwright is rapidly growing nowadays compared to the Cypress and Selenium. And Cypress has a very good community support, especially using Cypress with the JavaScript. And obviously Selenium is there in the market from 20 years ago. So obviously it has a very large community and matured community where you will get a very quick support, as it is a open source also. In this video, I will discuss what are the softwares required for the Playwright with TypeScript full course. So you need to have the first four softwares mandatory. So by default, you will have the operating system with you, and no setup is required for TypeScript, and you need to install the NodeJS and VS Code. And the next two are required for the repository creation and to set up the pipeline and to run the automated test on the pipeline. So this is how it happens on the mainly in the real-time projects. And next I'm going to discuss about the API testing also in this course. So we will use the Postman tool just for the manual API testing flow, and I will be discussing more into the how you can automate the API testing using the Playwright. And then finally in this course, I will be discussing about the mobile app testing. So you need to install the Android Studio also. In this video, I will show you how to install Node.js and Visual Studio Code. So let's see how to download and install Node.js. Firstly, navigate to the google.com and here search for download Node.js. And here you can go to the very first link, click on this, which is coming from the nodejs.org. And here you need to select pre-built installers tab, and then you need to select the latest stable version. And after that, here you can select the operating system, depends on your system. If it is Windows, you select Windows, otherwise you can select the Mac OS. And then you can select the, depends on your system processor, you can select the x64, x86 or ARM64. And after that you can click on the download Node.js, which will download you for a .exe file. So installation is very simple and straightforward. You can do it yourself. So that will not take more than 1 or 2 minutes. Once the installation is completed, you need to cross check it whether Node.js is installed on your system or not. So simply open your command prompt or a terminal in the Mac, or you can open the command prompt in the Windows system. So simply type node space -v. So this particular command should return you the version of the Node.js if Node.js is installed successfully on your system. So if you see here, so currently I'm using the Node.js version 22.10.0. So if there are any issues, you can try to set the system variables for the your Node.js path where exactly installed in your Windows system. If it is a Mac, you can try to set the variable in the profile. Now let's install Visual Studio Code. You can navigate to the google.com and here search for download Visual Studio Code, and navigate to this particular official website, code.visualstudio.com. Click on this first link. So depends on your operating system. You can click on the respective link. If it is a Windows system, click on this. It will download you the .exe file. And if it is a Ubuntu, you can click on this. If it is a Fedora, you can click on this. And if you are using a Mac system, you can click on this. So once the download is completed, so even for this also, Visual Studio Code installation is also very simple and straightforward. Simply you can accept the agreement and click on next and install. So it is very straightforward. I don't think it's required for me to go through the each and every steps. Once the installation is completed successfully, you can simply from the start search for the Visual Studio Code. If it is installed successfully, so it will opens the application similar to like this. So far you have seen what is Playwright, what are the key features of Playwright, and Playwright architecture, and also I have shown you how to install the Visual Studio Code and Node.js. In this video, we are going to discuss about how to install Playwright in Visual Studio Code. The very first step is we need to install a extension called Playwright Test for VS Code. And once we have installed this particular extension, simply we have to press the Ctrl Shift P in the Windows OS, or if you are using Mac OS, simply you need to press Command Shift P. And then simply you need to enter the install Playwright. So automatically once you get a suggestion, you can select the option as the install Playwright. Then we have to select the configurations like browsers and what is the programming language. Then you need to click on the OK button. So just you need to follow these 3 steps to install the Playwright in VS Code. So firstly, let's install the Playwright test for VS Code. So here I will navigate to the VS Code, and you need to navigate to the extensions icon. So once you click on this particular extensions icon, so a list of extensions will be displayed here. So search for the Playwright test for VS Code. And if you see here, so in my case, I have already installed the Playwright test for VS Code extension. So make sure that it is from the microsoft.com. So once you have installed the Playwright test for VS Code extension, simply go to the Explorer. And you can click on this open folder, or in the VS Code, go to the file and select the option as open folder. So both the options are same. So in my case, I have already created a one empty folder. Simply I'm opening that particular folder here. So that's it. Now you need to press the, so in my case I'm using Mac OS. I will be pressing Command Shift P here. If you are using Windows OS, press Ctrl Shift P. So simply I will press the Command Shift P. That's it. So here you need to enter the install Playwright. So here I got the suggestion install Playwright. Simply I will select this option. Then here you need to select the browsers first. So here I have selected Chromium, Firefox, WebKit. So I want to install all the .exe files. And next you need to choose the programming language. You need to select it. So by default, TypeScript will be selected. If in case if you are using JavaScript, you need to select this particular checkbox. And I'll uncheck this particular option, GitHub Actions Workflow. So by default, our project will be created with the TypeScript. So that's it. Simply click on the OK button. And if you see this terminal, it started installing something, and on the left side you will be seeing all the folder structure. And if you see here, so it is trying to install the Chromium browsers. So all the browsers, it is trying to install it one by one. So it will take some time to install the Chromium browser, and then it will install the Firefox browser as well. Then at last it will install the WebKit browser. So now it is trying to install the Firefox browser. So it will take a few seconds to download the .exe file, and it will keep in your local path. So at last it is trying to download the WebKit browser. So once the installation is completed, it will give you a very important commands to note it also. So those commands you may need it for daily use as well. So that's it, guys. So once you got this message, happy hacking. So that is nothing but installation is completed. And if you see here, so these are the very important commands. You need to remember it for a daily use. So far you have seen how to install the Playwright in Visual Studio Code. In this video I will discuss Playwright default folder structure. So here I will navigate to the VS Code. So last time we have installed the Playwright in this VS Code. So if you look at on the left side, there are 3 folders and 4 files created automatically. So let's go to the very first folder, node_models. So this particular folder will be created when you run the npm command. So it contains all the dependency information and all inbuilt plugins and libraries, and also it contains the all inbuilt JavaScript files and also TypeScript files. If you see here, so there are multiple TypeScript files are present inside the types/nodes. And if I go to the another Playwright folder, Playwright-core folder, and if you see here, there are multiple JavaScript files also present inside the node_models. So basically this contains the dependency details and all inbuilt libraries and plugins which is required for the creating and running the Playwright tests. Next 2 folders we are having, one is tests and another one is tests-examples. So these 2 folder contains spec files. So whenever you need to write a automation test in Playwright, you need to create a file name followed by spec.ts file. So within a spec file, you can write n number of test cases like this. So basically, by default, Microsoft has provided 2 folders, tests folder and a tests-examples folder. So these 2 spec files contains some Playwright sample tests. So if you go to the example.spec.ts file, simply if you click on this, it will run the test. So if you see here, it got executed successfully, right? And if you see here, results also it got passed. And once the execution is completed, it has generated the another 2 folders. One is Playwright-report, which contains the HTML report. And another folder we are having test-results, which will contains the trace viewer information. Say for example, if you are recording the test execution, so that information also will be generated inside the test-results. So basically these 2 folder contains the automated tests. And next file we have gitignore. So say for example, if you do not want to commit and push the particular file into the repository, so those kind of files you can add it here. So if you see here, we have added by default Microsoft added a couple of folder names. So these folders it won't be committed to the Git version control system by default. So if you are having any additional files where it contains some important information which you cannot share it, so those kind of files you can add it here so that it will be not committed automatically. And next file we are having package.json file. So this package.json file contains 3 set of information. One is the metadata, and the second part is dependency information. So right now we have not installed any additional dependency. If I have installed any dependencies, all that information will be added over here. And the third thing is we will be using the scripts. So here we can add a number of Playwright commands, and those commands can be executed by using the keys. And we have a package -lock.json file. So this particular file will be generated once you run the npm command. So this particular file contains the exact tree of the dependencies and also exact version of the dependencies, and also it contains the nested dependency information also, and version of the each dependency, and it contains the detailed information on the dependency part. And also here you can see that resolved. So this contains the URL from where exactly this dependency got downloaded. And at the end we have playwright.config.ts file. So this file contains all the configurations required for the Playwright test development and executions. Say for example, in the line number 15 we are having test directory path. So you can create any custom folder, and here you can add it so that whenever you start executing it, it will run only particular location test cases. And you can set the retry. So whenever your test is getting failed, so it will auto retry. It will retry for the execution for 2 times if it is in the pipeline. So this is a local parameter. If you're running it in the local, and if you want to retry for 1 time, simply you can add it a 1 here. And also you can run your automated test parallelly also by setting this flag and by using the workers processes. And also you can generate the multiple test reports. So this is where you need to add it, what kind of report you need to generate it. And at last it contains the project's information, like here you need to specify what are the projects. And say for example, if you have added one project, all your tests will be executed on this particular project. If you have not specified the project information, so by default your test will be executed on all the specified projects. So that's a bit about the Playwright default folder structure. So far you have learned about how to install Playwright in Visual Studio Code, and also you have a bit of understanding of Playwright test project default folder structure. In this video I will discuss about Test Explorer. So we will see how to run the test, how to debug the test, and also how you can apply the filters to find the particular test case. So here I will navigate to the VS Code. So firstly you need to navigate to the testing icon, so which you will see on the left side. Click on the testing icon, and here, so firstly we will see how to run the test. So by default, whatever the test cases are present inside the tests folder, those spec files and respective Playwright tests will be pulled here automatically. So depends on the test directory path you set in the Playwright configuration file. So currently tests folder, it has only one file and which contains 2 tests. So now let's run the particular test now. Simply you need to select the test and you need to click on the very first icon to run the test. So if you see here, our test case got failed. Just let me check it. So it looks like there is an internet issue. So let me rerun it once again. And if you see here, so now this particular test case got executed and it took 1.1 seconds to run this test. So you can run the individual test like this. Let's say I want to run has title test. Click on the arrow icon to run the test. And if you see here, this test is running perfectly fine in the headless mode. Now let's say I want to run all the tests which are present inside the spec file. So simply you need to click on this arrow icon, run tests. And if you see here, both the test cases got executed. And also here you can see that overall test execution time, and here you can see that individual test execution time also. So this is how you can run the Playwright tests from the Test Explorer. Now let's see how to debug the test. So let me close all the files from here. So here I will open the example.spec.ts file. So what I will do is, so simply I will put a breakpoint here in the line number 7, and I will run this particular test in the debug mode. So I will go back to the testing icon and a test explorer. Say for example, I want to debug this test. Simply what you need to do is, you need to click on the icon which is next to the run test icon. If you see here, so this is showing the debug test. Simply click on that icon. And if you see here, so this test started the execution. And if you see here, test is passed in the line number 7, right? So this is how you can debug the test as well. You can check all the information about the variable information, or something is not working in those cases. You can run it in the debug mode and get the information about what variable is getting what value and where exactly the problem is. So simply I will resume this execution. So that's it. And if you see here, so this test is working fine. So once again I will go here, and if I run this test, and it is working perfectly fine. So this is how you can debug the test. Now let's see how to put a filter. How, let's say for example, you have 100 test cases and I want to find the one of the test case by using the test case ID. So if you are adding test case ID in the test title, it would be easy for you to find the test case. So what you can do is, simply you can search over here. Let's say for example, I want to find a has title test case. So simply I will enter here, and if you see here, only I got the has title test here, correct? And also you can filter the based on the status also. Simply you need to click on this filter icon, and here you can choose the option like what criteria test cases you need it. See, in my case there are no failed test case. If I select show only failed tests, it will not show any tests. So I will remove this, and now I will put a filter called show only executed tests. And if you see here, we have total 2 tests which got executed recently, correct? And also you can select the fuzzy match. You can write the expression here to find the relevant test cases based on the test case title. And also here there are some filters. Say for example, I want to clear all the test results. I will simply select this option. If you see here, all my results got cleared, correct? And say for example, you want to collapse all the tests. And if you see here, So all that spec file and tests got collapsed. So these are some important features of the Playwright Test Explorer. And also you can explore the other options. So these are very important ones I have discussed. So far you have understood what is Playwright and how to set up Playwright using VS Code, and also you have seen how to run the test in VS Code. In this Playwright tutorial, I am going to discuss about how to set up Playwright test automation using command prompt or a terminal. So if you are using Windows, you can use the command prompt, and if you are using Mac OS, you can use the terminal to set up the Playwright test project using command prompt. So it is very easy and simple. Just you need to run the one simple command called npm init playwright latest. So this command will installs the Playwright test project in your machine. So it will ask you to set up a few configuration before creating an entire Playwright test project. So it will ask you to choose the programming language. It can be TypeScript or JavaScript. Next, you need to choose the tests folder. So this can be any custom folder name. So by default, it will creates the tests folder. So that's where all the automated tests will be present. And the next configuration is, if you want, you can add the GitHub Actions workflow to run your test on the continuous integration. And the last configuration is, you need to install the Playwright browsers to run the automated test on the any of the browsers. So next we will see how to run the test, and then finally we will validate the Playwright HTML test report. So let's start executing this particular command in the terminal. So in my case, I'm using Mac OS. I will be using the terminal, and if you are using Windows OS, you can use the command prompt. So I have already created one empty folder, Playwright TypeScript Tutorial Full Course. So this is an empty folder, and if you are using Windows, you can by using the cd command, you can navigate to the particular folder location. So if you are using Mac OS, simply you can right click on the folder, and here you can choose the option as new terminal at folder. So it has opened the terminal here. So let's run the command to install the Playwright test project. So simply here I'll say npm init playwright test. So that's it. If you see here, firstly it is asking us the programming language configuration. So in our case, we need to select the TypeScript. I'm selecting the TypeScript here, and here we have to choose the tests folder. So if you want, you can give the any custom name. So in my case, I'm proceeding with default test folder name as tests. And here it is asking for the GitHub Actions workflow. So in my case, not required as of now. So I will say no. So we have selected GitHub Actions workflow also yes. Then, so here we have to choose. Next one is whether you want to install the Playwright browsers or not. So manually also you can install it by using the npx playwright install. So let's install it. Just press enter. So it is going to install all the configurations, and also it is going to download all the browsers. If you are installing very first time, it may take a little bit of more time. So this setup will be done within 1 or 2 minutes or less than 1 minute. So once you see this message, that means Playwright test project is already created. So you can try to remember all these important commands. So these commands we will be using it in a upcoming Playwright tutorials also. So once the setup is done by using the terminal or a command prompt, now let's navigate to the VS Code and we will open this particular folder in the VS Code. So here I'll say open folder. So this is where we have installed the Playwright test project. And if you see here, so by default, so this is not mandatory GitHub workflows. So simply we have added it as of now. So in the previous Playwright tutorial, I have explained what exactly each folder contains, right? So if you go to the test explorer, so let's refresh the test explorer. And if you see here, we have only one spec file and that has two test cases, correct? And if you see the configuration file, playwright.config.ts file, so here 3 projects are enabled here, correct? So if you look at that our spec file, so this particular spec file has the 2 automated tests. So these 2 tests will be executed on these projects 3 times. Say for example, we have 2 tests. Firstly, it will run on this particular first project, that is a Chromium. And those 2 set of test cases will be getting executed on Firefox. And those 2 test cases will be getting executed on WebKit as well. That means it will runs, each test will runs 3 times on each of the projects based on the projects you have specified here. So by default, test project contains 3 projects. So we will see in the upcoming tutorial how to run your Playwright test on specific project. So now what I will do is simply I will run the test by using the command prompt only. So if you see here, we have one command called npx followed by playwright and test. So this particular command will run all your tests from the tests folder. So simply I will copy this command, npx playwright followed by tests. So simply I will enter that command here. That's it. And if you see here, so it is running total 6 tests. So as I said, our 2 tests will be getting executed on 3 projects. That means three different browsers. So now let's go to our report. So we can cross check the results there, where exactly it will display what test cases is executed on what browser or what project also. So here I will go to the, so before executing your test, you will be not finding the playwright-report folder, test-results folder. So after running the test only, Playwright will generate these 2 folders. So simply I will go to this particular folder. So let's open the HTML report. And if you see here, total test count is 6 and all are passed here. And if you see here, so this is a spec file name. So it has default 2 tests. So firstly, it has executed on Chromium browser. And same test has title got executed on Firefox, and even get started link also executed on Firefox. And similarly, those 2 test cases are executed on WebKit browser also. So as I said in the beginning, so by default, whenever you run the npx playwright test command, it runs all your tests from the tests folder in all of the projects. In the previous Playwright tutorial, you have seen how to set up Playwright test automation, and also you have seen how to run the Playwright tests. In this Playwright tutorial, I am going to discuss about how to record a test in a VS Code. So firstly, we will see the manual test scenario, then we will record the test, and then we will run the test. Finally, we will validate the Playwright HTML test report. So let's discuss the manual test scenario first. So here I will navigate to the browser. So firstly, we will open the browser and we will enter the github.com, and then we will click on the sign in button, and here we will enter any dummy username. Then in the password we will enter any dummy characters. Then finally we will click on the sign in button, and if you see here, so it is saying incorrect username or a password. So in the script, finally we will validate this alert error message is displayed correctly or not. Now let's go to the VS Code and let's record the manual flow. So here I will go to the VS Code now, and simply you need to go to our testing icon. So this is our test explorer, and here if you see the down, so there is a Playwright with right arrow. Simply click on that arrow, then you need to click on the record new, and if you see here, it has opened the browser. Also it has created the spec file called test-1.spec.ts. So that's it. So let's bring the browser here. Okay, now we have to enter the URL first, right? So once you enter the URL, and code will be generated in this spec file. So let's enter the URL first. So we will enter github.com, and if you observe in the background, code is generated for navigation to the URL, correct? Now let's do it for the rest of the flow. So let's click on the sign in link, and let's enter something here. So here I'll say testers talk. So here I'll say test123 as the password. Then we have to click on the sign in, and now we have to validate this particular error message is displayed or not. To validate this text, so you need to click on and if you see the browser middle, so there are a couple of icons are displayed by the Playwright. So simply you need to click on the AB icon, and after that click on the text which you want to validate it. So that's it. So it will gives you one simple pop-up. So whether you want to validate this particular text or not, that's how it will ask for you. So simply you need to click on the right mark. Yes, I want to validate this text. That's it. Let's go to the VS Code now. And if you see here, all the code is generated, whatever we have performed the actions on the web browser. So firstly, we have navigated to the URL. Then we have clicked on the sign in link. And after that, so we are trying to enter the username first, and then we are trying to enter the password here. Then in the line number 10, we are clicking on the sign in, and then finally we are validating the text here, whether that particular error message is displayed or not. So simply I will enter something here as testers talk, and here I will say test 1 2 3. Just make sure that whatever you have entered the data, so that particular data is present over here or not in the respective text boxes. So that's it. So I will go back to the project and I will rename this spec file name as record test record underscore test dot spec dot ts. That's it. So our test is ready now. So let's run it. So here simply you need to click on the run icon. And if you see here, it has opened the browser and it performed all the actions. And if you see here, our test is passing here. Here you can see the right mark, and in the test results also you can see that our test is passing. Now let's look at the Playwright HTML test report. So here you can go to the Playwright -report folder. So here I will go to the location of Playwright -report and I will open the index.html report. And if you see here, we have executed one test and that is getting passed, right? So here you can see all the actions whatever we have performed. So firstly we clicked on the sign in link after navigating to github.com. Then we are filling the username and we are filling the password, and at the end we are clicking on the sign in button, and here we are validating the particular text is displayed or not. So this is how you can record the Playwright test, and this is how you can run the Playwright test in the Playwright automation framework. In this Playwright tutorial, I am going to discuss about how to run Playwright test on the different browsers. It can be Chrome browser or Microsoft Edge browser or Firefox browser. So here I will navigate to the VS Code. Now let's run our test on the Firefox browser first. So this is the recorded test what we have created in the last Playwright tutorial. So we will run this particular test on the different browsers. So here you need to go to the testing, that is a test explorer, and under the Playwright you will see all the projects. So if you want to run your test on the Chromium, simply select the Chromium here, or if you want to run your test on the WebKit, select the WebKit here, and you can select the multiple projects also. So currently we will run our test on the Firefox only. So simply you can click on the run icon. So our test is running, and if you see here, so this is our VS Code and our test is passing, correct? And here also you can see the right arrow mark. So how you can cross check whether your test got executed on the particular browser, right? So you might be having this question in your mind. So what you can do is, to validate this one, go to the project and open the index.html report. And if you see here, so there is a project information displayed here. So currently we have executed our test on the Firefox, correct? Now let's run our test on the Google Chrome browser. So what you can do is, you can go to the playwright.config.ts file. So I will comment all these projects, 3 projects. That's it. And if you come down here, so you can see the branded browsers, right? So we want to run our test on the Google Chrome. Simply uncomment these 4 lines. That's it. Save the configuration file and let's run the test now. And if you see here, our test got executed and it is passed also. And if you see here, so our test is passing. Now let's look at our Playwright report also. So if you see here, so let's refresh this report. And if you see here, Google Chrome, right? So currently we have executed our test on the Google Chrome. Previously, our test ran on the Firefox browser, correct? So similarly, let's do it for the Microsoft Edge browser also. Here I will go to the VS Code. Again, configurations. So here I will enable the Microsoft Edge browser. So that is the desktop Edge browser. And then I will comment the Google Chrome configuration. That's it. Once again, let's run the test. So this time our test will run on the Microsoft Edge browser. And if you see here, so this is the Microsoft Edge browser. So let's go to the report and refresh and see. And if you see here, so this time our Playwright test executed on the Microsoft Edge browser. So by default, I will make the configuration as the Google Chrome. So that's it. So I will enable only the Google Chrome configuration. So entire this Playwright with TypeScript full course, we will use the Google Chrome for the Playwright test execution. So this is how you can run Playwright test on the multiple browsers. So far you have seen how to set up Playwright test automation, and also you have seen how to run Playwright test on the multiple browsers. In this Playwright tutorial, I am going to discuss about how to generate the readable Playwright HTML test report. For example, if you look at the previous Playwright test report, so in the report, it is simply displaying all the Playwright commands executed ones, correct? How we can display the proper steps, and for each steps, what are the commands got executed, and it is very easy for the tracing the exceptions or any failures also. So here I will navigate to the VS Code. So let's display the Playwright test report in a readable format. So what I will do is here, so simply I will take the test object by using this test object. So simply I'm calling to the one method called step. Before that, you need to use the await keyword. So what is await? So I will discuss this in the next Playwright tutorial. For time being, just use the await keyword followed by test object dot step. So inside this, you need to specify the test step name. Say for example, I am navigating to this particular URL. So here I will add the description for the test case step as navigating to URL. Then I am writing the one async arrow function here. So that's it. And I will open and close the flower brackets. So this is a one step. Say for example, I want to add it for the entering the username and password, and I want to add it for the clicking on the button, and finally I will add another step for validating the error message. So similarly, I'll copy this step and here I'll say enter username and password. And then I will add another two steps. One for clicking on the sign in, another one for the validating the error message. So here I'll say click on sign in. Then here I'll say last step name as validate error message. That's it. Then I'll simply cut the respective code from the below and I'll add it inside the steps. So firstly, I'll take these two lines and I'll put it inside the navigate to the URL. And then I will add the entering username and password in the second step. Then we are clicking on the sign in button. Let's add it in the third step. In the fourth step, we are validating the error message. So that's it. So I will simply format this code. So that's it, guys. So here we have created four steps. One is navigating to URL, then entering username and password. Then we are clicking on the sign in. Then we are validating the error message. That's it, guys. Now if I run this test, right? So let's go back to the VS Code, and if you see here, our test is working fine. And if you see here, in the test results also, it's getting passed. Now, let's open the HTML test report. And if you see here, so let me click on the test. And if you observe here, so all the step names are displayed here. So in this particular step, we are navigating to the URL, then entering username and passwords, and each and every step names are displayed here. So what exactly we are doing inside this step also we will get to know from here also. So what are the Playwright commands are getting executed. So for example, I will intentionally fail the step here, validating the error message. So here I'll pass something additional as test text so that our test will get failed. So currently our test is still running, and if you see here, our test got failed. So there is a mismatch in the expected and actual results. So I will go back to our test report and I'll refresh this. And if you see here, firstly, it has added the error information regarding the exception. For what reason this test got failed. And then if you see here, so it has failed on the last step where we are trying to validate the error message, correct? So this will be very easy for anyone to spot the failures, and it will be easy for them to fix the issues. So this is how you can generate the readable Playwright test report. In this Playwright tutorial, I will discuss very commonly used terminologies or keywords in the Playwright, testing. So let's understand what is async, await, test, page and expect in the Playwright automation framework. So let's start with the understanding of what is async and await. Async is a function which will make any regular function as a asynchronous function. And within a asynchronous function, only you can write the await expressions. So within the asynchronous function, you can write 0 or more await expressions. So let's take an example. In the previous tutorial, we have recorded one of the Playwright test. And if you see here, within the asynchronous function, we have written multiple await expressions. And at the end, here we are closing the asynchronous function. So let's move back to the another point. So whenever each time asynchronous function is called, which will returns the promised value, that means a successful value, or it will returns the rejected value with an exception details. So whenever, say for example, if you take an example of this particular step, so whenever this asynchronous function is called, so it will returns a promised value or an rejected value with an exception details. So let's move on to the next topic. So what is test? So test is a function which is used to define the individual test case or a test. So basically we are using test to structure and organize your test cases by giving them the proper appropriate names to the test case or by specifying the test case title or a test case ID in the test function. So test function accepts two arguments. One is test case title and second one is asynchronous function. So if you see this example, so this is a function, test is a function. Within the function we are passing the first argument as the test case title. You can pass the test case title or a test case description, or you can pass the test case ID also. So this is the first argument. Second argument is asynchronous function. Now let's understand what is page in Playwright. So page is a browser page object. So you can assume something like it is a one browser page or a one browser tab opened for you. So it allows you to interact with the web browser, and also you can perform the actions like clicking on the element or typing into the input fields. So like this you can perform many more things with by using the page object. And also it contains the various methods to interact with the web browsers. So let's look into the example. And this is the one I am talking about, page. By using this page object, we are navigating to this URL first. And after that, by using the page only, we are identifying the element. Then we are clicking on the element by using the page. And if you look at the line number 12 also, so we are using the page here, then we are identifying the element, then we are entering some data into the input field. So this is how we can use the page. So there are multiple methods, there are various methods which you can use by using the page object. Now let's understand what is expect in Playwright. In the testing, verification is very important. For example, if you want to validate some text content or any error message, or you want to validate drop down list of values, or you want to validate some particular alert is correctly displaying or not. So all those things can be done by using the expect in the Playwright. So if you look at this example, In this test, at the end, we are validating the error message. If you see the line number 22, so firstly we are getting the alert, and then, so if you look at this here, initially we are using the expect. Inside the expect, so firstly we are getting the actual text from the web page. Then here we are passing the expected error message. So basically it tells us the actual value and the expected value is matching or not. If it is matching, our test will pass. If it is not matching, our test will get fail then and there itself. So far you have seen how to set up Playwright with TypeScript test automation, and also you have seen how to record and play the Playwright and TypeScript automation test. In this Playwright tutorial, we are going to discuss about how to write first Playwright TypeScript automation test. So in this video, I will discuss firstly the manual test scenario, then we will automate the manual test scenario, then we will use the pick locator to identify the locator value, and then we will run the test. Finally, we will check the Playwright test report. Let's discuss the manual test scenario first. So here I will firstly open the browser like this, then we will go to the google.com, and here we will search with Playwright by tester stock. Then we will scroll down and we will click on the Playwright by tester stock playlist link, and then here we will validate this web page title Playwright by tester stock -YouTube. So this is a manual test scenario. Now let's navigate to the VS Code. So let's automate the manual test scenario. In this VS Code, I will firstly create a one folder called Chapter01 inside the tests folder. So it will say Chapter1, and inside the Chapter1, I am creating our spec file. So before creating our spec file, so I will move the recorded test into the Chapter1. So that's it. Now I will rename this file as 01 underscore record test.specfile.ts. That's it. Now let's create our fresh spec file. We will write the very first Playwright with TypeScript automation test. So it's very simple. You can directly click on this icon to create a new spec file. So here I'll say 02 underscore first test dot spec.ts. So every spec file should end with the .ts. So that's it. So what and all we are going to do in this spec file is it's very simple. Already we have discussed the manual test scenario, and as per that we will write our Playwright automation code. So firstly what you need to do is, firstly you need to import the Playwright module. Then we will write the test. Then within a test, firstly we will go to the URL. Then once we navigated to the URL, we are going to search with the keywords. So here I'll say search with keywords. Then we will click on the playlist. Then finally we will validate the web page title. So here I'll say validate web page title. So this is our very simple manual test scenario. So let's start with importing the Playwright module. So to import the Playwright module, so you need to write import and followed by object, and from here you need to specify the @playwright/test, and then here inside the object you need to specify the two things. One is first is test, so this is a function, and another one is the expect. So by using expect we will write the assertions where we are comparing the actual and expected values. By using the test we are going to implement the test cases. Now we are done with importing the Playwright module in the current spec file. Now let's write a test by using the test. So simply copy this, and simply here you need to add the test, and this will accept two arguments. One is a test case title and another one is the asynchronous function. So here I will specify the first argument, that is the test case description as my first Playwright TypeScript test. That's it. Then I will specify the asynchronous function here. Asynchronous arrow function. That's it. And here this asynchronous function will accept the browser page object. So that's the reason simply I will specify the page here. So by using the page only, we can navigate to the any URL and then we can start performing the actions. So that's the reason I am getting the browser page object in the asynchronous function. That's it. So it is very simple. So far what we have done is just we have imported the Playwright module. Then we have written a simple test without any steps. So let's implement all these steps now. So firstly, we will navigate to the URL. That's the google.com, right? So I will use the page object. So before using the page object, so here I'm using the one keyword called await, followed by page dot go to is a function which will accept the URL. So here you need to specify the URL as a string here. So simply I will go to my browser and I will copy the URL. So this is the URL, base URL what we have, and I'll copy it and I'll paste it here. That's it. Very simple now. Next, we have to search with the keywords, right? Now, if I need to search with the keywords here, if I need to enter something in this input text box or a text area, I need to identify this element, right? So we will start using the pick locator to identify this element selector value. Let's go to the VS Code and let's start using the pick locator. Here you can go to the testing icon and then simply you need to click on the pick locator. And if you see here, so it has opened the separate browser here. So let me minimize a bit this one. And if you see here, After clicking on the pick locator, it has opened the browser here. So simply I will enter the google.com here. Then here we want to identify this particular search text box, right? So simply you need to click on that. After clicking on that, and if you see here in the VS Code, so already it has identified the locator value. And if you press the enter, it will copy this locator. And if you press escape to cancel the identified locator. So let's accept this locator value by pressing the enter here. So from the keyboard, simply you need to press the enter. So now we have copied the locator value to identify the search text box. Now I will use the await followed by page dot, then simply I will paste it. That's it. So here we are identifying the search text box by using the label. Then here we want to enter the search keywords. You can enter or type anything in the input field by using the method called fill. So here I'll write simply playwright by testers talk. That's it. Then I will put the semicolon at the end. So semicolon is not a mandatory one. It's a optional. If you want, you can put it. Otherwise, you can leave it as it is. We have identified the search text box. Then we are entering the playwright by testers talk. So let's say here I'm entering the playwright by testers talk. So after entering the search keywords, I am pressing a enter from the keyboard, right? So how you can perform the same action in the playwright is, it is very simple. So here I will go back to the VS Code again. So simply I will copy the above line till we identify the search text box. So after entering the search keywords, I want to press the enter from the keyboard. So it is very simple. You need to call to the one method called press. And this, inside the press, you can pass the all possible values, keyboard values. If you see here, you can pass all the keyboard values here. So in our case, we will pass the enter. That means we will press the enter. You can press any keys, or you can press page up or down, something like that also. So whatever you are trying to do it from the keyboard, all the possible actions can be done by using the press function. So in our case, simply we are pressing the enter from the keyboard after entering the search text box. That's it. It's very simple. Now let's click on the playlist link. So we have to identify the again locator value. So let's click on the browser where we have opened it. So I need to search it with the playwright by testers talk. So simply I will copy this text. Then I'll bring up here. So that's it. Now I need to identify the playwright by testers talk playlist link. To again identify this locator, simply you need to click on the again pick locator, right? After clicking on pick locator, simply hover the mouse on the link where we want to click on. So if you see here, so I simply am selecting this, and if I'm coming back to the VS Code again, it is showing an option to accept the locator value. Simply I will press the enter. Then it is copied the locator value. So here again I will use the await followed by page dot, then paste the locator. So we need to click on this particular link, right? How you can perform the click operation in Playwright is, it is very simple again. So how you are performing typing or pressing, similar way you can click on the any web page element by calling to the method called click. That's it. To keep this particular locator very simple, what I will do is I will delete all this stuff. That's it. Then here I'll call to the one method called first. So what exactly this will do is it will identify the link with Playwright by tester stock. Then it performs the action on the very first link. So there might be a possibility this particular link might be present in the multiple places, or it might be matching with multiple elements. In those cases, it will performs the click operation on the first element. So that's it guys. It's very simple now. Now let's validate the web page title now. So what I will do is again I will go back to our web page. So let's click on the playlist link, and here we need to validate this particular web page title. So that is Playwright by tester stock hyphen YouTube, right? So it is very easy. By using the expect, we can validate the actual and expected results. So again, I am using a await followed by expect, and inside the expect, simply I am passing the page. So this particular page object contains the each and every detail of the current web page. So by default, it will have the page title. So that's the reason here I'm calling to the method called to have title. Here I will specify the expected result. So let me just format it properly. So here we are specifying the actual value. So this page contains the page information. It can be any detail with respect to the page. So it will also have the page title also. So this will gets the page title, current page title, and here I'm specifying the expected current page title. So here I'll say YouTube. So this is our expected page title. That's it guys. So let me summarize what we have done so far. So this is our Playwright model, what we have imported it. Then we started writing the test by using the browser page object. Firstly, we are navigating to the URL, then searching with the keywords. Then we are clicking on the playlist link. Then finally, we are validating the page title. That's it. So let me format it properly so that it will adjust if there are no spaces specified or something like that. So our test is ready guys. So now let's run the test. Firstly, it will open the Chrome browser. Then it has entered the URL. Then it is searching with the keywords. Then it has already clicked on the provided link. And if you see here, so our test is passing. And here also you can see that test results. So our test is getting passed successfully. Now let's check the Playwright test report, you can go to the again source folders, and here you can see the one folder called playwright-report. So you can go to the location of this folder, and here you will see the index.html report. So let's open this report, and here you can see the all the execution details. So here you can see how many test cases are there, and how many are passed and how many are failed. And also you can see the what is the date and time of this execution, and how long it has taken for the execution also. So in our case, only one test case was there, and that is getting passed. And here you can see the spec file also. And inside this particular spec file, you can see the first test case. If you have executed multiple spec files, so you will see the spec files like this multiple. So inside this particular spec file, we have only one test, and here you can see all the steps got executed, and also you can see the browser where exactly our test case got executed also. And here you can see each stepwise execution time also. You can identify what step is taking how long for the execution. So this is how you can write the first Playwright with TypeScript automation test. In the previous tutorial, you have seen how to write first Playwright with TypeScript automation test. In this tutorial, I am going to discuss about recorded cursor feature of the Playwright automation tool. So let's understand what is recorded cursor. Say for example, you have already automated a test case, and you want to add some set of validation in between the your already automated test. Say for example, I want to add some validations here, or I want to add some more validation at the end of the test here. So basically you can generate the custom recorded steps by using the recorded cursor feature. Now let's see how to use recorded cursor. So here I'll create a quickly one spec file called 03 underscore recorded cursor. And I'll add underscore test dot spec dot ts. That's it. So here I'll go to the second spec file. Simply I will copy all the lines from the first test. So here I'll say don't save, and I'll paste it here. The scenario is very simple. So let me explain you each and everything from this spec file. So firstly, we are navigating to the google.com, and we are searching with the Playwright by tester stock. Then we are getting the Playwright by tester stock playlist link. And then once we got the playlist, we are clicking on the playlist link, and we are validating the web page title at the end. So if you see this one, so here we are validating at the end current page title, and we will add the additional validations. Say for example, I want to validate these two links are displayed or not, and also I want to validate the title of these two videos. So how you can insert only these two validations at the end of the test? So what you can do is you can go to the testing, that is a test explorer, and a Playwright configurations, and on the left side you are seeing one option called recorded cursor, right? So after validating the title of the web page, I want to validate few more things. So that's the reason I will keep my cursor after the line number 17. Here I want to add these validations. So I'll keep the cursor here and then I will click on the recorded cursor. So after clicking on the recorded cursor, it has opened the browser, right? So what you can do is simply you can stop the recording. So you can click on this red color and it has stopped the recording. If you see here, it has stopped the recording now. So now let's navigate to the URL first. So we will go to the google.com. Then we will search with the Playwright by tester stock. Then we have to click on the playlist link. And once we reached this page, here we want to validate these two links are displayed correctly or not. And also we want to validate the video title also. So now once again what you need to do is now click on the recorded cursor. And if you see here, so wherever I am hovering on the web page elements, so it is highlighting, right? And also you got all the required icons from the Playwright on this browser also, right? So let's verify these two links are displayed or not. So simply clicking on this eye icon. So assert visibility, click on that and simply select the link which you want to validate it. That's it. Similarly, let's validate the second link as well. Sorry, I will click on the assert visibility and then I will select the second link. That's it, done. And if you see here in the VS Code, so we are able to add the validation for the two links. So in the line number 20, it has generated if you see here, in the line number 20, we are validating the first link. It is visible or not. And then in the 21 line number, we are validating the second link is visible or not. So let's insert the video title also. So here I'll bring back the browser here. So now click on the assert text. So simply I will select or click on the first video title and just you can verify this is the expected text what it is going to add into our automation test. And if you want to add any custom message, you can add it. And simply you need to click on the right mark. And also let's validate the second video title. Assert click and select the second video title and click on the right mark. That's it, guys. If you go and see here, line number 22 and 23 is added for the video title validation. So what I will do is, so just to keep it simple, so I will do a little bit of modification here. So if you look at the line number 22, so I will just add so basically it is identifying the video title by using the get by label. So I will try to provide the full label name, whatever is visible on the web page. So if you see here, so this is a title. It is a Playwright tutorial full course to 2024. So I will add a Playwright tutorial full course 2024. 24. That's it. So similarly, I will add the proper title here for the second video title validation as well. So that's it, guys. So this is the actual text what we are getting it by using this actual text locator. So by using this locator, we are trying to get the actual text from the web page. And if you see after the two contain text. So this is our expected video titles we have specified. So we are making sure so this video title is present in the web page. So like this, you can insert n number of lines wherever you need it in the already automated test, right? So now our test is ready. Let's run the test. So firstly, it is opening the browser. It is navigated to the URL. Then it will search with the keywords. So it is clicking on the playlist link, and then it will validate the page title and as well as the links and the video titles. If you see here, so our test is passing, so there is no issue. And if you see the our test results here also, our test is passing, right? And also you can check the test report. So if you see here, so our test is working perfectly fine and there are no failures also. So let's modify the test case title. So here I will go back to the VS Code. So here I will give the test case title as recorded cursor test. So that's it. So I will rerun this test once again. If you see here, our test is running here. So now let's look at the result. So our test is perfectly working fine. So let me open the report as well. So if you see here, so our test is getting passed. So this is how we can use the recorded cursor feature in the Playwright automation framework. In the previous video, I have discussed how to use a recorded cursor in the Playwright. In this Playwright with TypeScript tutorial, I am going to discuss about how to run specific spec file in the Playwright. So here I will navigate to the VS Code. So here you can run any spec file by just entering the spec file name or a file location of the spec file. Say for example, I want to run the 02 first test.spec.ts file. So you need to specify the complete path of this spec file. Say for example, you can open your terminal or a command prompt and simply you need to enter the command called npx followed by playwright followed by test and the location of the spec file. So in our case, spec file is present inside the chapter1 folder. So that's the reason here I'll add chapter1 / and followed by spec file name. So here I'll say 02 underscore first underscore test dot spec dot ts. That's it. And if you see here, it started executing the test. So our test got executed and that is getting passed, right? So by default, our tests are running in a headless mode. In the next tutorial, I will discuss how to run our test in the headed mode, and also you can see how you can run the Playwright test in the headless mode also. So based on the configurations, we can drive our test executions. So we have executed the 02 underscore first underscore test dot spec dot ts file. So let's try to run another spec file. So this time I will try to run the example.spec.ts file. So here I will use the once again same command, only I will replace the spec file name. So previously our spec file was present inside the chapter1 folder, but this time our spec file is present inside the tests folder only. So that's the reason directly I will pass the spec file name here as a spec example.spec.ts. And if you see this example.spec.ts file, it has two test cases. And if you see here, so all the test cases are getting passed, right? There are no failures. And you can also check out the results also. You can go to the test report. And if you see here, so we had two test cases, and two test cases are getting passed here. And also you can here observe the what is the browser we have used to run these two test cases. So this is how you can run the specific spec file in the Playwright with TypeScript automation testing. In the previous Playwright tutorial, I have discussed how to run specific spec file in the Playwright automation framework. In this video, I will discuss how to run Playwright test in the headless mode. And also we will discuss how to run Playwright test in the headed mode also in the next video. So in this video, so it is very simple and easy also. So I will show you how to run the Playwright test in the headless mode. So it is very easy. So just you need to specify the simple configuration in the playwright.config.ts file. So you can go to the playwright.config.ts file, and inside the use object, you need to add one flag called headless. And here you can specify the flag. So if you specify the true, that means your Playwright test will be executing in the headless mode. If you have specified false, that means your Playwright test will execute in the headed mode. So in this video, I will discuss how to execute the Playwright test in the headless mode. So in that case, I will specify the true value here and put a comma. That's it. So save the configuration file. And now I will come back to the terminal. So I want to run the 02 first test.spec file. So simply I will specify the npx playwright test followed by the location of the spec file. I'm adding it here 02. So this is a spec file name underscore first underscore test.spec.ts. So this is a simple command I'm using to run the specific spec file. So if you are not specifying the headless configuration, by default Playwright will execute all your tests in the headless mode only. And if you're specifying it, so it is a customizable. You can run it in the headed mode, and also you can run it in the headless mode also, based on the flag value which you are passing in the playwright.config file. So let's run the test. So this time our test will be executed in the headless mode. And if you see here, so UI is not at all opening, and if you check this spec file, so this spec file contains only one test, and that is getting passed here. So this is how you can run the Playwright test in the headless mode. In the previous Playwright tutorial, I have discussed how to run Playwright test in the headless mode. In this video, I will discuss how to run Playwright test in the headed mode. So it's very easy. You can go to the playwright.config.ts file, and so this configuration we have done it in the previous tutorial. So simply you need to pass the headless flag as a false. That's it. Save the file. Now let's try to execute one of the spec file. So here I'll use the command called npx followed by playwright test. So here I want to run the 02 first test.spec file. So here I'll say chapter01 /02 underscore first underscore test dot spec dot ts. So this time, so this particular execution will open the web browser and it will run the test what we have automated it, because we are setting the headless configuration value as false. We don't want to run the playwright test in the headless mode. So this time it should run all the tests in the headed mode. If you see here, it has opened the browser and it is started performing the actions, and it is closing the browser also. And if you see here, our test is getting passed, and you can cross check it. So this spec file contains only one test in it. So let's look at the index.html report also. If you see here, so we are able to execute the first test.spec.ts file, and it contains only one test, right? And also here you can see that there are 0 failures, 0 skipped, and 0 flaky test. So this is how you can run the playwright test in the headed mode. In the previous playwright tutorial, I have discussed how to run playwright test in headless mode, and also I have discussed how to run playwright test in the headed mode also. In this video, I will discuss how to run playwright test on a different browsers using terminal or a command prompt. So it's very simple. So you need to make sure that all the project information is present in the playwright.config.ts file. So you need to uncomment the required browsers. So in our case, we will run our test in the Firefox, Microsoft Edge, and Google Chrome. So make sure that these projects are uncommented in the playwright.config.ts file. So I'll uncomment this project also, and I will uncomment the Firefox project as well. So that's it. So firstly, we will run the playwright test in the Google Chrome browser. So what I will do is, so simply I will open the terminal here, and I will execute the one of the spec file by using the command called npx followed by playwright followed by test, and here I will specify the spec file name. So here I want to run a 02 underscore first underscore test dot spec dot ts file. So here I'll say 02 underscore first underscore test dot spec dot ts. So that's it. So this command we are using very frequently to run the specific spec file. Now we have to specify the project information also, in which browser we want to run our Playwright tests. So here you need to add a 2 hyphen followed by project equal to, and here you need to specify the project name. So firstly we want to run our test on the Google Chrome browser. So simply copy this project name, that is the Google Chrome is a project name here, and simply pass here, that's it. So let me summarize what we have done so far. So firstly we are trying to run this particular spec file, and after that I'm passing another parameter as hyphen project equal to the browser name. So this time our spec file test will be executing on the Google Chrome browser. So I'll press the enter from keyboard, and if you see here, it started executing the tests on the Chrome browser. So it was a bit quick. So let me rerun the command once again. On the top left, you can see what is the browser also here. So currently our tests are running in the Google Chrome browser. So this is how you can pass the project or a browser name here. So similarly, if you want to run a Playwright test in the Microsoft Edge browser, so simply you need to pass the browser name here. So copy this browser name. So I will use the same command, only I will add the browser name here as a Microsoft Edge. And if you observe here, top left, it is showing the Edge browser, right? So if you see the results also, so our test is getting passed. In the previous result also, so where we have executed our test on the Chrome also, our tests are getting passed. Now let's try to execute our test on the Firefox browser also. So simply you need to specify this browser name here. So far we have executed our test on the Google Chrome and Microsoft Edge. So this time we will run Playwright test on the Firefox browser. If you see here, it is a nightly browser. So it's a Firefox developer version browser currently what Playwright is using it. So this is how you can run the Playwright test on the different browsers by using the command prompt or a terminal in Playwright automation framework. In this Playwright with TypeScript tutorial, I am going to discuss about how to use Codegen to record and play the Playwright automation tests. So firstly, we will discuss the manual test scenario, and using Codegen, we will record the manual test scenario. Then we will create a fresh spec file. Next, we will run the test. Finally, we will check the Playwright test report. Let's look at the manual test scenario first. So firstly, we will open the browser and then we will enter the youtube.com. So here we will search with the Playwright by tester stock. Then we will click on the Playwright by tester stock playlist. And then finally we will validate this playlist name is displayed or not. So this is a manual test scenario. Now let's go to the VS Code and start recording it by using the Codegen tool. So firstly, we need to start the Codegen tool if you want to generate the code. So you need to use a simple command to open the Codegen. npx followed by Playwright followed by Codegen. So after executing this command, it opens two windows. One is browser and second one is Playwright inspector. That's where the code will be generating. So if you see here, so this is the browser opened by the Playwright, and we have another window here called Playwright inspector. So whatever the actions you are performing in this browser, respective code will be generated in this window. So firstly, here we have to enter the URL. So here I'll say youtube.com, and then we need to search with the keywords here. So Playwright by tester stock, then I will click on the search icon, then I will click on the playlist, and here we have to validate the playlist name. So simply I will assert the visibility of this particular link. That's it. And if you see the Playwright inspector, so respective code is generated here. So let me maximize this. So it has created everything. So firstly, it started importing the Playwright module, and it has created a test. And within this test, firstly we are navigating to the URL. Then here we are searching with the keywords, and then once we get the results, we are clicking on the playlist link. Then finally, in the line number 10, we are validating the playlist name is displayed or not, right? So you can copy the whole code by simply clicking on the copy icon. Now, apart from this, if you see this one, you can convert this code into the multiple other programming languages also. If you see this drop down, you can convert this into the library also. If you see here, so this code is converted into the library. Say for example, if I want to convert this into the PyTest, so this is going to convert your code into the PyTest also. You can try to explore other things also. So in my case, I'll keep it as a test runner and I'll copy the code. That's it. Now I will go back to my VS Code. So we have copied the code which is generated by the Codegen. So now we will create a fresh spec file inside the chapter 1. So here I'll give the spec file name as 04 Codegen underscore test dot spec dot ts. So that's it. So simply I will paste the code here. So it is very easy guys. After saving the file, so you will get the run icon. Simply you can click on the run icon also. So before running this test, I will give the proper title for this test case. So here I'll say Codegen test case. That's it. Then I will run this test, and if you see here, it has opened the browser. So whatever the scenario we have done it, and if you come back to the VS Code and if you observe here, so our test is working perfectly fine. Our test is getting passed, right? So there are no issues. So now let's check the Playwright test report also. If you see here, so we have created a fresh spec file 04 underscore codegen underscore test.spec.ts file, and within that we have provided a test case title as Codegen test case. Here you can see all the steps also, what and all this particular test contains. So our test is perfectly working fine. So this is how we can use the Codegen in the Playwright automation testing.
Hi friends, this is Bakappa. Thanks for clicking on this video. In this chapter 2, we are going to discuss about how to capture screenshots and different types of locators and hard assertions, soft assertions. Next, I will be discussing about hooks, trace viewer, and also I will be discussing about watch mode, keyboard actions, and mouse actions in Playwright. And many more topics I have discussed. Let's get started with chapter 2.
In this Playwright with TypeScript tutorial, I am going to discuss about how to capture screenshots in the Playwright automation framework. So firstly, we will see how to capture screenshot of the any web page element, and next I will discuss how to capture the current page screenshot, and then finally I will discuss how to capture full page screenshot in Playwright. So let's discuss the manual scenario. So what exactly we are going to do in a couple of minutes. So I will open the youtube.com/tester stock web page, and here I will identify one of the element, then we will capture the screenshot of that, and next we will capture this page screenshot, and then finally we will capture the full page screenshot. Now I will navigate to the VS Code. We will start creating a first simple one spec file, and under that we will create a one test. So here I will go to the VS Code. So firstly I will create a chapter2 folder here under the tests. So here I will say a folder name as Chapter02. That's it. And inside the chapter2, I'm going to create a one spec file called 01 underscore screenshots underscore test dot spec dot ts. That's it. So I will go to the one of the previous spec file. So simply I will copy all the lines of code from the first test spec file. That's it. I'll come back to the 01 screenshots test.spec file. So simply I will paste it here. So here I will delete the all unwanted lines. So if you look at this template of simple test, so firstly we are importing the Playwright module. Then here we are creating a test, we are simply passing the test case title first. So let me update the test case title here. So here I'll say capture screenshots in Playwright. That's it. Now, by using the browser page object, I am navigating to this particular URL previously. Now in our case, we have to go to this particular URL. So simply copy this URL and I'll paste it here. That's it. So if you run this test, right? So simply it opens the browser and it enters the given URL. That's it. And if you see here, so our test is working perfectly fine. So firstly, what we will do is we will capture the element screenshot. Then we will capture page screenshot. Then finally, we will capture the full page screenshot. So firstly, let's identify the element so that we can capture the screenshot of that, right? So before we identify the element, what I will do is, so firstly I will create one simple folder called screenshots. So that is where we are going to save the screenshots. So here I'm adding a folder called, So here I'm providing a folder name as screenshots. So we will save all the screenshots in the screenshots folder. Now let's identify the one element from the youtube.com @tester stock web page. So simply I will right click on this web page and I'll say inspect. And I will just scroll a little bit up here. So if you see here, so this particular div tag is highlighting the one element on the left side, which contains the YouTube channel details. So here I will use this particular ID. So I will copy this ID and I'll press Ctrl F and I'll put hash and I'll paste the ID value here. So if you see here, so this locator is highlighting the only one element, which is on the left side of the screen, right? So we have identified one element by writing a simple CSS selector by using the ID attribute. So I will copy this locator value. Then I'll come back to the VS Code here. So here I will use the await and I will use the page object dot locator. So simply I will pass the CSS selector value here and here I will call to the one method called screenshot. So inside the screenshot function, we have to pass the location of the folder where we want to save the this particular element screenshot. So here this screenshot accepts one argument called path. So for this path, we have to specify the location of the folder where we want to save the screenshot. And if you see here, so we have created a one simple folder called screenshots within the current project only, right? So simply I will specify the path here. So dot slash screenshots. So let me cross check. Is it the correct folder name or not? So we have given the screenshots, and followed by that we can specify the file name. So here I'll say element screenshot dot png. That's it. We have firstly identified the element, then we are calling to the screenshot method, and inside this we have passed the location of the folder where we want to save the screenshot, and also we have specified the what is the screenshot name. And here you can pass any extension. You can also pass the JPEG also, right? Now let's run the test and we will cross check it whether we are able to capture the element screenshot or not. So I will run the test now. So let me go to the VS Code here, and if you see here, so let me close this browser. So our test is passing, right? And if you see the test results, our test is passing. So let's go to the screenshots folder now. And if you see here, so we are able to capture the element screenshot. So let's open this screenshot. And if you see here, so we have identified this particular element, and also we are able to capture the screenshot of this, right? Now similarly, let's capture the current visible page screenshot. So it is very simple again. So previously we have identified the element. In that case, so only we are focusing on the particular element and we are capturing the screenshot. So this time we are not focusing on any element. Directly we are capturing the screenshot of the visible web page. In that case, what I will do is I will remove this locator. So after the page, simply I am calling to the method called screenshot, and here I am simply passing the location where I want to save the screenshot. So here I will rename the screenshot file name as page screenshot .png. That's it, guys. Now let's verify whether we are able to capture the page screenshot or not. So it is very easy and simple also. So let me put a semicolon at the end. I will run the test now. So if you see here, it has launched the browser and it has executed the scenario also. If you see here, so our test is working fine. So if you observe here on the left side under the screenshots folder, so firstly we have captured the element screenshot.png file, right? And then if you see here the next screenshot, this is the page screenshot, right? You can go to this location and also you can open the screenshot also like this if you are unable to open it in the IDE. So this is how you can capture the screenshot of the element and page also. Now let's see how you can capture the screenshot of the full page. So it is very simple. You can use the same line, but you need to pass the one additional parameter as full page is equal to true. So I will copy the same line and I'll paste it here. So firstly, when we are capturing the screenshot of any element or a current visible page, so simply we were passing the location of the folder where we want to save the screenshot. And apart from this, when you are trying to capture the screenshot of the full page, you need to pass the another parameter here. So parameter name is full page and you need to specify the flag as true. That's it. So let me add the proper screenshot name. So here I'll say full page screenshot.png. So once again I will run this test. So this time we will be capturing the full page screenshot also. So that's it guys. So if you see here, so our test is passing and also you can check the screenshots folder. So let me go to this folder. And if you see here, we are able to capture the screenshot of the full page as well. And if you see here, so this is the full page screenshot. So firstly, we have captured element screenshot. This is the one. And second time we have captured page screenshot, that is a current visible page screenshot. And third time we are capturing the full page screenshot. So this is how you can capture the screenshots in the Playwright automation framework. In this Playwright tutorial, I will discuss how to add screenshot into Playwright test report. We will discuss the two scenarios. First one is how to add a screenshot when test is getting failed. And the second scenario is how to add a screenshot into the Playwright test report when test case is getting passed. Here I will navigate to the VS Code and I will open one of the spec file here and I will run this test. So this time you won't be finding the screenshot added into the Playwright test report. And if you see here, so our test is getting passed and I will open the test report now. And if you see here, in this test report, screenshot is not added, right? So this time screenshot won't be present because we have not enabled the screenshot flag in the playwright.config.ts file. So let's enable the screenshot flag in the playwright.config.ts file. So you can come to this particular file and you can scroll to the use, and inside the use you need to add a configuration called screenshot colon, and here you need to specify the value. So there are four options. You can permanently switch off the capturing screenshot and adding into the Playwright test report, and second option is on. That means irrespective of the test status, test outcome status, it will add the screenshot into the Playwright test report. And the third option is on first failure. So whenever you have done a setup for the retrying of failed test cases, third option is useful. and the last option is only on failure. So in our case, we will enable this only on failure. We want to capture the screenshot and add that screenshot into the Playwright test report. So I will go to the same spec file. So here I will update some expected value so that our test will get failed. So here I'll add Playwright TypeScript by tester stop. So it is going to check this particular web page title and it will get failed. And in this case, it should capture the screenshot and also it should add that screenshot into the Playwright test report. And if you see here in the background, so there is a failure and expected string and received strings are not matching. So this is the expected failure. So now let's go to our report once again. Now this time screenshot should be added to our HTML report with the exception details. If you see here, previously this was not present. So whenever test case is failed, that time only you will see this errors section. And after that, test steps. And if you scroll down here, there is another section added called screenshot. So now we have enabled the screenshot capturing. So that's the reason Playwright is able to capture the screenshot when test case is getting failed also. So simply you can click on this screenshot, you can view the full screenshot of the captured one. So this is how we can enable the configuration in the playwright.configuration.ts file for capturing the screenshot when test is getting failed. Let's say I want to capture the screenshot when my test is getting passed also, right? So if I run this test, so this test will work fine and we will not find the screenshot in the Playwright test report. And if you see here, our test is working fine. So let me go to the report. So I will refresh this report. And if you see here, our test is getting passed, but I am not able to see the screenshot here. So it is very simple configuration again. You can go to the VS Code and playwright.config.ts file. So simply you need to pass the value as on. So irrespective of the test outcome status, it is going to capture the screenshot and it will add to the Playwright test report. So if I run the same test now, so here our test is getting executed, and if you see here, our test is getting passed. Now I will open the Playwright test report. So let me open the index.html report. So I will go to my test. And if you see here, the first section is test steps. So here you can see all the steps as a part of the test case. What are the steps got executed? And if you scroll down, here you will see the another section called screenshots. And here you will find all the screenshot. So whenever you have enabled a configuration in the playwright.config.ts file, all the captured screenshots will be present in the Playwright test report. So this is how you can capture the screenshot and add into the Playwright test report. So far you have seen how to capture screenshot and also you have seen how to add the screenshot into the Playwright test report. In this video, I will discuss how to use the different locators strategy in the Playwright test automation. So there are multiple ways you can identify the web page element and you can perform the actions on the web page element. So we will see the example for each type of locator strategy. The first one is get by locator. So syntax is very simple. You need to use the await followed by page. Then you need to call the get by role. And here you need to specify the type of element for the get by role. So if it is a link, you can specify the link. And if it is a button, you can specify the button. And you need to specify the respective value here. It can be the link value or it can be the button value. So there are multiple options are available to specify it in the get by role method. So this is one of the example how you can identify the any link by using the link name. And the next one is by using the get by label, we can identify the element. Simply you need to pass the label value here from the DOM. And the next one is get by alt text. So this alt is an attribute which is available, which will be more frequently available in the for images only. Say for example, there is an image available and you want to identify that image by using the alt attribute. You can identify the image and you can perform the actions on that particular images. So especially this locator type is designed for the images only, and you will be not finding the alt attribute in the for other type of web page elements. And next one is get by test ID. So this is one of the custom attribute. Say for example, in any of the project, some attributes will be custom name and only that particular attribute will be present for only that project. So that kind of attributes you need to identify and you need to place it in the playwright.config.ts file. And once you place the attribute name in the configuration file, and simply you can use the get by test ID. So wherever you are trying to identify the web page element by using the custom attribute, so only you need to specify the value here. So we are not specifying the attribute name directly here. Just we are identify by using the get by test ID. And next one is text. So simply you can specify the visible text and you can perform the actions on the web page element. Similarly, you can identify the web page element by using the placeholder value. So where I think you might have seen in the where DOM contains placeholder as an attribute. So you can pass the placeholder value here and you can perform the any actions on the element. And next one is XPath. You can write the any custom XPath. So there are two ways. You can specify the XPath equal to followed by the XPath value, or directly you can pass the XPath value like this. So similarly, you can do it for the CSS selector also. So you can write your CSS selector and you can pass on to the locator function or a method, and then you can start performing the actions on that element. At last, we have the get by label. So sorry, get by title. So in many of the cases, you will find the title attribute. So title attribute value, you can pass it and you can perform the actions on the any web page element which contains the title attribute. Now let's see the example for each type of locators. So firstly, we will discuss get by role and get by label. So here I will navigate to the VS Code and I will quickly create one spec file under the chapter 2. So here I will give the spec file name as 02 locators test.spec.ts. That's it. And I will go to the one of the spec file. So simply I will copy the content from the another spec file. Then I will delete the code which is not required, and I will just keep the template of the Playwright test. Then I will give the test case title as locators in Playwright. That's it. So I will remove this URL. So firstly we will discuss how to identify the element by using the get by role. So here I will go to the one of the web page here. So I will go to the github.com/buckupin, and what I will do right here. So I want to click on the sign in here. So this is the link, correct? So let's navigate to this URL and click on the sign in by using the link. So here I will go back to the VS Code. So firstly, I will navigate to the URL. Then, so let's identify the element by using the get by role. So here I will say await followed by page dot get by role, and inside this we have to specify the whether it is a button or link. So in our case it is a link, and after that we have to specify the link name. So we have to pass the another parameter called name, and name of the link we have to specify here. And if you see this one, so this is the sign in. So I will simply pass the sign in here. That's it. So I want to click on that sign in link. So simply I will call to the method called click here. That's it. So after clicking on the sign in, so it is navigating to the sign in to GitHub page, right? So let's run the test now. And if you see here, so it is able to click on the sign in link also, right? So let me rerun it once again. And if you see here, we are able to open the given URL, and also we are able to click on the sign in link. So you can try for the button and menu. So it supports for the multiple type of options. So I have showed an example for you with the link only. So you can check for the buttons, menus, or tree items like that also. Now let's identify the element by using the get by label. So here I'll say get by label. So once again I will go to the same web page. So what I will do is, so here I will inspect this web page, and I will identify this particular GitHub homepage. So if you see here, if you look at this anchor tag, so it contains the multiple attributes. It contains class, area label, href, and data analytics -event. So here I will identify this element by using the area label. So wherever you are finding a attribute called area label, that can be used for the get by label. So here I will go to the VS Code again. So simply I will copy this above line and here I will call to the function called get by label, and here simply I need to pass the label value. So label value is very simple. So it is the home page. So let's copy this value and paste it here. And after that, so I will pass another parameter. So here I'll say exact colon true. So what it does is, so it will try to identify the exact area label element in the given web page. And then here I'm calling to the another method called first. If it is matching with the multiple elements, it will perform the actions on the first element only. And this is for the exact match of the given text. So that's the reason I'm using the exact followed by the first, so that it will identify the very first element matching with the area label as home page, and it will click on the that particular home page link. So if you see here, so if I click on this one, it is navigating to the github.com, correct? So let's run the test now. And if you see here, so it has clicked on the GitHub homepage link and it is navigated to the github.com, right? And if you see here, our test is perfectly working fine. So let me give a proper name here. So here I'll say get by role, get by label. So let me comment this one. Now I will discuss how to use get by alt text and get by test ID. So get by alt text is more frequently used with the images, where you will find image tag details. So here I will come back to the VS Code. So once again, so here I'll write get by alt text, and similarly I will write get by test ID. So that's it. Now I will go back to the again browser. So here I will go to the github.com again /buckupin. So if I inspect this particular image tester stock, and if you see the details of this image tag, so we have a attribute called alt. So if you see the value of that, view buckupin's full sized avatar, right? So simply I will copy this one. So simply I will copy the alt attribute value, and we will simply click on the this particular image like this. So by using the alt attribute. So here I'll say again await followed by page dot get by alt text, and simply I will pass the text here. Then I will perform the click operation. So that's it. So if I run this test, So it is going to click on that particular image. And if you see here, we are able to click on the image by using the alt attribute. So this is how you can use the get by alt text. So now let's see how to use the get by test ID. So you need to do a simple configuration. So before we do the configuration, so let's identify the element. So here I will go back to the web page. So I will inspect these tabs: overview tab, repository tab, projects tab. And if you see this particular tabs DOM details, so there is a common attribute present within the each anchor tag. And if you see here, this repositories tab, so there is a common attribute called data hyphen tab hyphen item. So that contains the visible, that means it has the some text within the data hyphen tab hyphen item attribute, right? Sorry, if I inspect the projects, if you see this one, so this particular tab also contains the data hyphen tab dot item attribute, and also it contains the value in it also. So we will identify the common attribute name. So here we found the one common attribute name called data hyphen tab hyphen item. So by using this attribute, we will identify these tabs and we'll perform the actions on these tabs. So here I will go back to the VS Code now. So simply you can go to the playwright.config.ts file, and here you can set the attribute name, so which is the custom attribute name, and also it is used very frequently. So here you can specify the test ID attribute colon, and in the single quotation you need to specify the attribute name. That's it, data hyphen tab hyphen item. So I will go back to my spec file. So I will identify this particular element called, so if you see this web page, so firstly we will perform the click action on the repositories. So let's get the attribute value. So data hyphen tab hyphen item attribute value is repositories. So simply I will copy this value, and so here I will call to the method called get by test ID. So whenever you are using a custom attribute name, so you need to use the get by test ID locator. Then simply pass the attribute value here. So simply I will perform the action on the first element. So that's it. So it is very simple. So you need to set the attribute name in the playwright.config.ts file. So once you set this configuration, you can start using the respective attribute value here, right? So simply we are passing the attribute value here. So only thing is we have not specified the attribute name. So attribute name we have specified it in our configuration file. So let's run the test. And if you see here, we are able to click on the repositories. So let's try to click on the projects also. So here I'll pass the projects as the attribute value. And if you check this DOM details also, data hyphen tab hyphen item contains the projects as the value. So simply I'm passing this projects and I will run the test now. And if you see here, we are able to click on the projects also. And if you see here, our test is perfectly working fine. Now let's see how to use get by text. So once again, I will go back to the VS Code. So I will format this code properly. So that's it. So here I'll say get by text. So what I will do is, once again, I will go back to the same web page. And so just by passing the text, I will perform the click operation. If you see here, so there are multiple texts are present or multiple link texts are present here. So simply I will click on the sign up. So I will pass the sign up in the get by text method. So after clicking on sign up, so it is going to open the sign in page here. So where you can enter the user email ID and password. So here I will go back to the VS Code and I will copy this line. So here I'll call to the method called get by text. That's it. And here I will pass the text as sign up. That's it. Then I'm performing the click action. Now let's run the test. And if you see here, we are able to open the URL and we are able to click on the sign up. Then it has opened this particular web page where we can enter the email ID and passwords. So our test is working perfectly fine here. Now let's see how to use get by placeholder, XPath and CSS selectors. So here I will go back to the again VS Code and so here I'll comment this line number 22. So here I'll say get by placeholder, XPath and CSS selectors. That's it. So for these three examples, I'm using the different web page. So here I will go to the youtube.com/testers talk. So simply I'll copy this URL. So let me open the VS Code and I'll copy the URL here and I will navigate to this URL this time. So here I'll comment this part and here I'll say await followed by page dot go to, and here I'll specify the URL. Now we can go to this URL. I'll go back to the web page again. So what I will do is simply I will inspect this web page. So I will inspect the search text box. So if you see this DOM details, so it has a input tag and multiple attributes are present here. So we are going to use the placeholder value. So because we are identifying this element by using the placeholder. So if you are finding any tag details which contains the placeholder attribute and a respective value, So by using the get by placeholder locator type, and you can perform the actions. So let's enter something in this text box by using the get by placeholder. So here I'll go back to the VS Code. So here I'll write await followed by page dot get by placeholder. So it is very easy and simple. So if you are finding the placeholder attribute and a value in the any of the tags or elements, then you can use the get by placeholder. Then you can perform the actions on the element. So here I want to simply type testers talk. That's it. So let me run the test now. And if you see here, we are able to open the given URL, and also we are able to type the testers talk by using the locator type as get by placeholder. Now let's see how to use the XPath. So once again I will open the same web page, that is youtube.com, and here I will identify the search text box by using the or by writing the simple XPath. So if you see this particular input tag details, it contains the multiple attributes and the values, right? So if you are able to identify any attribute, if it is a unique, you can write the simple XPath to identify the search text box. So here I will use the name. So here I'll write a simple XPath. I'll copy the attribute and value and I'll paste it here. So here what I will do is, the syntax for the XPath is 2/, you can write a star or a tag name. So in our case, tag name is input, and in the square brackets you need to specify the attribute name followed by the attribute value. And if you see here, it is matching with the two elements, right? So we will identify the very first element, and if you see here, the very first element is highlighting the search text box. Then by using the first, we will identify this search text box. Then we will enter something in the search text box. So I have copied this XPath. I will go to the VS Code. So I will comment this line. So once again, I'll say await followed by page dot. If you are specifying the XPath or a CSS selector, you need to call to the method called locator. And inside this locator, you can pass the XPath or a CSS selector. Then, so here I'll type something in the search text box. So I'm entering search tester stock. So you can give any text, doesn't matter. So I will run the test once again. So this time we are able to enter the search keyword tester stock by using the XPath. Now similarly, let's write a simple CSS selector. So I will go back to the browser. So now this time, so there is a small difference in writing the CSS selector and the XPath. So if you are so far you have seen how to write the XPath and how to perform the actions by specifying the XPath in the Playwright. Now let's write a simple CSS selector. So CSS selector syntax is very simple. You can specify the firstly tag name followed by attribute equal to the value, right? So if you see here, so I have specified the at the rate, correct? So simply I will remove that at the rate. So if you see this syntax, it is very simple, tag name followed by name equal to the value. So simply copy this. So it is matching with two elements, but still it is going to identify the very first element. So I have not specified it. Maybe there is not a exact match is happening. So if you add a first also, it will work fine. So simply I will pass the CSS selector this time. So previously we have tried with the XPath. Now we are passing the CSS selector. So if you run this test, and it should work properly. So let me close the previous session and I will rerun it once again. And if you see here, we are able to identify the element and also we are able to enter the text by using the CSS selector also. And if you want more information on like how you can write the XPath and the CSS selectors, so I have already written articles on how to write the XPath and CSS selectors. So simply go to the medium.com and followed by that simply search with the @tester stock. So you will find all these articles there. Now let's see how to use get by title in Playwright. So here I will comment all the stuff which is not required. So for this example, we will use the google.com. So here I'll say get by title. So here I will use await followed by page dot go to. And here we will pass the URL. So we will go to the google.com and we will identify this search text box. If I inspect this one, so this text area tag contains the multiple attributes and the values here. So here if you see here, so it contains the one attribute called title. So if you find anywhere in the tag attribute called title, so simply you can use the get by title and simply you can pass the search. So I'll copy this value, title value, search. I'll go back to the VS Code, and before that, so I will copy this URL. So let's pass the URL first. Then we will take the value of the title attribute. So simply we will identify this search text box and we will type something in the text box. So here again I will use the await followed by page dot get by title. Then we will pass the title attribute value. Then we will call to the another method called fill. So simply I will type the Playwright by testers talk. That's it. So let's run it. So let me format it before running this test. So we are done with writing the code. Let's run the Playwright test now. And if you see here, we have opened the URL and we are able to type something in the search text box. So this is how we can use the get by title in Playwright automation testing. In this video, I will discuss what are hooks in Playwright. So hooks are nothing but a special function that contains a block of code and that will be executed before running the test and after running the test. And if you see the real-time test cases, each and every test case will have the preconditions. So that precondition implementation can be written in the hooks. Say for example, you want to create some test data or you want to create some database connection and you want to retrieve the data from the database. So like that preconditions can be implemented in the hooks. And also after the actual test case validation, you can do the cleanup activities in the hooks also. So these are the 4 hooks available in the Playwright. So first one is before all. So this code block will be executed before running any test. And if you see the fourth one, after all, so this code block will be executed after running all the tests. And if you see the second one, before each. So this code block will be executed before running the each test in the Playwright. And if you see the third one, after each. So this code block will be executed after running the each and every tests in the Playwright automation framework. Now let's implement hooks in Playwright test automation framework. So here I will quickly create one spec file under chapter 2 folder. So here I will give the file name as 03 hooks test.spec.ts. That's it. So here I will go to the one of the spec file and I will copy the test and I'll paste it here. That's it. So here I will create 2 tests. So simply I will copy the same test once again. Then later I will modify the test title. So I will give the test 1 for the first test. And then I will give the test 2 for the second test. So that's it. So we are not doing much here in this test. We are going to the google.com and we are searching with the Playwright by tester stock and we are getting the playlist. And after clicking on the playlist, we are validating the page title. So it's a very simple test what we have written in the beginning of the Playwright with TypeScript full course. Now, so let's implement the very first hook called before all and after all. So simply we have to use the test dot, here I'll say before all. And inside this you can pass the title of the function name. You can provide the some description or you can directly pass the asynchronous function. So directly I'm passing the asynchronous function. So here I'll say this is the arrow function. That's it. So inside this hook, I'm writing a simple console.log statement. So here I'll say running before all tests. That's it. So similarly, I will create another code block for the after all. After all. So here I'll say after all. Then I will modify the console.log statement. So here I'll say running after all tests. So this code block will be executed, whatever you have written inside this code block before all. So this will be executed before running any test in this spec file. So it will run only one time. And once the execution is completed, test 1 and test 2, then at the last, after all, code block will be executed. So let's run the test. Simply I will run this spec file by using the command. So here I will say npx followed by, we want to run the hooks test spec file. So here I am writing npx followed by playwright test, and here we have to specify the location of the spec file. So here I'll say 03 underscore hooks underscore test dot spec dot ts. So that's it. So first test is running right now. So right now it is running the second test. And if you see the output here, our tests are passing, correct? And if you see the output also, so it is running the before, if you see this console.log statement, whatever we have written, running before all test, and after that you can see that running after all the tests. So for our reference purpose, what I will do is just to make sure that this code block is getting executed before running all the test. So what I will do is, here I will write a simple console.log statement. So here I'll say test 1 execution started. So similarly, I will add it for the test 2 also, just to make sure that these two code blocks are running only once before and after the test execution. So I will write this console.log statement in the test 2 as well. So here I'll say test 2 execution started. Now once again I will run the test. Now second test is getting executed. So that's it. And if you see this output, right, so our tests are working fine. There are no failures. So if you see this console.log statement, so before all is getting executed only once, and then test 1 is getting executed, test 2 is getting executed, and at the end, after all, code block is getting executed, right? So this is how you can add the before all and after all. Say for example, if you want to load something before running the tests, so that actual code can be written in these code blocks before running the test or after running the test, if you want to clean up some data or you want to load the data. So those kind of implementation can be done inside these two hooks. Now let's see how to implement the before each and after each. So it is very much similar how we have implemented the before all and after all. So simply I'll copy this function and I'll add it down, and here I'll say before each, and I'll update the console.log statement. So here I'll say before each test, and similarly I will add it for the after each test. So here I'll say test dot after each test. That means after each hook it is. So here I'll update the control.log statement. So that's it done. So what it does is, say for example, if you see this order, so let me explain. If I run the test, in which order our test case execution happens. So firstly it will run the before all, then it runs the before each, then it will execute the test one, then it runs the after each, then once again it runs the before each, then next it runs the our test 2 as well, then it will execute the after each, then finally it will run the after all code block. So this name itself says that it runs the before each test, and if you see the after each, so this code block will be executed after running each test in the spec file. So let's run the test and we will observe the output. So in which order test case execution happened. So that's it. So if you see this one, so our tests are working fine, there are no failures. So firstly it is running the before all test, and after that it is running the before each test, then test case execution happened, then again it is running the another hook called after each test, and if you see these two, before each and after each, these two are running before and after the test case execution, and at the end after all hook is getting executed. So now this time what I will do is, in each test I am navigating to the URL. So I will put this code so inside the before each, because I want to launch the browser before each test case. If you see here, so I have written launching the entering the URL in the test 1, and also I have written in the test 2 also. If you see here line number 41, so simply I will comment this line, and this line also I will comment it, and then I will write it in only one place in the hooks called before each. So this code block will be executed before running the each test in the spec file. So simply I will pass the browser page object here. That's it. Now, so we are navigating to the URL by using the before each hook, right? Now let's run once again the same spec file. So first test is getting executed, now second test is running, and if you see here, so there are no failures, and also the order of execution. So firstly it is executing before all, then after executing the before each, and then test case, then after each, then here also you can see the same order, before each, test case execution, after each, then at the end after all hook got executed, right? So this is how you can implement the hooks in the Playwright automation framework. In the previous tutorial, I have discussed how to implement hooks in the Playwright automation framework. In this video, I will discuss how to work with drop-down list. So firstly, we will see the manual test scenario. Then we will see how to select drop-down value by using value. Next, we will see how to select drop-down value by using the visible text. And at the end, we will see how to validate all the drop-down list options. So let's look at the manual test scenario first. So we will open the facebook.com. Then we will click on the create new account. So here you will find the drop-down list fields. So in my case, I am considering the month drop-down, and here we will select the drop-down values, and at the end we will validate all the month names are present or not in this drop-down list. Let's navigate to the VS Code, and we will write a very simple code for this. So here I'll quickly create a one spec file under chapter 2. So here I'll give the name of the spec file as 04 underscore drop down list test.spec.ts. So that's it. So here I will go to the one of the test, and I will simply copy the test and I'll paste it here. So here I'll keep the only template of the Playwright test. So let's give the proper test title. So here I'll say test title as handling drop down list in Playwright. So that's it. Let's go to the browser and copy the URL. So here I'll copy this URL. So that's it. So firstly, we will select the drop down using value, and similarly we will select the drop down value by using the visible text, and at the end we are going to validate all the options from the drop down. So that's it. So after navigating to this URL, so we have to click on this particular button, create new account. So this is a button. So I will identify this element by using the get by role. So just you need to remember this visible text. So we have to pass the button name. So here I'll go to the again VS Code. I will use the await followed by page dot get by role, and here you need to specify the two parameters. First one is button, and followed by that you need to specify the button name. So button name is create new account. So that's it. We want to click on this element. So let's call to the click method. That's it. So after clicking on the create new account, so if I inspect this drop down, that is the month drop down. So it has the select tag, and if you see here, so it has the under a selected tag, it has the multiple options tag, right? And each option tag contains the value attribute, and that has the some value within the value attribute. So by default, December is selected. So let's say I want to select March, right? So simply I will pass this 3 value. Say for example, I want to select June. So I will pass the 6. If I am selecting the drop down by using the value, simply I need to pass the value attribute value. And the second option is the second way of selecting the drop down value is by using the visible text. If you click on this drop down, you can simply pass the visible text. That's how we are going to select the drop down. Now what I will do is, firstly, we have to identify this select tag. So here I'll take the area label. By using the area label, I will identify this drop down, month drop down. So once again, here I'll say await followed by page dot get by label. So simply I will pass the area label attribute value here. So that's it. So we have identified the drop down. Now we have to select the value from the drop down. So that's the reason here I'm calling to the one method called select option. So now we are passing the value attribute value. So if you have observed correctly. So let's run the test once again. And if you see here, now we are able to select the March. So you can pass value attribute value here and you can select the drop down list value. Now this time I will select the drop down value by using the visible text. Say for example, I want to select August. AUG is the visible text. If you see here, if you click on this drop down, if I want to select August, I need to pass the AUG. Say for example, I want to select October, I need to pass the OCT, right? So firstly, let's select the drop down value as August. Then next we will pass the OCT, October. So this time we are passing the August here. So if you run the test, so firstly it will select the March, then August. And if you see here, so we are able to select the August here. And if you see this one, so our test is passing also. There are no failures. So this time I will pass the OCT. So this time it will select the October from the drop down list. If you see here, so we are able to select the October value from the drop down list. So now let's see how to validate all the options. So it is very simple. So first thing is you need to identify all the option tags where it has all the values. So here I'll write a simple CSS selector. So here I will use the ID. So I'll copy the ID value. So here I'll put the hash. So if you are identifying any element by using ID, By using the CSS approach, you need to specify the hash month, and followed by this we have the option tag. So that's the reason here simply I'll put a one greater than, then I'll pass the tag name here. And if you see here, so it is matching each and every options from the drop down, right? So simply I'll copy this. Then I will go to the VS Code. So let's use the await once again, page dot locator. So let's specify the locator, whatever locator value, whatever we have written just now. Then if you want to validate anything in the Playwright, you need to use the expect. So I will surround this with the expect. Then after that, here I will call to the one method called to have text. And here I will pass the list of values. So simply I will copy this list of values and I'll paste it inside the to have method. So that's it. So let me rewrite it once again. So it was some space problem. Now I have passed all the month names here. So this time our test will work fine because all these values are present in the drop down list currently. So if I run the test, and our test will work fine. And if you see here, so our test is working fine. There are no failures. Now what I will do is simply I will pass the another value here. So which is not present inside the month drop down. So here I'll pass the Playwright as another option. But this option is not present in the month drop down. So that's the reason our test will get failed. So let me close this session first. Then we will rerun the test. So it is taking a bit of time. So let's wait for some time. So I will rerun it once again. So if you see here in this VS Code, so it is saying that so one additional value is present here. So there is a mismatch in the actual value and expected values, right? So this is the expected failure. So this is how we can work with the drop down list in the Playwright automation testing. In this Playwright tutorial, I will discuss how to switch into iframes, and also I will discuss how to drag and drop the elements in Playwright automation testing. So let's see the manual scenario first, and we will automate the manual scenario. So here I will go to the web browser, and so we will navigate to the jqueryui.com/droppable. And if you see here in this web page, so there is a drag me to my target. So this is the source element, and this is the drop here is a destination element. So simply we will drag this element and we will drop here in the destination element. So let's see how to automate this flow. So I will navigate to the VS Code. So let's write a simple code to drag and drop the elements in Playwright automation testing. So here I will quickly create a one spec file under chapter 2. So here I'll say 04 underscore iframes underscore drag and drop test.spec.ts. That's it. So I will go to one of the spec file and I will copy the content from the spec file and I'll paste it in the new spec file. So simply I will delete the not required code from the spec file. And let's update the test title here. So here I'll say handling iframes drag and drop elements in Playwright. That's it. So firstly, we will navigate to the URL here by using the goto method. So simply I will copy this URL, and after that, once we add the URL here, so we will identify the two elements. One is the drag element and another one is drop element. So I will go back to the browser here. So I will refresh this page. Okay. So this is our drag element and this is our drop element. So let me inspect the elements. Okay. So now I will inspect the source element. Sorry. So this is our source element. And if you see here, so this has a div tag. Under this we have a ID class. And if you see the drop element also, even it has ID and class. So we will use the ID which contains the unique element. So simply I'll copy this attribute and a value and I'll paste it here. So I'm trying to write a simple CSS selector. So if you see here, simply I have added here attribute equal to the attribute value here. And if I press enter, it's matching with the source element, that is the drag element. So let's copy this CSS selector. And here I'll say page dot locator and I will add the locator here. Then I will assign back to the one constant variable called drag element. So similarly, we will identify the drop element also. So here I'll say drop element. So let's identify the drop element by using the ID. So if you see here, so this has ID equal to dropable. So simply I'll copy this ID and value here. So let's cross check it. And if you see here, so it is matching with one element and also it is highlighting the destination element. that is the drop element. So I'll copy this selector and I'll paste it here. Now we have identified drag and drop element. And we have to use a simple method. By using the simple method, so that's a Playwright command, you need to use it to drag and drop the element from source to the destination. So what I will do is simply I will write the await followed by source element, that is the drag element, dot drag to. So inside this method we have to pass the our destination element, that is the drop element here. So that's it. So right now our test is ready almost. We have identified drag element and drop element, and here we are writing a simple one line of code that will perform the drag and drop the elements in the respective destination. So this test will get failed because if you see this one, so if you look at this DOM details, so these two elements are present inside the iframe, right? So right now I will run this test, so it will get failed, so that is fine. And once our test got failed, we will identify the iframe, and by using the iframe we will identify the drag and drop elements. Then automatically drag and drop operation will happen. So I will run this test as of now, so it will get fail. So that is our expected results also. So let's wait and watch. So I will go back to the VS Code here. So it is trying to drag and drop the element. And if you see here, so there is a test timeout, but it got failed at this line number 13. So this is the expected failure. So now let's identify the frame. So if you see this iframe, so this has the src attribute and a class value. So I will use the class value. So how we have identified drag and drop elements, in the similar way I will identify the iframe also. So simply I am specifying in the square brackets id equal to, attribute equal to the value. And if you see here, so it is matching with the iframe. So I will copy this locator value and I will come back to the VS Code. So let's identify the iframe. So here I'll say page dot, and if you are specifying the frame locator, simply you need to call to the method called frame locator, and inside this you can pass the locator value. That's it. Then I will assign back to the constant variable called iframe. That's it, guys. So now we have identified the iframe. So by using this iframe, I can perform the actions inside the iframe, right? So simply I'll copy this element, and here we are using directly page. So here I'll use the iframe dot locator. So now I can perform any action on the drag element. So similar way, I will identify the drop element by using the iframe. So iframe dot, so I'm passing the locator, that is the droppable, right? So now if you see here, if I am performing any actions in the web page, say for example, if there are a number of buttons or elements here, so always you need to switch into the iframe first. Then you can identify any element. Then you can perform the actions on the any of the elements within the iframe here. Now in our case, we have identified the iframe. By using the iframe only, we are identifying the required elements, and then by using those elements, we are performing the drag and drop actions. Now let's run the test now. So this time our test will get passed. So let me close the previous session. And if you see here, so we are able to open the URL, and also we are able to drag and drop the elements also. Correct? So this is how you can switch into the iframes, and also you can perform the drag and drop operations in the Playwright automation testing. In this Playwright tutorial, I will discuss how to perform mouse actions in the Playwright automation testing. So we will see how to perform the left button click from the mouse, middle button click from the mouse, right click from the mouse, and also we will see the how to perform mouse hover on the web page elements, and at the end I will discuss how to perform the double click on the any elements. So double click is not part of mouse actions. Just for your information, I will show how to perform the double click on the element also. So let's discuss the manual scenario first, and we'll go to the VS Code and we will automate the manual flow. So here I will go to the browser. In the google.com, simply search with Playwright by tester stock. So after searching here, so here I'm taking the part of the URL here. So we will navigate to this URL, and so firstly we will perform the left button click from the mouse. So if I perform the left button click from the mouse, so it is going to click on that particular link, and it is navigating to this particular playlist. So that is the first scenario. And second scenario is we will perform the middle button click from the mouse. So if I perform the middle button click, so it is opening the separate tab here, and it is opening that particular playlist. So this is the second scenario. And the third scenario is simply we will right click on the Playwright by testers talk. So you will get the options here like this. Then so we will see how to perform the mouse hover. So we will take any of the elements here. So we will take an example of this search by voice icon. So we will simply hover our mouse on the element by using the Playwright, and we will see the test results. Now I will go to the VS Code. Let's create a fresh spec file, and we will create a simple test, and we will execute all the flows. Under chapter 2, I am creating a spec file here as 06 underscore mouse actions underscore test dot spec dot ts. That's it. So here I will go to the one of the spec file. Simply I will copy the content from the other spec file, and I'll paste it in the new spec file. So that's it. So I will delete the not required lines here. So firstly, we have to enter the URL. So let's get the URL. So I will copy this URL and I'll paste it inside the goto method. So that's it. Now, if we have to perform any actions, right? So we have to identify the Playwright by tester stock playlist link. So I will identify this playlist link by using the link. So we will use the get by role and where we will specify the link and link name as well. So here I'll say await page dot get by role, and inside we have to specify is it a link or a button, or there are multiple options you can specify it here. So in our case it's a link. I am adding it as a link followed by I need to specify the link name also. So simply I will just do the Control Z and I'll copy the link name. So this is a link what we have in the web page here. That's it. Now I will call to the method called click. So this is a normal click method, and inside this we can pass the button name. So which button you want to click from the mouse. So here I'll say button colon. In the single quotation you can pass the buttons. So if you see here, so it is suggesting us to select these three buttons, any one of the listed three buttons. So let's perform the left click from the mouse first time. Then we will see the middle click and right click from the mouse. So I'm selecting the left button click from the mouse this time. So simply it opens this specified URL and it is going to click on the playlist by using the mouse. So it's very simple. So let me add a comment as left click. So here will say left button click instead of just left click. That's it. Our test is ready. Let's run the test and we will check the test results. So let me check what is the problem here. So it is showing there is some problem. It is mating with the multiple elements, correct? So what I will do is simply I will say here dot first element. So there might be a multiple matches in the web page. So that's the reason we are getting the error. So let's run the test once again. So whenever you are identified an element, if it is matching with multiple elements in the web page, it will throw the error like strict mode violation error in the Playwright automation testing. And if you see here, so we are able to perform the left button click from the mouse, right? So similarly, let's perform the middle button click from the mouse. So simply I will copy the same line. So here I'll say middle. That's it. So let me comment this line above one. So if I run the test, so we are performing the middle button click from the mouse and eventually it will opens the link in the new tab. So it has opened the URL, and if you see here, so there is another tab opened here, right? And also if you see our test status, so our test is getting passed, right? There are no failures. So this is how we can perform the middle button click from the mouse. So now let's perform the right button click from the mouse. So simply I will copy the same line, only I will pass the different button name. So this time I will say right. So I want to perform the right click from the mouse on this particular playlist. So let me comment this one above line. So let me format the whole code. So that's it. So let's run the test. So this time we should be able to perform the right click on the element. If you see here, so we are able to perform the right click on the playlist here, correct? And also if you see the test status, and it is working perfectly fine. So now let's see how to perform the mouse hover on the any elements in Playwright. So here I will say mouse hover. So for this scenario, I am going to identify one element. So if you see this one, sorry. So if you look at this web page, if I do the mouse hover on the search by voice, right? So you can search the things by voice also. If I do the mouse hover on that particular icon, it is showing some text, correct? So let's perform the mouse hover like this from the using Playwright also. So to perform the actions, I need to identify the element first, right? So let's inspect the DOM. So you can try with any of the elements which are present here in this web page. So just for the demo purpose, I am taking the search by voice icon. So if you look at this div tag, so I am identifying the search by voice by using the area label. So simply I will copy this area label attribute value, and here I'll say await followed by page dot get by label, because I'm using the label value here. So firstly identify the element by using the different type of locators. Then simply you need to call to the one method called hover. So this method will perform the mouse hover on the specified element. So that's it. It is very simple. So let's run the test. And if you see here, so our Playwright is able to do the mouse hover on the search by voice, right? So, and if you see the test execution status also, it is perfectly working fine. Now let's see how to perform the double click on the element. So I will take the same element search by voice, and simply you need to call to the method called db click. So this method will perform the double click on the specified element. So here I'll say double click. That's it. So before running this test, so I will update the test title here. So here I'll say mouse actions in Playwright. And here I'll say right button click. So that's it. Now let's run the test, and this time we are going to perform the double click on the element. And if you see here, after double clicking on the element, so it is populating it is just giving the some pop-up or a alert message, right? So we are able to perform the double click on the element. So this is how you can perform the mouse actions in the Playwright automation testing. In this Playwright tutorial, I will discuss how to perform keyboard actions in the Playwright automation testing. So we will see how to press enter tab, and we will see how to select the content and how to delete it also. So basically we are using control for the Windows, and meta plus if you are using or pressing multiple keys from the keyboard. So meta is used for the Mac OS, control is used for the Windows operating systems. So let's see the manual test scenario first. Then we will go to the VS Code and we will write a simple script to perform the actions from the keyboard. The first scenario is we will go to the google.com and we will search here with Playwright by tester stock. So firstly we will identify the search text box and we will enter the text here, and after that we will press the enter from the keyboard. So this is the first scenario where we are pressing the enter from the keyboard, and the second scenario is we will select this particular content and we will delete it by using the control plus A or a meta plus A and a delete from the keyboard keys. And the third scenario is, so simply we will click on the search text box, we'll press tab, then we'll press the enter. So these are the manual scenarios. We will automate it in couple of minutes. So let's go to the VS Code and automate the manual test flow. Here I will create quickly one spec file under chapter 2 folder. So here I'll say 07 keyboard actions underscore test dot spec dot ts. So that's it. So here I will go to the one of the spec file and I'll copy the content from the other spec file and I'll paste it in the new spec file. So I will delete the couple of lines of code which is not required. So in our case, so we are navigating to the google.com. So I'll keep it the go to and google.com here. So here I will update the test title as keyboard actions in the Playwright. So that's it. So firstly we have to identify the search text box, right? So let's identify the search text box. So simply I will inspect the DOM. So if I inspect this search text box, so this has the text area tag and which contains the multiple attributes and the values. So what I will do is, so simply I will use the array label here. So I'll copy this value and so here I'll say await followed by page dot get by label. So simply I will pass the array label attribute value, and here I'll pass the another parameter as exact colon true. So here I'm saying find the exact matching array label element, and then here I'll say first element. So perform the actions on the first element. So firstly I will click on the search text box, then I will enter it by using the fill method. So here I want to type Playwright by tester stop. So here I'm using a fill method and I will specify here Playwright by testers talk. That's it. So firstly, we are able to navigate to this URL and we are identifying the search text box. Then we are clicking on that and we are entering the search key value, right? Then now we have to press the enter from the keyboard. So I will take the same element, then I will call to the one method called press. If you want to perform the keyboard actions on the web page element, so you need to use the press method after the element. And if you are performing the directly keyboard actions, in that case simply you can use the page.keyboard.press method. So let's press the enter as of now. So I will show that a bit later. So our test is ready now. So we are able to find the element and we are able to enter the search text box value, and then we are performing the enter action from the keyboard. And if you check this press method, so it has the multiple keys where you can pass it. So you can pass all these keyboard keys. Depends on your need, you can pass the respective keys. So automatically Playwright does the rest of the job. So let's run the test now. So it has to go to the URL and it should search with the specified keywords. And if you see here, so our test is perfectly working fine, right? So there are no failures. Now, so this is the enter action from keyboard. Now let's see how to perform the Control A and delete actions from the keyboard. So if you see this web page, so already we are searching with the some keywords in the search text box, correct? So what we will do, once we got the results like this, we will click on this search text box, we will select like this and we will delete it from the keyboard. So let's perform this from the Playwright. So here I'll say selecting and deleting from keyboard. That's it. So firstly we have to click on the search text box. So already we have identified the element and we in the line number 10 we are clicking on the element, right? Now from the keyboard we have to select all the text from that particular text box. So simply you can use the await followed by page dot keyboard dot press. So here you can pass the keyboard keys. So I'm using a Mac OS, so that's the reason I'm passing meta plus A. And if you're using Windows operating system, you can pass the control here, Control plus A to select all the text from the text box. After selecting the text in that text box, simply I want to delete it. And I will use the same line, and here I'll pass the delete. So this key is present inside the press, if you see here. So if you see here, so delete is present here. So you can, whatever the values are present here, simply you can copy and paste it here. So that will perform the keyboard actions. So whatever you are passing based on the value passed to the press method, right? Let's run the test. So I will close the previous session. So this time we are searching with the Playwright by tester stock, and then we are deleting the search keywords at the end. And if you see here, it is performing very quickly, and also if you see the test execution status, and it is getting passed, correct? Now this time what we will do is, so let me comment these lines. That's it. Now we will see how to press tab and enter from the keyboard. So firstly, we will click on the search text box as I discussed the manual test scenario. So here I have already written a code for that. So we are clicking on the search text box. Then we have to click the tab from the keyboard. So simply I will pass the tab here. Then we have to pass that means we have to press the enter, correct? So that was our second scenario. Simply I will pass the value as enter here, right? So that's it. So firstly we are clicking on the search text box, then we are pressing tab, then we are pressing the enter from the keyboard like this. That's it. It's very simple thing what we are currently trying to achieve it. So let's close the existing session and run the test here. And if you see here, so we are able to perform the actions successfully. And if you see the status of the test, so our test is working perfectly fine. So this is how you can perform the keyboard actions in the Playwright automation framework. In this Playwright tutorial, I will discuss how to handle date picker, in the sense how to select the date field value using Playwright automation testing. So we will see the four scenarios. First one is how to pass the hard-coded date value, and next we will see how to select date value dynamically. Then we will see how to select the past date, and finally I will talk about how to select the future date. So let's navigate to the browser. We will see the manual test scenario. So here we will go to the jqueryui.com/datepicker. So if you see here, so there is a one date field, and if you click on this, so it is giving us the calendar. So here we can select the dates. So this is our very simple scenario. We are going to automate it. So I will go to the VS Code and we will start automating it. So as I said, we are going to see four scenarios. So let's see one by one. So here I will quickly create one spec file under chapter 2. So here I will give the spec file name as 08 date picker. underscore test dot spec dot ts. So that's it. So here I will go to one of the spec file. Simply I will copy this content. So let me paste it here. So that's it. So let me delete the unwanted lines of code. So that's it. So let's delete the URL also. So here I will give the test title as selecting date value in Playwright. So that's it. So now what we will do is, firstly, so we will navigate to this URL. So simply I will copy this URL and then after adding the URL, if I need to select any value from the calendar, so firstly we have to identify this text box, right? So let's identify the text box. So if you see this element which contains the input tag, and if you scroll little bit above here, so this element is present inside the iframe. So that's the reason we have to identify the iframe first to perform the actions on this input box. So let's identify the iframe by using the class attribute value. So simply I'll copy and paste it. So we are going to just write a simple CSS selector by using the attribute and value. And if you see here, so we are able to identify the iframe. So let's identify the iframe first. Copy the value and I will go to the VS Code and here I'll say page dot frame locator. So I will add the locator value here. Then I will assign back to the constant variable called iframe. So that's it. Now I can identify the element which is present inside the iframe, that is date field. So let's inspect the date field. So I will identify this input box by using the ID. So simply I will copy the attribute and a value. So I'll paste it here and just we are writing a simple CSS selector. So let's copy the locator value and here what I will do is, now to identify the input box, so I will use the frame because that element is present inside the iframe. So here I'll use iframe dot locator. So here we can pass the CSS selector what we have written to identify the input box. So here I'll say await followed by iframe dot locator. Now simply I will call to the fill method. So here I can pass the date. So let's check the what is the format of date we have to pass it. So if you see here, if I click on this and if I select any dates, so it is selecting the dates in the format of month, date and year, right? So you can select any dates here. So I will pass some random dates here by using the fill method. So here I'll say so 12 sorry 15. So firstly we are passing the month, then date, sorry, and then year. So that's it. So we are almost done with the first scenario. Simply we are hard coding the date value and we are passing on to the input box. So let's run the test and we should be able to navigate to the this URL first, and then we should be able to enter this hard coded date into the input box. So simply I will run this test now. And if you see here, so we are able to select the 12/15/2024. And also if you see the test status, our test is getting passed, right? So this is the hard coded date. Now let's see how to select dynamic date. So here I'll say selecting dynamic date. So again, it is very simple. So if I navigate to the browser here, so firstly we have to click on this input box. Then we will select the today's date. So if I am running the script today, it will select the 12th. Let's say, for example, I'm running it tomorrow. So automatically tomorrow's date will be 13th and it will select the 13th as a date. So firstly, let's click on this input box. We have already identified this input box. So simply we will perform the click action. So this is the element what we have identified, and previously we were sending the data directly into the field. So this time, firstly we will click on that input box, then we are going to select the today's date. So if you are running today, it is going to select 12th, and if you are running it tomorrow, it will select 13th, and if you are running day after tomorrow also, it is going to select 14th. Sorry. So let's inspect these elements, and if you see here, so this is a table actually. So enter this calendar contains the table tag. Under the table we have the table body and tr table rows, and then td nothing but the table columns. So if you see this td tag, right? So previous tds doesn't contains the class value, and this particular td contains the class value. That means, so if td class attribute, if it is containing the value, that means that is nothing but the today's date, correct? So simply I will identify this td by using the class value. So simply I will copy this class value and I will write a simple css selector dot, and after that I'll pass the class value. And if you see here, so it is highlighting the today's date as a 12th, correct? So let's take this locator, and here I'll say await iframe dot locator, and simply I'll pass the locator here. Then simply I will click on that element. That's it. So I will comment the previous one. Now if I run this test, it should select the today's date. So simply, sorry. So let's run the test and see the results. And if you see here, so it is selecting the today's date, that is a 12th, correct? So it is working as expected. And if you're running same test tomorrow, it is going to select the 13th as a date there. So that's it, guys. Now let's see how to select the past date. So again, it is very simple. So we have to firstly click on this input box, then we have to click on this previous button. So firstly, let's click on this input box. So here I will go to the, so let me comment these two lines. So anyway, simply I'll copy the 14th line. Here we are clicking on the input box. Then, so let's identify the previous element. So after clicking on this previous icon, here we will select the sum date, random dates. So here simply I will click on the input box. Let's identify the previous button. And if you see here, so this anchor tag contains the class, data handler, data event and title. So you can use data handler or a title. So I will use the title here. So let's write a CSS selector for this. And if you see here, I have written the CSS selector and it is highlighting the previous button. So let's click on the firstly previous button. So here I'll say await followed by iframe dot locator. So simply I will add the locator value here. So I will perform the click action. So that's it. So after clicking on the previous, so what we will do is, so firstly we will click on the input box. Then we will get the calendar. We will click on the previous. Then here we will select any text, right? So let's select the 15th, right? So what you need to do is you need to write a simple again selector. So what I am going to write it here is, so simply you can pass text equal to, and in the double quotation you can pass the value. Say for example, I want to select 15th here. You can pass any date here. So that's it guys. Now our test is ready. Let's run and see the test status. And if you see here, so now the first month it is going to select the November month and 15th date and 2024, right? And if you see the test status also, so our test is getting passed. So this is how you can select the pass date. So similarly, let's select the future date. So here I'll say future date. Only I will update here is this particular locator. Previously we are clicking on the previous icon, but this time we are going to click on the next icon. So here I will go to the again browser and let's inspect the next icon here. And if you see here, so you can use data handler or the title. So in our case we are using a title, so simply I will copy the title value. So I'll paste it here. That's it. So let me format this whole code. So let me comment this first part also. Now we should be able to select the January 15th, because if you see this browser, so firstly let me refresh this browser. So we are clicking on this input box, then we are clicking on the next icon, and here we are selecting 15th. You can pass any value here. So you can try it out. So there should not be any problem. So this time we are going to select 01, 15 and 2015. So 2025. So let's run the test and let's check the results. And if you see here, we are able to select the 01, 15, 2025. So this is working as expected. And if you see the test execution status, our test is getting passed. So this is how you can work with the date pickers in Playwright automation testing. In this Playwright tutorial, I will discuss about the assertions in Playwright automation testing. So let's understand what are assertions first. So assertions are nothing but where we will compare the actual value and expected value. So actual value you will get it from the web page, and expected value you will specify it as per the test case. And there are two types of assertions. First one is hard assertion and the second one is soft assertion. So hard assertion is nothing but, so whenever test failed, it will stop the execution immediately then and there itself. But in case of soft assertion, so whenever test failed, and it will continue the execution till the end of the test case. Then at the end, it will report all the failures. So it depends on your need. You can use the hard assertion or a soft assertion. So we will see the couple of examples for the hard assertion first. Then later I will discuss few examples for the soft assertion as well. So the very first example is, so let's take an example where text box is there. So we want to verify that is that text box is editable or not. So that can be asserted by using the Playwright. So similarly, you can check whether element is visible or not, whether particular button is visible or not. That can be validated by the using the Playwright. And also you can check the web page element is enabled or not. And then next one is, we can check, let's say we have a text box and we want to make sure that that text box is empty. So that can also be asserted by using the Playwright. So these are the few examples where you can check the stability of the any web page elements. The next one is, you can compare the URL. So after going to the URL or after clicking on the any buttons or links, and you want to cross check the your URL is correct or not. So that can be validated by using the method called to have URL. And also you can compare the web page title. And next one is, you can compare the texts as well here in the Playwright. So simply you need to specify the element and then you can use the to have text, and inside this you need to specify the expected text or any error messages also. And by using the to have count, you can basically count how many elements are there. Let's take an example where in the web page always 5 buttons should be displayed. So that count of the buttons can be validated by using the to have count. And also you can check the whether element is disabled or not. So like this, there are many types of assertions available in the Playwright. So simply you can go to the my Medium page, medium.com/tester stock. So here I have showed all the examples, like what are the different types of assertions are there in the Playwright and how it can be used in the automation testing for the more information. So let's see an example for the all these 4 type of assertion. So for assertions, we have to use the expect. So before that, let's quickly see the manual test scenario. So here we will go to the youtube.com and we will check this particular search text box is visible or not, enabled or not, editable or not, whether it is empty or not. So we will see all the 4 scenarios first. So I will go back to our VS Code. We will create a quickly one spec file. So here I'll say 09 underscore assertions test dot spec dot ts. That's it. So here I will go to the one of the spec file and I'll copy all the content from the spec file. Then I will paste it inside the new spec file. So that's it. So let me delete all the unwanted lines. So firstly, let's update the test case title here. So here I'll say assertions in Playwright. So that's it. So let's navigate to the URL first. So let's copy the URL. Now, so let's identify the search text box. So I will inspect this element. Here I will identify the text box by using the placeholder. So I simply will copy the placeholder value and here I'll say await followed by page dot get by placeholder and I'll pass the placeholder value here and then I will pass the another parameter as exact true so that it will identify the exact placeholder. And also I am calling to the another method called first. So if there are multiple matches with this locator, so it will perform the actions on the first element. So now we have identified the element, right? Now we have to write the assertion. So here first assertion what we are going to write is visible or not. Then we will check editable or not. And next one is enabled or not. Then whether it is empty or not. So you can consider any web page element and the way of asserting it will be same in the Playwright automation testing. You can take any type of element or a locator or any web application. So simply you need to surround this locator with the expect. So firstly, let's see whether this element is present or not in the web page by using the expect. So inside the expect, so we have to pass this whole element. Then here we have to call to the method called to be visible. So this method will check the specified element is visible or not. So that's it. It's very simple. Now let's run the test and we will check the results. So this time our test will work fine. So next time, so we will pass the invalid locator and that time it will get failed. So it is very simple test and if you see here, our test is perfectly working fine because there is a one element present with the placeholder search. So that means that particular search text box is present in the web page. So that's the reason our test is working perfectly fine. Now here I'll pass Playwright. So this time our test will get failed because in this web application our test will be not finding the required element. And if you see here, so it is saying that received is element not found, right? So this is the expected failure. So that's it. So firstly, we have checked whether element is visible or not. In the similar way, let's check the element is editable or not. So here I will take the same line of code. So previously we called to the to be visible. In the similar way, we can call to the method called to be editable. So if field is editable, or if element is editable, then only our test will get pass. So otherwise our test will get fail. So let's run the test. So in our case, a field is editable. So our test will get pass. So there are no failures, right? So our test is perfectly working fine. Now let's see whether element is enabled or not. So similar way how we have done it for the to be visible, to be editable, even we can do it for the to be enabled. We are checking specified element is enabled or not. So let's run the test. So it will work fine. There will be no issues. And if you see here, so our test is getting passed, right? And our fourth one is we will check whether that particular text box is empty or not, right? So in our case that is empty, so it will get pass. So how we call to the to be enabled, sorry, to be visible, to be editable, to be enabled. In the similar way, we can call to the method called to be empty. So it checks whether text box is empty or not. If it is empty, then only our test will get pass. If it contains some data, our test will get fail. So if you see here, it is loading the page, then it is performing all the validations and our test is getting passed. There are no failures. Now let's see how to assert the to have URL, to have title, to have text and to have count. So here I will go to the VS Code. So far you have seen how to use the to be visible, to be editable, to be enabled, to be empty. Now let's see how to verify URL and a page title and text, and also how to assert the number of elements by using the to have count. So what I will do is, so here I will go back to our web page. So what I will do is, we have already identified this search text box. So here I will enter Playwright by testers talk. So I will search with the Playwright by testers talk. Then, so we will verify this particular URL is present or not after searching with the keywords. So I will copy this URL and here I will say await followed by page dot. So instead of writing this code, so firstly I will get the element, then we will enter the search keywords, then after pressing the enter from the keyboard, so we will write the assert statements. So as of now, simply I will copy this element what we have identified earlier. So here I'll say before await. So this is the search text box what we have identified. So firstly I will click on the element. Then I will type something in the search text box by using the fill method. So here I'll say playwright by testers talk. That's it. So after entering the search keywords, so I will press the enter from the keyboard. So here I'll say dot press and simply I will pass the enter here. So by using these 3 lines of code, we are searching with the keywords. Now we have to assert the URL, right? So simply you can use await again followed by expect, and inside the expect simply you can pass the page, then dot to have URL, and inside this method we can pass the expected URL. So let's copy and paste the expected URL. So this is a URL what we want to have it after searching with the keywords. So that's it. Our test is ready. So let's run the test now. And if you see here, we are able to search with the keywords, and let's check the test status. And if you see here, our test is perfectly working fine and it is getting passed, right? So we are able to verify the URL. Now let's verify the page title. And if you see here, after searching with the keywords, and if you see the title of this web page, so it is giving the Playwright by tester stock -YouTube. So let's assert the title of this current page. So by using the expect. So here I'll say await followed by again expect, and inside I will say just page, how we have done it for validation of the URL. Here you can say to have title, and inside this you can specify the expected page title. So here I'm adding the YouTube. So this particular expected value I got it from this particular tab name. So that is very easy. So there is not much difficult thing, right? So now firstly we have asserted the URL, it's working fine. Now we are asserting the title of the page, right? So this time also it should get passed, because everything whatever we are passing, the expected value and the actual values are matching so far. So let's run the test, and our test should get pass. So if you see the output of our test, so it is getting passed, right? So this is the expected output. Now let's see how to assert the text. So here I will go back to the browser. So here I'm going to identify the one element. So if you see here, so there is a text displayed. So we will verify this particular text. So I will inspect this element, and if you see here, it has a span tag and followed by the ID attribute. So here I'm using the ID attribute, and I will write a simple CSS selector. So firstly I will specify span, and in the square bracket I am writing the ID equal to title. So if you see here, so it is matching with the 4 element, correct? So let's see the very first matching element. So this is the fourth one, and this is the first element. So we will take the first element and we will check whether first element has this particular text in the web page or not. So simply I will copy this selector first, then we will copy the later this text, and here I'll say await followed by page dot locator. So firstly we will identify the element. Then we will surround this with the expect. So here I'll say expect, and then I will call to the method called to have text. Now here we can specify the expected text. So before that, so this particular element was matching with 4 elements, correct? Now here I'll say first. Sorry. So here I'll say first, because we want to get the first element text and we want to compare with the expected value. So let's copy the expected text here. So I will copy the expected text and I will paste it here. So that's it. It is very simple now. So I will run the test and it should be able to compare the text at the end of the test. And if you see here, it is quickly executing. So let me close the existing session. Now I will run it once again. And let's check the test results here. And our test is getting passed, right? So there are no failures. We are able to locate the first element and we are able to compare the actual text and the expected text by using the have text. Now similarly, so if you have seen previously just now, so this particular element is matching with the four elements, right? So now how do I check how many elements are there in the web page, right? So it can be buttons or any other elements. If there may be situations where you need to compare or you need to check the number of elements in the web page. So that can be done by using the have count. So let's see how to assert the have count. So simply I will take this element and I will remove the first. So this locator is matching with the 4 elements. So I want to make sure that there are 4 elements, matching elements are present in the web page. So that's a reason here I'm calling to the method called to have count. So this will checks how many elements are there in the web page. So in our case, there are 4 elements. So that's the reason here I'm passing the 4 elements. If 4 elements are not there, then in that case, our test will get failed. So this time our test will get passed because actual value and the expected values are matching. So it is quickly executed. So let me close the existing session so that it will open the fresh browser. And if you see here, so our test is perfectly working fine. And also, so we are able to count the how many elements are there, and also we are able to assert the count of the elements. So similarly, you can use the even to be disabled also. So I am not going to run this test, but you can simply try for the elements where you want to check whether element is disabled or not. You can simply use to be disabled. So this method checks or this method asserts whether element is disabled or not, right? So this is how you can assert the actual value and expected values in the Playwright automation testing. So far you have seen how to use hard assertions in the Playwright automation testing. Now I will discuss how to use soft assertions in the Playwright automation testing. So I will navigate to the VS Code. So I will show you the examples. So here I will quickly create a one spec file under chapter 2 10 underscore soft assertions underscore test dot spec dot ts. So that's it. So here I will go to the one of the spec file called assertions test. So simply I will copy the content from the assertions spec file. So that's it. So now what I will do is simply I will update the test case title. So here I'll say soft assertions in Playwright. So that's it guys, it's very simple. So I don't want to update anything as of now. So now I will run this test and we will check the report. Then I will intentionally fail the test case. Then we will see how to apply the soft assertions or how to convert the hard assertions into the soft assertions. So if I run this test, right, so this test will work fine. There will be no issues. So let's go back to the VS Code. And if you see here, our test is perfectly working fine. And you can see the test results output also. So our test is getting passed, right? Now I will fail this test intentionally. So here I will pass the expected value as different value. So here I'll say TypeScript. So this time page title will be not matching. The current page title and the expected page title will be not matching. So that's the reason our test will get failed. So let's run the test. So it is running in the browsers. So if you see here, so our test got failed. So this is the expected failure. So let me close this session. So if I run it next time, it will open the fresh session. So let me open the report. Here I will go to the Finder. And if you see here, so we had one test and that is getting failed, right? So let's go inside the test. So if you see here, so here it is saying actual value and expected values are different. So that's the reason our test is getting failed. So this is the expected one. So if you scroll down here, right? So our test is getting failed while validating the to have title. If you see the test case, so our test is getting failed in the line number 21 and it is not executing the rest of the steps in the test case, correct? So if you write the soft assertion, it will go ahead and execute the rest of the steps in the test case. So it is very easy and simple. You can convert each and every hard assertions into the soft assertions. So simply you need to add a property called after the expect dot soft, right? So this is it. It's very simple. Now let's run the test and we will check the results. So this time whole test should be executed. Previously we had a hard assertion. So this is where our test execution stopped and other steps were not executed. So we have added the soft assertion. So that's the reason it will go ahead and execute the rest of the steps after the test failed also. So let's quickly run the test. So let's look at the VS Code now. And if you see here, so our test is getting failed. Now let's go to our report. Let me refresh the page here. And if you see here, so this is the expected failure. Received string is this string, and sorry, expected string is this one, but we are getting the partial string. So this is the expected failure. And if I see the test steps, if I scroll down a little bit, so our test is getting failed while validating the title. So that is the expected failure. But if you see here, when we add a soft assertion, so it is going and executing the rest of the steps. So it is able to compare the text, and it is able to count the number of element that assertion also got executed. If you see this one, so these two assertions were not getting executed because of the hard assertion. So this is how you can implement the soft assertions in the Playwright automation framework. In this Playwright video, I will discuss about the watch mode. Let's understand what is watch mode first. So watch mode is a simple flag which can be enabled at the project level or a spec file level or at the test level. So let's take an example where you are updating the Playwright test. And once you save the file, and immediately test execution will be started automatically if you have enabled the watch mode. It can be at the test level or spec file level, or it can be the project level. Now let's see how to use watch mode in Playwright automation testing. So here I will go to our test explorer, and if you see here at the tests level, and at the end you will see the one eye icon, right? So this is our watch mode at the project level. So if you click on this icon, that is a turn on continuous run. So if you make any changes in any of the spec file, so automatically test execution will be started for that. Okay. And if I go to any of the spec file, so this is a one spec file, right? And if you see here, you can enable the watch mode at the spec file level also. And if you see the test level, so here also you can enable the watch mode at the test level. Now, so what I will do is, so here I'm enabling the watch mode at the test level. So simply you need to click on the turn on continuous run. That's it. So automatically test execution is started. So let me bring the browser here. And if you see here, our test is perfectly working fine. So let me close the browser here. So here I will go back to the source folder, and I will go to the first test spec file. And here what I will do is, simply I will add the one console.log statement. Console.log, and here I will print the message as test execution started. So that's it. So still I haven't saved the spec file, right? So if I save this spec file, immediately test case execution will be started because we have enabled the watch mode at this particular test level, right? So let me save this file. If you see here, our test execution is started automatically. So let's check the results also, right? And if you see here, our test is perfectly working fine, right? Similarly, you can do it at the project level, and also you can do it at the spec file level. So it is very easy and simple. This is how you can use the watch mode in Playwright automation framework. In this Playwright video, I will talk about Playwright UI. So it is very much similar to the our test explorer, and also you will get the very detailed information on the test execution. So let's see how to use Playwright UI. So simply you can go to the terminal and you can launch the Playwright UI by using npx playwright test followed by -UI. So after pressing enter, it opens up the window like this. So it is very much similar to the our test explorer on the left side. So after running the test, you will see the test execution details on the right side. Okay. So if you see here, so we have created chapter 1, chapter 2, and also there is a separate example.spec file what we have currently, right? So firstly, in the top left, you can search with the text. Say for example, I want to find any test case or a test by using the test case title. So here you can search the test case title. Simply you can filter the required test cases based on the test case title, or you can provide the tag name if you have already provided to the your test case titles. And also you can run all the tests from the Playwright UI at one shot by simply clicking on the run all icon. And after that we have the stop icon. If you have already started the execution, you can immediately stop it by using the second icon if you don't want to run it. The third icon is watch mode. So this watch mode I have already discussed in the previous Playwright tutorial, like how to use the watch mode. So similarly, you can enable the watch mode from the Playwright UI also at the project level or the spec file level, or you can enable the watch mode at test level also. If you see here, so here you are seeing the watch mode. So if you go inside the spec file also, you can see the watch mode at the test level also. And similarly, you can run the test. Let's say you want to run a specific spec file test. So here you will be seeing the run icon. So if you click on this, it will run all the tests from the first test spec file. Or you can run the specific test by clicking on the just beside the test icon, run icon. Simply you can click on the run icon which is beside the test here. Fourth icon is collapse all. Say if you have already expanded it, simply you can collapse all by just clicking on the fourth icon. And also you can expand it by clicking on the expand icon also, right? So let me go to the one of the spec file, and here I will run this particular test. So it runs how you are running the test from your terminal. So it opens up the browser and it will run the rest of the flow as per the test. And if you see here, so firstly it is displaying all the frames. So automatically it is capturing all the frames, so every few milliseconds, and you can see the frames in the top. And after that, and here you can see all the steps. as a part of this test case, it has executed some number of steps, right? So those steps will be listed here in the under the actions. And if I select any of the step, and on the right side you will see the screenshot. So this is not just a screenshot, it is almost a live DOM. So why I am saying it is a live DOM? So I can inspect the element also. I can identify the locator from this particular screenshot. So if I just click on this icon, and I can select any of the element from this particular live DOM. Let's say for example I want to find the locator for the Gmail. So simply I will click on this, and if you see here inside the locator tab, so here it is giving us the locator value. So we are going to identify this particular Gmail element by using the label. So it is a live DOM, whatever you are seeing in this as a screenshot, but it is almost similar to the live DOM. And also you can see the before and after. So let's say here I have selected the step 2. So it is showing you the screenshot before running this test. And if I click on this after, so this is a screenshot after running this particular step, right? So here we are entering the Playwright by tester stock. So it has captured the screenshot after running the second step, right? And if I go to the metadata, so this contains the information about the test execution time and browser information, and what is the viewport we have used to run the test. And also here you can see the how many actions we have performed and how many events have been created or updated. So all the metadata will be present inside the metadata. So if I come down here, so under the locator, whenever you select any element from the screenshot, automatically locator value will be present inside the locator tab. And next one is source. So here you can see the code whatever we have written to automate the manual flow. So each and every code will be present here inside the source tab. And after that we have the call. So if you observe this particular test steps, so if I click on any of the steps, so it is showing the time, how long it took for the execution, and also it is displaying the parameters. What are the parameters it has used to run that particular step, right? So this contains the information about the duration and parameters. And next one is a log. So this contains the information about the test execution and errors. If there are any failures, you will be seeing the errors in the errors tab. So console. So this contains the information about the web application. So regarding your requests and response, so it basically gets the data from the web application itself. So you might have already seen how the data will be populated in the web browser. So console and network, these two tabs you have already seen in the web browser. So there is nothing much different from those two tabs from the browser. So these are very much similar to the web browser tabs. And next one is attachment. So in our case, we are adding the screenshot after finishing the execution, right? So in the Playwright test report also, you will be seeing this attachment. The same attachment is coming in the attachment tab here. So this is how we can use the Playwright UI for the writing the test and running the Playwright automation tests. In this Playwright tutorial, I will discuss about trace viewer. So whenever you execute any test in the Playwright automation framework, so it captures lot of information about the test execution. It can be the failed test or it can be the pass test. So we will see how to enable the trace viewer, and also we will see all this information in the trace viewer report. So let's navigate to the VS Code. So here what I will do is, so firstly I will run the one of the test. So here I will take first test spec file. So I will run the npx command, and by using the npx command I will run the first test spec file. So simply I'll copy the location of the spec file and I'll paste it here. So that's it. So this time trace viewer information will be not added to the HTML report. So we have executed one test and that is getting passed. So let's open the report. So here I'll run this command npx playwright show hyphen report. So this will open the Playwright HTML report. If you see this report, so we had one test and that is getting passed. So if you see this whole report of our Playwright, so it contains only two sections. One is test steps and another one is screenshots. So similar to these two sections, there will be another section added called traces. So that is where you can find the detailed information on the test execution. So let's see how to enable the trace viewer in the Playwright automation testing. So simply you can go to the playwright.config.ts file, and here inside the define config, go to the use object, and this is where you need to specify the configuration value. So currently trace flag is on first retry. So whenever you are set for the retrying of the failed test cases automatically, then only it will collect and attaches to the your Playwright test report. So in our case, we are not setting the retry mechanism as of now. So we will discuss about the retry in the upcoming tutorials. So here, so what I will do is, so there are multiple options available inside the traces. So if you see here, here we can pass the off. That means it is not going to capture the trace information of the test execution. And if you pass the on, it will always capture the trace information of the test execution, and also it attaches to the your Playwright test report. So like this, there are multiple options. So based on your need, you can select the options. So in my case, simply I will just enable the trace viewer information. That's it. I will save the playwright.config.ts file. And simply I will press Ctrl C just to quit. So let's execute the same test once again. So here once again I'm running the npx playwright test, and here I'm running the 02 first test spec file. So this time after the execution is done, so you will be seeing the another section called traces. So let's run the test. And if you see here, so our test execution is happening, and also you can see here our test is getting passed. So let's open the report by using the command called npx playwright show report. So that's it. So our report opened here. I will go inside the test. So first section is test steps, and the second section is screenshots, and if you see the third section, traces. So previously it was not added because we have enabled the traces flag in the playwright.config.ts file. Now simply you can click on the this traces, and if you see here, so it has opened the separate window where you can find the each and every details of the test execution. So you can basically change the color of this report by simply clicking on the right side top icon. You can toggle the color mode. Simply if you click on this icon, which is right side on the top, so it will change the black or a white color. So that's it, guys. Now if you see the top grid, so it is capturing the frames. That means it is capturing the screenshots after every few milliseconds. So this is a whole test execution happened, and also it has captured the all the screenshots after every few milliseconds, right? So here you can find all the frames, so based on the test execution. And if you see here, so this is the action tab, and here you can see all the steps from your automated playwright test. And next one is metadata here. So here this metadata contains the information about the duration of the test execution and browser information, viewport, like what is the resolution you set for the browser for running the test. And next one is count. So here it just displays the information about the pages, how many actions are done, how many events happened. So it is all about the browser related information metadata. Now if you see here, we have the before and after, right? So here I have selected one step where I'm filling I'm typing some characters in the text box. So before executing this step, if you click on the before tab here, so this was the screenshot. And after running this particular step, after entering something in the text box, so this was the screenshot, right? So it is capturing each and every screenshot before and after each step, right? Now, so this is not just a screenshot. So it is almost similar to the live page only. Why I'm saying it is a live page? Here I can interact with the page also. You can identify the locators of each elements. So simply you can click on this icon, and say for example I want to identify the sign in. Simply click on that, and if you come down here in the locator tab, so you will be seeing the locator value for sign in button or a link, right? So you can interact with the already captured screenshot. So it is almost similar to the live page. So this is a bit about the actions, metadata, and locators, how you can identify the locators for the already captured screenshots, and before and after, which contains the screenshots of each pages before and after the steps. So if I come down here, so there is another tab called call. So this information is all about the step. Say for example, if I select one of the step from the test, so it is displaying all the information about the duration. So firstly it is displaying the duration time, and also it is displaying what are the parameters it has used for the executing this particular step, right? So it is all about the information of duration, that means the time taken for execution, and also what are the parameters currently it has used to run this particular test. And next one is log. So it will generate the log. So whenever Playwright started executing the test, it will start executing the, it will start generating the logs. So you can see all the log information. So based on your test and errors. So if test case got failed, you will find the errors here, error information. And we have a console and network. So these two tabs are very much similar to the browser, console and network. So whenever you inspect a element in the web browser, so you will be seeing the console and network. So these two tabs are very much similar to the those tabs in the browser. And next one is source. So this is a source code, whatever you have written, so that source code will be pulled here. And last one what we have is screenshot. So if you have enabled the screenshot, and you will be seeing the screenshot here for, like, based on the configuration. If you have set for just switched on the screenshot capture, so automatically screenshot will be captured and added here. And if you have set for only capture the screenshot on failure, so only if test case got failed, then only you will be finding the screenshot here. So based on the configuration what you have done or what you have set in the playwright.config.ts file, so here information will be appeared. So as of now, in our case, just we have passed the screenshot flag as on. So it will always capture the screenshot irrespective of the test status, and it will attach us into the Playwright test report. So this is a bit about the trace viewer in the Playwright automation tool.
Hi friends, thanks for clicking on this video. This is Bakappa. In this chapter 3, you will be learning about Playwright annotations, grouping tests, tagging tests, and how to repeat the test execution, and how to set the auto retry for the failed test case execution. Then we will see about the how to parameterize tests and how to perform the visual testing. And at the end, we are going to see how to use the timeouts configuration in the Playwright.
In this Playwright tutorial, I will discuss very important annotations in Playwright automation tool. So we will see how to skip a test, and next we will discuss how to run only selected test by using the only. So let's navigate to the VS Code, and here I will quickly create a one folder called chapter 3. So let me add the folder name as chapter 3. That's it. And here I will create a new spec file under the chapter 3. So here I will give the spec file name as 01 annotations underscore test dot spec dot ts. That's it. So here I will go to the first test, and simply I will copy this test, and I'll close it. So I will paste it in the new spec file. So no need to worry about this test. It is very simple. So let me explain what exactly we are doing in this test. So we are going to the google.com. Then we are searching with the Playwright by tester stock. Then we are getting the playlist, and we are clicking on the playlist. Then we are validating the title of the page at the end. So that's it, guys. So it's very simple. So here I will rename the test title as test1, and simply I will copy the same test, and I'll make the duplicate of this the same test. So only I will update the test title to the test2. So currently we have the two tests, test 1 and test 2. Now let's see how to skip a test. So you can skip a test because of whatever the reason it can be. So maybe already open defect is there, or maybe test case got deprecated, whatever the reason, right? So it is very simple. So simply you can go to the test, and after the test simply type dot skip method. So call this method, and that's it, guys. Now what I will do is, so here I will open the terminal, and let's quickly run this particular spec file. So here I will use the command called npx followed by playwright and followed by test, and here we have to pass the spec file path. So here I will go to the spec file and I will copy the relative path and I'll paste it here. So that's it, and I'll press enter. So test execution is happening, and if you see here, so one test is skipped and one is passed. So this is how you can skip the particular test execution from your suit execution. Now let's see how to run only selected test. So here I will go to the VS Code, and previously we had only test 1 and test 2. So I will remove this skip now. So I will add another test. So that is called test 3. So out of 3 tests, I want to run only the one test, right? So you can run only selected test. So because of whatever the reasons or whatever the demand you have in the project. So based on the demand, you can run the only selected test. So it's very easy and simple. So right now we have a total 3 test cases. Say for example, I want to run only test 3. I don't want to run all other test cases. In the real time project, so you'll be finding so many tests in the spec file. So like based on the some request or based on the developer request, so you may have to run a selected tests. So that can be done by using the simple property called only. So after the test, simply type dot, and here you can call to the method called only. So that's it. Save the file and let's run our annotations test spec file. So it will run only the test 3. So here I will run the same command once again. So npx followed by playwright test and path of the annotations test spec file. So let's run the test. And if you see here, our test execution is happening, and also, so we are able to run the only one test, right? And also you can check the report also. You can go to the reveal in finder and open the index.html report. If you see here, so we are able to run only test 3. So this is how you can run the selected test in the Playwright automation testing. In this Playwright tutorial, I will discuss about how to group and run the tests in Playwright. Let's navigate to the VS Code, and here I will quickly create one spec file called 02 underscore grouping tests.spec.ts. So that's it. And here I will go to the annotations test.spec file, and simply I will copy the test from the annotation test and I'll paste it here. So that's it. And if you see here, we have a total 3 tests. So let me delete this skip and only. So we have test1, test2 and test3. So grouping of test cases in Playwright is very simple and it's very easy. So what you can do is, so firstly I'm creating two groups. One is smoke testing and the second one is regression testing. And we will put the test1 into the smoke testing and we will put test2 and test3 into the regression testing. So let's create two groups. Simply you can use the test dot describe. And here you can specify the group name. So as I said, we are creating a first group as smoke testing, and followed by that you need to specify the arrow function. That's it. So this is the one group. So let's create another group called regression testing. So here I'll say regression testing. That's it. So simply I will cut the test1 and I'll add it inside the smoke testing. So similarly, I will cut the test 2 and 3 and I'll paste it inside the regression testing. So that's it. Then finally I will select the whole code and I'll format the whole document now. So that's it guys. It is very easy and simple. So we have created so far two groups. First one is smoke testing and the second one is regression testing. Smoke testing contains the one test called test1 and regression testing contains the test2 and test3. So total it has two tests and smoke testing has only one test. So this is how we can create the groups in the Playwright. Now let's run the group of test cases by simply clicking on the arrow icon. So if you see here at the group level, you can see the arrow icon, right? So simply you can click on this arrow icon. It is going to run the test cases which are inside this particular group. So it looks like there is internet issue. So let me reconnect the internet. Give me a second guys. Okay guys, I think I got the internet back. So let me run the test now. So currently we are running the smoke testing. And if you see here, already browser is opened here. And also our test is getting passed here, correct? So let me close this session. So this time I will run the regression tests. So simply you can click on this arrow icon. It is going to run all the tests which are present inside the regression testing. So this is the second test getting executed. So if I go back to our VS Code, all the test cases are getting passed. So similarly, even you can run it from the test explorer also. So you can refresh this. Let's go to our chapter 3 and I will go to the groupings test spec file, and here you can see the two groups. And let's say I want to run the regression testing group of test cases. So simply you can click on this arrow, right, which is a run test icon. And if you see here, so here it started executing all the tests from the regression testing group. And also you can see here, so all the test cases are getting passed. And also let's check the test report. So let me go to the location of the file. And if you see here, so we are able to run the only two tests which are present inside the regression testing group, right? So test 2 and test 3 are belong to the regression testing group. So this is how you can create the groups, and this is how you can run the group of test cases in the Playwright automation testing. In this Playwright video, I will talk about tags in Playwright test automation. So you can assign the tags to based on the functionality or based on the module or based on the types of testing. So let's see an examples for the tags, how you can assign and run the tests in the Playwright. Here I will quickly create a one spec file under chapter 3 called 03 tags underscore test dot spec dot ts. That's it. So here I will go to the one of the spec file and I'll copy the content from the spec file and I'll paste it inside the our new spec file. So that's it. So no need to worry about this particular test. It's very easy and simple. We are going to the google.com and we are searching with some keywords and we are clicking on the playlist, and finally we are validating the title of the web page. So this is the only one test we have. So let me create a duplicate of this test. So I will add another 2. So just I will update the test case title here. So here I will give the my first Playwright TypeScript test 1, and this is test 2, and this is test 3. So that's it. Now let's see how to assign the tags to the Playwright test. So it is very simple. After the test case title or a test title, you need to pass the object here. So that's it. Inside the object, simply add the tag colon, and here you can pass the tag names as the array. So here I am giving the tag name as @smoke testing. So here you can, based on the functionality, you can give the tag names. Based on the model, you can give the tag names, or based on the type of testing also you can give the tag names. So here I'm putting this test case into the smoke testing bucket. So we have just created only one tag for this particular test. For the next test, what I will do is I will add the more than one tag. So simply put the comma here, and here you can add the another tag also, @regression testing. So that's it. Now here I will copy the same tag and I'll put the tag name for the third test also. And here just I'll keep it only the regression testing. Say for example, by using the grep command, if I run smoke testing, so let's say if I'm specifying the tag name as @smoke testing, it will run the first test and the second test. If say for example, if I'm running the regression testing tag related test cases, it will run the second test and a third test, right? So like this, you can specify the multiple tags based on the like functionality, and based on the module also you can segregate it basically. So this is how you can create the tag. Now let's see how you can run the test cases by using the tag names. So it is very easy and simple. So what you can do is, so simply use the npx playwright followed by test followed by that hyphen hyphen grep. So firstly, let's run the smoke testing related test cases. So if you see here, so we have assigned smoke testing tag to the first test and the second test, right? So it will run only first test and a second test. So I'm copying the tag name and I'll paste it here as a string and simply press the enter. So that's it. So now it is going to run the second test. So that's it, guys. And if you see here, so it is able to run the two tests, right? That is a test 1 and test 2. So now this time what I will do is I will try to run the regression testing related test cases. So simply I will replace the tag name here. So here I'll copy the tag name. So after this execution, so I will show you the test report as well. So we are running the regression testing related scenarios. So it will execute the second test and a third test, right? So let's run the grep command. So firstly it is running the second test and then it is running the third test from the spec file, right? So let's open the report and let's cross check it. So this time it has to execute the second test and the third test. So here I will go to the test report. And if you see here, so we are able to run the my first Playwright TypeScript test 2 and a test 3, right? So this is the expected behavior. So this is how you can assign the tags in the Playwright test, and this is how you can run the tests based on the tags in the Playwright automation testing. In this Playwright video, I will be discussing about how to run same test multiple times in Playwright automation testing. So the reason behind running the multiple times same test is to check the stability of the web application or to check the stability of the automated test. So let's see how you can do it in the Playwright. So here I will go to the VS Code and here I am going to run the spec file called 02 first test.spec.ts file. So if you see here, this has only one test within the first test spec file. So let's run this spec file. So here I will simply use the npx command followed by playwright test and followed by I need to specify the location of the spec file. So here I will copy the relative path, or you can type the path of the spec file manually. So simply paste the path here, and after that, so you need to specify the hyphen hyphen repeat and hyphen each. So that means it will run each test multiple times based on the number what we are assigning here. So let's run 2 times same test. So here I'm adding the 2 as the value, right? So I will press the enter now. And if you see here, so firstly it is running the test first time. and it has executed very quickly, correct? Now this time I will run it 3 times. And if you see here, so it is launching the browsers. It has launched 2 browsers at the same time. That means parallelly execution is going on, right? And if you see here, the same test got executed 3 times. So let's go to our test report and cross check it. I will go to the location of the HTML report. And if you see here, so same test got executed 3 times. Like based on the number what you are assigning for the hyphen hyphen repeat hyphen each. So those many number of times your test will be getting executed. That means if you are having 10 test cases, so 10 into 3, it will be 30 times the test case will be getting executed. So this is how you can repeatedly or you can run the same test multiple times in the Playwright automation testing. In this Playwright tutorial, I will discuss about how to automatically retry test execution when test is failed in the Playwright. So here I will go to the VS Code. Let's quickly create a fresh spec file. So here I will give the spec file name as 04 underscore retry underscore test dot spec dot ts. That's it. Here I will go to the one of the spec file and simply I will copy the one of the test. That's it. And I'll paste it in the new spec file. So this scenario is very simple. We are going to the google.com and here we are searching with the keywords and we are clicking on the playlist and here we are validating the page title. So I will fail this test intentionally. So here I will pass the some incorrect page title. So that's it. So if I run this test, so this test will be failing. So let's run the test. And if you see this our VS Code, so it is waiting here. So our test case got failed. So this is the expected failure. And if I go to the test report, in test report also, we are seeing it as a failed. And now there are no retry tabs are displayed here. Okay. Now we will see how to set the retry. And whenever test case got failed, automatically it will retry for the execution. So simply you can go to the playwright.config.ts file and here you need to specify the number of times you want to retry for the execution whenever test case is getting failed. So here if you see here retries and if you pass the value here as a first parameter, so this will be passed to the CI/CD execution. So currently if test case got failed in the CI/CD execution, it will retry for 2 times. And if you are passing the second parameter value, so this will be considered for the local execution. So here I will, as of now, I will pass it as only 1. So whenever my test got failed, it will retry for the execution only 1 time. So next time we will pass the 2 here. So that time it will retry the 2 times execution. So as of now, I am passing it as 1. So it will try to execute the test only once. So what I will do is, so here I will go to the terminal and I will try to execute this spec file by using the command npx followed by playwright test. Followed by this, I need to specify the spec file name. So I will copy the relative path of the spec file and I will paste it here. Then I will press enter. If you see here, test execution started here. So firstly it got failed and it is retrying for a test execution once again, right? And also it has opened the report, right? So this is the original test execution run tab here. And this is the another tab where retry, and it contains the all the test execution details, whatever the details it has captured during the retry of the execution. You can see all the execution information under the retry. Now let's increase the retry count. So here I will pass the retry parameter value as 2. So this time our test will be re-executed, or it will retry for the execution 2 times. So let's close the previous session. So once again I will run the same command. So npx followed by playwright test and followed by the spec file. So first time original execution is happening. So it will get fail, and this is the first retry is happening. And now second time retry of the test case execution is happening. So based on the number, whatever you are specifying it in the configuration file, those many number of times it will retry for the execution. And if you see this report, so this is the original tab execution, and you can see the respective logs for the test case execution. And this is the first retry execution details, and this is the second time retry test execution log information. So this is how you can automatically retry for the test execution in Playwright. In this Playwright video, I will talk about how to parameterize tests in the Playwright. So let's navigate to the VS Code, and here I will quickly create one spec file. So here I will give the spec file name as 05 underscore parameterize underscore test dot spec dot ts. So that's it. So here I will go to the first test and simply I will copy this particular test and I'll paste it in the new spec file. So no need to worry about this test. It is very simple and easy. So let me explain you clearly what exactly we are doing in this test. So firstly, we are going to the google.com. Then we are searching with the keywords. And once we got the results, we are clicking on the one of the playlist. And here we are validating the web page title. So that's it. So let me update the test case title here. So here I'll say parameterize tests in Playwright. So that's it. So what we are going to do it in couple of minutes is, it's very easy and simple. So here we are searching with the Playwright by tester stock. So this is the hard coded value, right? So here I want to pass multiple sets of test data. I want to search with those keywords. So let's create the parameter values first. So here I'll create a constant variable called search keywords. So that's it. And here I'm creating the one array. and inside that array I'm passing the 3 set of data. So first set of data is Playwright by tester stock, and similarly I will create for another 2 set of test data. So this time I will say Cypress by tester stock, and I'll add another set of test data here, that is API testing by tester stock. So that's it. So currently this particular array contains 3 values. One is Playwright by tester stock, second one is Cypress by tester stock, and third one is API testing by tester stock, right? Now, so this is a test. So we have to pass each value to this particular test, right? So that's the reason I will use the for of loop here. So using the for of loop, I can get one by one value from this array, and I can pass on to my actual test, right? So simply I'll pass this array here, and I'll get the each value into this variable called search keyword. And now I will take this entire test and I will put it inside the for loop. So that's it. So let me format this whole code. That's it, guys. Now what I will do is, so here I will simply print the search keyword value. So by using the, simply I'll copy this one and I will add this into the single quotation. And after that, so I want to print this particular variable value, search keyword value. Whenever I'm getting the each value from this array, I want to print that value here. So that's the reason here I'll write dollar, and within the flower bracket simply I'll pass the variable name. So that's it. So now, so this particular variable value contains the each value from the array of value, right? So let's say first time this for loop is running. So this search keyword will have the first value first time. Second time it will have the Cypress by tester stock, and so on. So simply we have to pass this search keyword variable into the wherever we are searching, correct? So firstly we will pass this particular variable into the fill. So this is where we are searching with the keywords. Then, and here we are clicking on the playlist also, correct? So let's pass the search keyword variable here also. Then at the end we are validating the page title, correct? So here also we have to pass the variable. So simply I will remove this and I will just pad the search keyword variable here. So that's it, guys. Now our almost test is ready. Now let's run the test and see. So it should run 3 times. So firstly it should search with the Playwright by tester stock, and second time it should search with the Cypress by tester stock, and third test should run with the searching API testing by tester stock. So let's run this test and then we'll check the HTML test report. So first time it is running with the first set of test data and the second set of test data and the third set of test data also, right? So it is running very quickly, correct? And if you see here, So total 3 tests are got executed with different set of test data. And here also you can see that our 3 tests are getting passed, right? Now let's look at the Playwright test report. And if you see here, so first time test got executed with the Playwright by tester stock, and second time we are able to search with the Cypress by tester stock. If you go inside the test, and here also you can see the screenshot. And similarly, if you see the third test with a different set of test data, that is where we are searching with the API testing by tester stock. And here also you can see the screenshot. So this is how you can parameterize the tests in the Playwright automation testing. In this Playwright tutorial, I will talk about how to perform visual testing in Playwright, or how to perform the visual comparison in the Playwright automation testing. So we will see the 2 scenarios. So firstly, I will talk about how we can compare the page screenshot, and next I will talk about how to compare the element screenshots. So let's check the quickly manual test scenario. So firstly, we will go to the github.com/login page. So we will capture the screenshot of this and we will compare it. And next, we will take the screenshot of this login form where we have the username and password. So we will identify this particular element, this form element, and we will compare the element. Now let's go to the VS Code and create the fresh spec file here. So here I will give the spec file name as 06, and here I'll say visual testing underscore test dot spec dot ts. So that's it. So here I will go to the one of the spec file and I'll copy the test from here. And I'll come back to the new spec file and I'll paste it here. So here I'll keep it only the skeleton of the test. And then, so let's rename the test title. So here I will give test title as visual comparison in Playwright. So that's it. So firstly, let's go to our web page and get the URL here. So I will copy this URL and I'll paste it inside the goto method. So it is very easy, guys. So just you need to write the one line of code that will compare the snapshots. So let me open the source folder also. And what you need to do is here. So simply here we have to write the, say for example, I want to compare this particular screenshot, right? This page screenshot. So after entering the URL, so we will be navigating to this page and I want to compare the screenshot of the login page here, right? So what you can do is simply write await, followed by that write expect, and the inside the expect you need to pass the just page. And after that, here you need to call to the one method called to have screenshot. And inside this you need to specify the screenshot name. So here I will give the screenshot name as GitHub login page.png. So that's it. So if I run this test, right, it will get failed. So by default, whenever you are developing any script for the visual comparison, so first time it will get fail. So what it does is, firstly it will create the screenshot. This particular line will create the one folder under the chapter 3 called snapshots. Under that snapshots folder, you'll be finding the screenshot of the GitHub login page. So if I run this test, right, it will get fail. And once the test is got failed, so that is the expected behavior. And eventually what it does parallelly, it is going to generate the one snapshots folder based on the spec file. So let's quickly run this. First time it will get fail, so that it will generate the some reference screenshot in the format of PNG. And if you see here, a snapshot does not exist. So this is the expected failure whenever you are running the visual comparison test in the first time. And if you see here on the left side, so there is a one folder created with the spec file and followed by the hyphen snapshots. And if you go inside this folder, correct? So here this contains the one screenshot. It has captured the GitHub login page screenshot. If you see here, so this is our expected screenshot now. Now if I run the same test once again, so this time our test will work fine. And if you see here, our test is getting passed, and here also you can see. So our test is perfectly working fine, correct? You can run it n number of times, it will work fine, okay? And if you see here, our test is perfectly working fine and it is not getting filled at all, right? So this time what I will do is, so I will go back to our web page, and here I will try to enter the something in this username or a email address input box. Okay, let's inspect this field. So I will identify this email text box by using the ID. So here I'll copy the ID value and I'll put hash and the value. So by using the CSS selector, I'm identifying the username text box. Now, by using the fill method, I am going to type something in the username text box. So here I'll say page dot locator, and I'll paste the locator value here, and I will use the fill method to enter something. So here I'll say Playwright with TypeScript. So that's it. So right now, so firstly here we are comparing the screenshot. That means we are testing the screenshot or a snapshot. Now I have entered something in the text box, correct? Now if I take the screenshot of the web page, it won't be matching with this screenshot what we already captured in the first step, correct? Now this time again I'll copy the same line and I will try to assert the screenshot once again. I want to validate the screenshot once again. So this time it will get failed at this line number 13 because screenshots won't be matching. So this screenshot contains the just a sample screenshot. That's whenever you whenever you navigate to this login page. So this is a blank snapshot what we have captured. And after that we are entering something here and we are trying to compare the screenshot. So this time the expected and actual screenshots won't be matching. So that's the reason our test will get failed. So let's run the test and we will see the Playwright test report. And if you see here, so it is failing the at the line number 13. So this is the expected failure. And if I go to the test report, so it contains the all the information about the images. So whenever you are testing the images or a screenshots, so if that related test case got failed, and you will be seeing the additional section in the test report called image mismatch, right? So this information you can see it in the one in the errors also, and same details you can see it in the image mismatch also, right? So if I go to the errors, so here it is displaying you the what is the differences between the actual image and the expected image here, right? So here also you can view the screenshots side by side. So there is a small difference, guys. If you see here, so this is our expected screenshot and this is our actual screenshot. So after entering some data in the username text box, and here something got changed below the sign in button, and that's a reason. And if you see here, so here you see the some additional text. So this is our expected screenshot, correct? So if you see the actual screenshot, here some additional text is present after entering the username here. So that's the reason you can see so there is a difference between the actual and the expected snapshots. So first one is the text box value, and here some additional text is present, and because of this additional text, so it is affected to the already present text. So that's the reason it is showing the issues in the below of the this particular text box also here also, correct? So this is the expected failure, and this is how we can compare the page screenshots. Now let's see how you can compare the element screenshot. So what I will do here is I will identify this login form. So I will inspect this username and password, and if you see here, it is highlighting the username and password element. So I will use the class attribute and value, and I'll put it in the square brackets. So here I'm writing the CSS selector by using the attribute and a value, and if you see here, it is matching with 1 of 1 and it is highlighting the element, right? So before you copy this particular element locator value, so let's create a separate test here. So here I will go to the my VS Code, and I'll copy the same test, and I will rename the test title as, here I'll say element visual comparison in Playwright. So I will keep this one as it is, so it will get pass, and I will comment these two lines. And now, so let's identify the element by using the page dot locator, and here I will add the element locator value, and I'll assign back to the constant variable called element. So that's it. So let's copy the locator value now. So just now what we have written the CSS selector, I'll copy this one and I'll paste it here. So that's it, guys. It's very easy and simple. Now what I will do is, so by using the same method to have screenshot, so I will use the same method to compare the element also. And previously we were passing the page, but this time I will pass the element because we want to compare the element snapshots, right? So first time, so it will get fail because we do not have the element screenshot. So here I'll say screenshot name as GitHub login form. So that's it. So first time it will get fail. So let it fail. Doesn't matter. So this would be the expected failure whenever you are working with the snapshot testing. So when you are developing the script, so first time it will get failed with the reason a snapshot does not exist at the location. So this is the expected failure, guys. And if I run this time now, and it will work perfectly fine, right? So our test is perfectly working fine, right? Now what I will do, right? Once again, I will enter the some data into the username text box, right? So how we did it while comparing the page screenshot. Now once again I will compare the element by using the same line. So line number 25 I will copy it and I'll paste it here. And if you see here on the left side, so we got the screenshot for the login form also, correct? So we want to compare this particular element. So this got generated when we ran this particular test first time, right? So we have seen this test case got failed and that time only it got generated the respective snapshot. Now this time our test will get failed because so this particular snapshot won't be matching with the whatever the screenshot we are getting it from the web page because we are entering the some text into the username here, right? So let's run the test now. And this time our test will get failed. And if you see here, so our test is getting failed at the line number 28. So this is the expected failure because there is some change in the expected snapshot and the actual snapshot. So let's go to that Playwright test report and let's cross check it. Here you can go to the errors section or you can even go to the image mismatch section. So this is our actual screenshot. So this is what we got it from the web page right now. The expected screenshot is this one. And if you see the difference, so almost screenshot is matching, the element is matching, but so there is a small issue in the comparison, right? So actual and expected snapshots are matching. Expected and actual snapshots are not matching here because we have entered some data into the text box, right? So this is the expected failure. And here you can see the clearly where is the issue also, correct? So this is how you can perform the visual comparison in the Playwright automation testing. In this Playwright tutorial, I will talk about timeouts in Playwright. So this is one of the important topic in Playwright automation framework, and I will talk about only the ones which are very frequently used in the Playwright automation testing. The first one is test timeout. So you can set the any test execution timeout. For example, I have the 100 test cases. So each test cases should take less than or equal to 5 minutes. So like this, I can set the global timeout for the test execution. And also I can set the individual test execution time also. And the next one is assertion timeout. So for this also we can set the global assertion timeout, or I can set the even individual assertion timeout. And next one is action timeout. Say for example, I want to click on the button. So it will wait for the specified number of seconds, and if button is not available, so you will get the error or exception saying that test timeout with this particular element. So basically you can control the test execution by specifying the timeouts. In many cases where application will be not stable, or if application is not responding properly, in those cases you can save the execution time by specifying the timeouts in Playwright. And at the end we will see how we can set the all the test cases execution timeout in Playwright. Now let's see an example for the test timeout. So here I will go to the VS Code and I will quickly create one spec file called 07 underscore timeouts dot spec dot ts. So that's it. So here I will go to the one of the spec file and I will copy the test from the other spec file. So that's it, and I'll paste it in the new spec file. So no need to worry about this test. So simply we are navigating to the google.com here, and then we are searching with the keywords, and we are clicking on one of the playlist, and finally we are validating the title of the web page, right? So it is very simple test what we have written here. So here I will rename the test case title as timeouts in Playwright. So that's it, guys. Now let's see how you can set the global test execution timeout, so which will be applicable throughout your automation framework. So simply you can go to the playwright.config.ts file, and here you can pass the one parameter called timeout colon, and here you can specify the milliseconds. So here I will add the 1 into, so 1 is nothing but 1 minute, and then seconds, and then milliseconds here. So that's it. So here I'm setting the 1 minute as the global test execution time. So each test should be executed within the less than or equal to the 1 minute only. And if it is taking more than 1 minute, so that test will be terminated from the execution, saying that with an exception called test timeout. So let's go to our test, and our test will execute less than 1 minute. So our test will work fine. So that's the reason what I will do is I will intentionally put an manual wait here by using await page dot wait for timeout. So here I will specify the 60 seconds. That means 1 minute. So it will take more than 1 minute for the execution. So this manually here I'm waiting for a 1 minute plus this rest of the flow, it will take the another 15 or 20 seconds or less than that also, right? So it will be more than 1 minute, right? So this time we should get the test timeout exception. So let's run this test. And if you see here, so already our test flow got executed, but it is waiting in the whatever the wait we have specified for, like it's a kind of pausing the execution what I have done here. So it will wait for 60 seconds, that is nothing but a 1 minute, because whatever the settings we have done here, timeout setting, So if test is getting executed, if test case is getting executed before 1 minute, right? So that should be the expected behavior. And if this test execution is not happening within the 1 minute, so it will throw an exception saying that test timeout. So let's wait for some time and you will get the exception here. And if you see here guys, so we got an exception saying that test timeout of 60,000 milliseconds. So that is nothing but the 1 minute. So our test execution is taking more than the 1 minute. So that's the reason. So our test is getting failed in between. So it is not completing the whole execution. So this is how you can set the global test timeout. So this test timeout is applicable throughout your framework. Now let's see how you can set the individual test timeout. So simply you can go to the any test where you want to increase or decrease the timeout. So simply you can use test dot set timeout. So here you can specify this particular test execution timeout. So again here I'm specifying the 1 minute as the execution time for this particular test. So now I will update our global test timeout as 2 minutes. So now this time our execution will not consider the global test timeout. So it will consider only this particular timeout, because whenever you are writing the test dot set timeout, so this particular configuration will override our global configuration, right? So let's run this test and it will take more than 1 minute, and at the end you will get the exception because here we have specified the explicit wait. So let's run the test once again, and at the end you will get the exception called test timeout. So here I have added the explicit timeout because we do not have a such flow which will take the execution for more than 1 minute. So that's the reason I have hard coded the wait time here. So let's wait for a couple of seconds, and it is going to throw us the test timeout error. So currently it is waiting for 60 seconds, and total execution time required for this test is more than the 60 seconds. And if you see this error also, right, it is not taking more than 1 minute as the test execution time. And if you see here, so we have set the 2 minutes, but our configuration is overriding the global configuration, and it is creating the O1 test case timeout. So this is how you can use the test timeout, or this is how you can set the test timeout in the Playwright. Now let's see how you can set the configuration for the assertion timeout. So it is very easy. Again, you can go to the playwright.config.ts file, and here you can say expect colon and open and close flower brackets, and inside this one you can specify the timeout parameter value. So here you can say timeout. So this configuration is applicable for the throughout your automation framework. So whenever you are validating something, so this timeout will be applicable. So here I'm adding the timeout as 10,000 milliseconds, right? So whenever it started comparing any actual value and expected value, so if it is if it is able to find an element, and if it is able to compare the both the values within the 10,000 milliseconds, that means that is expected behavior and it will get pass. That means your test execution. And if comparison is not passed within the 10,000 milliseconds, and eventually you will get the error as timeout exception. So now here I'm setting the timeout exception as 10,000, and here if you see here, I'm comparing the page title here. So let me comment this line. So in the line number 18th, we have written the one assertion here. We are comparing the page title, correct? So let me fail this assertion by passing the incorrect expected value, right? So what it does, right? So it will wait. So in this, especially in the line number 18, it waits for 10 milliseconds. That means, sorry, 10 seconds. Whatever the value here we have specified under the expect. So this is a 10,000 milliseconds. That means it will wait for the 10 seconds. And actual value and the expected values are not matching, and it will throw the exception called timeout exception. So let's run this test, and it should throw the exception with the timeout of 10,000 milliseconds. So if you see here, now if you look at this error also, so there is a timed out of 10,000 milliseconds, right? So here expected and actual values are not matching. So that is the expected behavior, right? So this is how you can set the global assertion timeout in the Playwright. Now you can override the global assertion timeout. So based on your need or based on the project need, so you can set the individual assertion timeout. So here I'm setting the individual assertion timeout for this particular one. So simply you need to pass here one object called timeout. And here you can specify the milliseconds. So here I'll say 5,000, right? So previously in the global timeout, we have specified 10,000 milliseconds. So it was waiting for 10,000 milliseconds to compare the actual and the expected value. But this time it waits for only 5,000 milliseconds to compare this particular actual and the expected value. So you can customize your assertion validations by specifying the timeouts. So let's run this test, and previously it took 10 seconds for a assertion. So this time it will take just 5 seconds. And if you see here, so this time it took just 5,000 milliseconds for comparing the actual and expected values here. So this is how you can set the assertion timeouts in the Playwright. So far you have seen how to set the test timeout and how to set the assertion timeout. So based on your need, you can set the test execution time and assertion timeout. So now let's see how to use action timeout. Say for example, if you take one example here, I am clicking on the playlist here in the line number 15, right? So this is one of the action. We are clicking on the element, right? So for this also you can set the global timeout. So you can go to the playwright.config.ts file, and here inside the use, simply you can pass the action timeout. So here also you can specify the milliseconds. So here I'm passing the timeout as 10,000 milliseconds. Say for example, if this particular link is not available, it will wait for 10,000 milliseconds, that is nothing but 10 seconds, and it will fail with the timeout exception. Now here I will simply pass the incorrect link so that our test will fail with the timeout exception. So let's quickly run this test. And if you see here, so our test is passed in the line number 15. That means it is trying to identify the link called Playwright TypeScript by tester stock. And if you see here, so we got the timeout error, right, with the 10,000 milliseconds. So this is how you can set the global action timeout. So similarly, so if you do not want to use the global timeout, action timeout, and you can set the action level timeout also. So let me just maximize this one. And let's say, for example, I want to set, or I want to find an element within 5 seconds. If it is there, then only you click on that element. Otherwise, throw an exception with the timeout. So let's set the individual action timeout by simply passing the parameter called timeout inside the click method. So here I'll pass the 5000 milliseconds. So that's it, right? So previously our test got failed with the timeout of 10,000 milliseconds. Within 10 seconds, it was not able to find this particular link, and our test case got failed with an exception of timed out 10,000 milliseconds. So this time our test will fail with the timeout of 5 seconds. Let's run this test. And if you see here, so this time our test got failed with the timeout of 5000 milliseconds. That is nothing but the 5 seconds. Now let's look at the how you can set the all test execution timeout. That means in your suite there are 100 test cases, and all the test cases you want to execute it, or you want the results before one hour only. So like that also configuration you can do it in the playwright.config.ts file. So you can set the global timeout. So that will be applicable for all the test case execution. So simply here you can pass the parameter called global timeout. So here you can pass, say for example, I want to run all the test cases less than or equal to 1 hour or 60 minutes, right? So like this configuration also you can do it. So if all the test cases are not executing within the 1 hour, and that execution will be terminated with the exception of global timeout. So this is how you can use the timeouts in the Playwright automation testing.
Hi friends, thanks for clicking on this video. This is Bakappa. In this chapter 4, you will be learning about how to work with multiple browser sessions, how to run only failed tests, and how to work with the alerts and pop-ups. And next, we are going to discuss about how to generate the multiple types of test reports in Playwright. And then we will be discussing about how to perform the parallel test execution. And at the end, we are going to see how to work with the checkbox and radio buttons.
In this Playwright tutorial, I will talk about ts.config.json file. So this JSON file has to be created when you are especially working with the Playwright with TypeScript only. So if you're working with JavaScript also, no need of creating the tsconfig.json file. So it's very important to create this file in your current project. So it is not mandatory again. And reason for creating tsconfig.json file is, so this is a central place where you can specify the TypeScript options or a configuration to the whole project, right? So there are many benefits if you specify the tsconfig.json file. So it improves the VS Code IDE experience by checking the type checking or autocomplete or error reporting and etc. And you can specify the project-wide configurations if you have created a tsconfig.json file. And also when you are integrating with the build tools like Webpack and a Playwright test like that. So it will be very easy for integrating with the build tools. And next one is build and compilation. Whenever you are converting TypeScript into the JavaScript, like behind the screen using .tsc compiler, right? So it will be very easy if you are specifying the tsconfig.json file. So again, coming to this particular JSON file where you will be specifying the compiler options. If you look at this sample JSON file, here we are specifying the target compiler. And also we are specifying the strict mode as a true. If you see here we are specifying the strict mode as true. So which will make sure that to ensure the type safety, right? And next we are specifying the files for including and excluding. So which can be files or directories to include or exclude from the compilations. So this will help TypeScript to avoid unnecessary processing of unwanted files for the compilation. So this is a sample tsconfig.json file what we have. So let's quickly add this file in our automation framework and we will make sure that our tests are working fine after adding this particular configuration. So I will copy this one. So let's quickly create a tsconfig.json file in the root directory. So here I'm creating a file called tsconfig.json. So that's it. So let's add the content. So no need to worry about this content. So this is available in our GitHub repository. You can copy it from the GitHub repository. So here very important things are, you need to make sure that you are specifying the include. Under the include, so we are adding the source. So we will create another folder inside this root folder src. Inside the src only we will write all the source code required for our automation testing framework. So inside the tests we will be creating just spec files, but rest of the code will be writing inside the src folder only. So make sure that these include, you have added a path of the src and a tests folder path. So that's it. No need to worry about much about this particular file as of now. Now let's create a src folder inside the root directory here. So here we'll create src. So later we will implement the code. For example, page object model code also we will implement inside the src folder. Say for example, whenever we are doing the data driven testing using JSON file, Excel file or a CSV file, so that code also we will be writing inside the src folder. Now we have added the tsconfig.json file. So let's make sure that our tests are working fine. So here I will go to the one of the spec file. So let me run this test. There should not be any problem because of the tsconfig file. And if you see here, our test is perfectly working fine. And let me go to the report also. So let me open the report. And if you see here, so we have executed one test and that is getting passed. So this is the expected behavior. So we have executed a Playwright test from the VS Code. So let's run the same Playwright test from the terminal also. So let me copy the relative path of the spec file. So here I will run the specific spec file here by using the npx playwright and test followed by the spec file path. So just we are making sure that our tests are working fine after adding the ts config file. And if you see here guys, our test is perfectly working fine and it is getting passed also. You can check the report also. And if you see here, we have executed one test and that is getting passed. So this is how you can add the tsconfig.json file in the Playwright with TypeScript project. In this Playwright tutorial, I will talk about how to create multiple browser sessions and I will discuss about how to work with multiple tabs or pages. So let's go to the VS Code and quickly create a spec file. So before creating a spec file, here I will create a one folder called Chapter04. Under Chapter04, I am creating a spec file called 01. And here I'll add the spec file name as browser context test.spec.ts. That's it. And here I will go to the one of the spec file and I will copy the test. So that's it. And I'll paste it inside the new spec file now. So this test is very simple. So let me rename the test title first. So here I'll say multiple browsers / tabs in Playwright TypeScript. So that's it guys. So this flow is very simple. So simply we are going to the google.com and then we are searching with the keywords. Then we are clicking on the playlist and we are validating the title of the web page, right? So if I run this test, right? So it opens the one browser session by using the page. And if you see here, so it has opened a single browser session currently. And if you see here, our test is perfectly working fine, right? Now let's see how you can create the fresh browser session apart from the already opening browser session by using the page. So to create a new browser session, how we are getting the page here, similar way you need to get the browser context here. Simply type the browser. So by using the browser context, you can create a new browser session. So it is very easy. By using the browser context, you can create the new browser session. So let's write the await followed by browser dot new context. So firstly, you need to create the context. Then I will assign back to the constant variable called context 2. Now, for creating the new page or a new tab, so I will use the context await context 2 dot new page here. So simply call to the new page method here, and this will give you a page reference. Then I will store that into the constant variable called page 2. So that's it. So how we got the sorry, how we are getting the page here, right? At the test level by default. In the similar way, we have created the page 2. Now by using this page 2, I can open the, or I can navigate to the URL, how we have done it in the line number 7, and I can perform the all these actions. Only I need to use the page 2 instead of page here. So let me copy the whole use case here, what we have automated earlier. And here I will replace the only page with the page 2. So I'll copy this page 2 and I'll replace with the page 2. So wherever we have a page, I'm replacing that with the page 2. So that's it, guys. So let me format this code and I will save it and we will run this code. So this time it has to open the two browser sessions. First one is by using the page and second one is by using the page 2 or by using the browser. So let's run the test. So firstly, by using the page, test is running, and if you see here, so this is the second browser it has opened it, right? By using the browser context, what we have created a new browser session, right? If you go to the VS Code and our test is perfectly working fine, right? So this is how you can create the new browser session. Now let's say I want to create another web page. If you look at this, so we will create another tab here. You can create n number of sessions like this, how we have created by using the browser context. You can create a number of new browser sessions by using the browser context. Depends on your need or depends on your test case. Now let's see how you can create a new tab. So we have already opened this browser and here I want to create we have created one page here or one tab here. Similar way we can create another tab like this. So we will create another tab like this and here we will simply enter some URL. So here what I will do is, so I will copy the line number 22 and here I'll say create new tab. Then I will add the code here. Only thing is here I will update this reference variable name. So here I'll say new tab. That's it. By using this new tab reference, I can perform the actions. How we have created new tab like this. So here I can enter the URL or here I can, after entering the URL, I can perform any actions like this. Okay. So here once again, I will copy this just 3 lines of code. In the new tab also, we will navigate to the google.com and we will search with the just keywords. So here I will use our new tab reference. By using that reference, first I will go to the google.com and here just we are searching with the keywords. We are not clicking on the playlist also. So I'm just keeping as simple as that. So I will use this reference for the rest of the things. So that's it, guys. So this is where we are creating a new tab. So let's run this test. It has to, with the first page, by using this page. So it will open the one browser and it enters the google.com and it searches with some keywords and it goes to the playlist and it verifies the page title. And then here we are creating a new browser session and we are performing some actions. And in the new browser itself, I want to create another tab. So here I'm creating a new tab here by using the just new page, and I'm assigning back to the another reference. By using the new reference, I am just navigating to this URL and I'm searching with the keywords. So it is very simple scenario what we are running it. So let's run the test. So this is the first browser session and now it has opened the second browser session. And if you see here, so it has opened the second tab here in the second browser session. And here just we are searching with the keywords. And if you see the first tab, and here we are completely running one flow. So after searching with the keywords, we are clicking on the playlist and we are going inside the playlist, and here we are validating the page title. But in the new tab, we are not doing that activity, right? So this is how you can work with the multiple browser sessions or a multiple tabs in the Playwright automation testing. In this Playwright tutorial, I will discuss about how to rerun only failed tests in Playwright automation framework. So it is very easy and simple. So let's go to the VS Code. And if you see this test -results folder, so we have a file called .last-run.json file. So when I executed last time, right? So oral status was passed. So that's the reason you are not seeing the any references are generated here. So if any tests are failed, some references will be generated here and oral status will be failed here. So let's quickly create a one spec file and we will intentionally fail the few tests, and then we'll come back to this particular JSON file and we will verify references are generated or not. Then we will see how to rerun the only failed tests in Playwright automation framework. So here I will quickly create a one spec file called 02 rerun failed test.spec.ts. So that's it. So here I will go to the one of the spec file and I will copy the one test and I'll paste it inside the new spec file. So this test is very simple, guys. We are going to the google.com and we are searching with the keywords. Then we are going to the one of the playlist and we are validating the page title, right? So if I run this test and it will work fine. So similarly, I am going to add the another two tests as test 2 and test 3. So here I will say test 3. This is a test 3. So I don't want to run the UI flow here. I will intentionally fail the test 2 and test 3. So here I'll say test title as test 2 for this. And I will give the first test as test 1. So right now I'm having total 3 tests, correct? So test 1 which will work fine, and test 2 I want to fail it intentionally. So that's the reason here I'm adding expect Inside I will pass the true, and here I will call to the to be, and expected value I will pass it as a false, so that our test will fail. So similarly, I'll copy this one and I'll add it inside the test3 also. So test1 will work fine, and test2 and test3 will be failing in our case, correct? So let's quickly run this spec file. So here I will go to the terminal. So let me open another terminal here. And here I will run the command called npx followed by playwright test. And here we have to specify the spec file path. So let's pass the spec file path here. So I'll copy the relative path of a spec file and I will press the enter now. So which will run the 3 tests. So currently first test is running, I guess. And after that, and if you see here, it has opened the report also. So test 1 is working fine, and test 2 and test 3 are failing. So that is the expected failure, right? So let's close the report now. And if you go to the test-results, and if you open the last-run.json file, so overall test execution status is failed. And also it has generated 2 references, because in our case 2 tests are getting failed, right? So that's the reason it has generated the 2 references now, correct? So if you see here in this report also, so it is failing the test 2 and test 3, right? So this is the expected failure. Now let's see how to run the only failed tests by using the simple command. So what you can do is, so let me quit from the report. So let me reopen another terminal here. So what you can do is, so let me delete this stuff, and I want the fresh terminal here. Okay guys, we got the new terminal here. So how you can run the failed test is, it is very simple. So simply you can use the npx followed by playwright test followed by that last failed. So now this time only test 2 and test 3 should be executing. So let's run it. And if you see here, so it has executed, and if you see the report also, it has quickly opened the test report also. So test 2 and test 3 are running only, right? So now we are able to run the only failed test 2 and test 3. So let's pass this time. So here I will go to the spec file. I will intentionally pass this one. So here actual value and expected value will be matching. So here I'm passing true on both the side. So that's the reason our test will work fine. So let's run the same command now. So this time also I'm running the same command, npx playwright test, then last failed. So this time our tests should get pass. And if you see here, so it is running only 2 tests. And if you go to the report also, you should be able to see the status as passed. And if you see here, total test executed is 2 and 2 are passing here. So this is how you can execute the only failed tests in the Playwright automation framework. In this Playwright tutorial, I am going to discuss about how to handle alerts, pop-ups and prompt pop-ups. So let's look at the use case first and then we will automate the use case. So here I will go to the one of the well-known website called selenium.dev/documentation/webdriver/interactions/alerts. No need to worry about this URL. So whatever I'm discussing in this Playwright with TypeScript full course, each and every line of code is available in the my GitHub repository. So simply you can search with the Playwright TypeScript tutorial full course in my GitHub repository. So you will get each and every line of code what I am discussing in this course. So we will go to this URL, and if you see here in this page, so firstly we have the alert. If you click on see an example alert, so you will get one alert here. So we will see how to click on OK, and also we will discuss how to get this message also. And next we have confirmation pop-up. If you click on CA example confirm, so you will get a pop-up where you can click on cancel or OK button. And also we will discuss about how you can get this particular message also. And third scenario is prompt pop-up. So if you click on CA sample sample prompt, so it gives you a pop-up, and on top of that pop-up, so we are getting the one text box where you can enter some data. So here I will discuss how you can read this text, and you can also click on the cancel or OK button in this prompt pop-up. So we will see all the three scenarios: how to read the text, how to enter some data here, and how to click on OK or cancel button. So let's go to the VS Code now. So here I will quickly create a one spec file called 03 alerts popups underscore test dot spec dot ts. That's it. And here I will go to one of the spec file and I'll copy the test from the other spec file and I'll paste it in the new spec file. So that's it, guys. So let me maximize this window now. So I will delete the rest of the code. Simply I will keep just a skeleton of the test. So let's give the test title first. So here I'll say handling alert pop-ups. So that's it. So firstly, let's navigate to the URL. So here I'll copy this URL and I'll put it inside the goto method. Now in this web page, right, we have to click on the see an example alert. So I will click on this particular link by using the get text. So here I'll say await followed by page dot get by text, and inside this I will pass the text which I have copied it. So let me once again copy it. So here I'm copying this see an example alert text, and I'll paste it here. So that's it. And also here I'll specify the exact true. So if there is an exact match with this particular text, then only perform the click operation. That's what I'm trying to mention here. So that's it, guys. Simply I will call to the click method here. So that's it. So what it does, right? So if I run this test, right? So it will go to this particular URL and then it clicks on the specified text. And if I run this test, guys, so it will work fine. But there is a small issue in this code. So let me run this code. And if you see here, so our test is perfectly working fine and we are able to click on the text called see an example alert, right? So if I go to the official website of the Playwright, so by default what it does is Playwright, by default dialogues are auto dismissed by Playwright. So that's the reason if you want to work with the dialogues or alerts or pop-ups, so simply you need to use the function or a method called once. So you need to use the page dot once. You need to call to this particular method. Here you need to pass two parameters. First one is event name and the second one is event listener. So let's pass the event name as dialog and followed by that you need to pass the listener called dialog. So that's it. So by using this dialog, we can perform the actions in the pop-up or a alert. So it can be clicking on buttons or you can read the or get the text from the pop-ups. So what I will do is, so if you look at this scenario, so firstly we are automating the alert scenario, right? If you click on this one, see an example alert. So here we can click on the OK button, right? So to click an OK button, you need to use the dialog dot. Simply you need to call to the method called accept. That's it, guys. So it is very easy and simple. And if you want to click on the cancel, so simply you need to use the dialog dot dismiss method, right? So it is very easy, right? So let's run this test, and this time Playwright will allow you to open the pop-up or a alert by using the page dot once method. So if you're not using this method, once method, so Playwright will not allow you to open the pop-up or perform the actions in the pop-up window. So always make sure that you are using this particular statement. So if you're not performing the actions inside this particular once method, that is fine. But if you want to see the pop-up, you need to use the page dot once method. Now let's run this test. And we should be able to click on the OK button. If you see here, guys, it is performing the actions very quickly. And let me run it in a debug mode. Same test. So previously pop-up was not displayed and this time pop-up will be displayed. So let me move on to the next line. And if you see here, guys, still it has not clicked on this this particular text. So let me move it. So now I have not clicked on the OK button, but it went inside the page dot once method. So let's go to the browser, and if you see here, now we are able to see the pop-up, right? So if you are using page dot once method, then only you will be able to see the pop-up and perform the actions inside the pop-ups. So let me resume this execution, and if you see here, our test is perfectly working fine, right? So let's print the text from the alert pop-up. So it is very easy how you can print the text from the pop-up is, so here I am writing the console.log statement, and inside this I am writing the print message as alert message is, so inside the square bracket I am using the dialog dot message. So this will reads the message from the pop-up. So this message is the again method. That's it, guys. So let's run the test and we will look into the console output. So let me close the previous window. And if you see here, guys, so our test is perfectly working fine. And also you can check the our output. So this particular text is we are getting it from the pop-up. And if you see here, after clicking on the see an example alert, so text is sample alert. So this message we are reading it by using the message method. So here we are printing the text from the alert. So similarly, let's create another test to handle the pop-up window. So I will copy the same test. So I'll paste it. So let me modify the test title, handling. Here we'll say pop-ups in Playwright. So that's it, guys. Now in the second scenario, so we need to click on the CA sample confirm. So simply I will copy this text and I will pass here inside the get by text. So scenario is very simple again. So we are going to the same web page and we are clicking on the CA sample confirm. And here, so after clicking on a CA sample confirm, so we are getting the text as are you sure, and here we are getting two buttons. One is cancel and second one is OK. So let's click on OK and also we will read this particular text by using the message method. So if you see here, already we have written a code to work with the pop-ups, right? So by using the accept, we can click on the OK button. And by using the dialog.message, we can read the text from the alert pop-up window. So if I run this test, right, so it will print the text from the pop-up, and also it is going to click on the OK button by using the accept method. And if you see here, if you see the output here, so we are able to click on the OK button, and also we are able to read the text from the pop-up window. If you see here, so message is are you sure, right? In the similar way, you can click on the cancel by using the dialog.dismiss method. So let's run this test. And if you see here, so we are able to automate the alert windows and also pop-ups. So it is very simple, right, guys? You need to just write just 2-3 lines of code and that's it, done. Now similarly, let's handle the prompt pop-ups. So we will go to the again same page here and we will scroll down and we will click on see a sample prompt. So we got the prompt pop-up. So the difference between the pop-up and a prompt pop-up is It is very much similar, only we are getting the one additional text box here. So we will see how to enter the text in this text box. So rest of the things we have already seen, how to get the text and how to perform the click operation on the buttons. So let's click on the OK, and also we'll see how to enter the text in this text box. So let's go to the VS Code and simply I will copy this text, this particular about test, and I'll paste it here. That's it. So let me modify this console.log statement as pop-up message. So let's update the test title here first. So handling prompt pop-ups in Playwright. So firstly we are going to this particular URL and we have to click on the one text. So let's copy that text. So we have to click on the CS sample prompt. So let's paste it here. So that's it, we are done. Now here we have to enter a text in the text box. So that's the reason you need to pass the different parameter here. The first one is event name as is, and second one you need to pass the asynchronous function. And after that, so by using this listener, dialog listener, we have to accept it, and inside the accept we have to pass the text which we want to enter inside the pop-up text box. So here I will use the await again, followed by dialog dot accept. So I'm accepting the pop-up by passing the text in the text box. So here I'll pass the text as Playwright. So that's it guys, it's very simple, right? Now let's run the test. So as usual we are using the dialog.message to get the text from the prompt pop-up. So if you run the test, and it should work fine. And also we should be able to see the text from the prompt pop-up. And if you see here, so we are able to see the text from the what is your tool of choice, right? So you can see here also, if you click on this, so this text we are able to read it. So that's it guys, it's very easy. Also you can identify what type of dialog it is by using the Playwright. So we have seen all three different types of dialogs, right? Alert, pop-ups and prompt pop-ups. So you can identify what type of dialog it is by using the simple method called dialog.type. So let's print the type of dialog while running each type of test. So simply you can call to the method called type here, and here I will update the control.log statement. So here will say dialog type is, so dialog type. So I will copy this statement and I will put it inside the other type of dialogs. So that's it guys. Now I will run this particular spec file by using the npx command. So let me go to the terminal here, and here I will enter npx followed by playwright test, and I will specify the spec file name here. So I will copy the relative path of a spec file and I will press enter. So let's run all three tests and we will see what type of dialogs are when running the each type of test. And if you see here, firstly we are printing the alert message from the alert pop-up. Second time we can see that pop-up message. Third time we are seeing the, sorry, we have not updated the control.log statement. That is fine, not a issue. So here we are reading the prompt pop-up text also. And if you see here, so first dialog type is alert type, and second one is confirm dialog type, and third one is prompt dialog type, right? So these are the four important methods what we have while working with the alerts, pop-ups, and prompt pop-ups. So this is how you can work with the dialogues in the Playwright automation testing. In this Playwright tutorial, I will discuss about how to generate multiple types of Playwright test reports. So already you have seen how to generate HTML test report so far. Now let's see how to generate JSON test report. So here I will go to the VS Code and I will quickly create one spec file under chapter 4. So here I will give the spec file name as 04 underscore test reports underscore test dot spec dot ts. So that's it. So here I will go to the one of the spec file and I will copy the test from the other spec file. So I will paste it in the new spec file. So that's it, guys. So if you see this particular spec file, so it contains total 3 tests. So test 1, test 2 and test 3. So if you see this, all these tests all will get pass, and I will make intentionally one test fail here. So here I'll copy it and I'll paste it here down in the regression testing group. Here I will pass intentionally incorrect page title. So that's it, guys. So let me rename the test title also. So now we have total 4 tests, test 1, 2, 3 and 4. So 3 tests will get pass and a fourth test will get fail. So this is all about the spec file. Now let's see how to specify the JSON test report in the playwright.config.ts file. So here you can go to the reporter and here you need to pass it as a array if you want to generate the multiple test reports in the Playwright. So here I'll say array. So already we are generating the HTML test report. In the similar way, so let's generate the JSON test report. So here you need to specify the JSON and followed by that you need to specify the location where you want to generate the JSON test report. So here I'll specify the output file name. Then in the single quotation, I will specify the location of the file. So here I will simply generate my JSON test report in the root folder itself. So if you want to generate the test report within the root folder, directly you can specify the file name. If you want to generate in any custom folders, you need to specify the complete path of the custom folder. So here I will give the report name as JSON hyphen test report dot JSON. So that's it. Okay guys, we are done with specifying the JSON test report, and also we have specified the location of the JSON test report where we want to generate it. So we have a spec file created here. So let's run this spec file. So let me copy the relative path of this, and I will execute this spec file by using the npx playwright followed by test, and then I will specify the location of the spec file. So let's run the test now. So if you see here guys, so right now we do not have the JSON file generated within the our project folder. So after running this test, so it will generate the JSON test report. Now the test execution is started, and if you see here, we are running total 4 tests. So now first test is running, now second test execution is started, and the third test is running right now, and the fourth test is getting executed right now. So our fourth test will get failed because of mismatch in the web page title. So let's wait for some time. So it is going to generate the test report. So it will take few seconds, and then it is going to generate the test execution reports. So it is going to generate both HTML report and as well as the JSON test report. So this is our HTML report. You can open this report from the Playwright -report. You can open the index.html report. Now, and if you see here in our project folder structure, so there is a new file generated called JSON-test-report.json. So let's open this. So here you can search for the suits. And here, firstly, you can see the spec file. So in our case, we had only one spec file. So that's the reason here only one object is present. So if you executed 10 spec file, 10 objects will be present here. And so we have a suits. So inside this suits, we have two groups. If you see this spec file, so we have two groups. First one is smoke testing. Second one is regression testing. So if you see here, here also we have a two groups. First one is smoke testing, and the second one is regression testing. In the smoke testing, we have only one test, that is test 1, and under the results you can see the actual status of the test. So test 1 is working fine. So let's go to the second group now, regression testing. So here we have test 2, and this status is passed. So now let's go to the test 3. So test 3, and here you can see the actual status is passed. And now let's go to the test 4. And if you see here, so this is our test 4, and it should get failed. And if you see here guys, so our test got failed. So this is how you can generate the JSON test report in Playwright automation framework. So far you have seen how to generate JSON test report in Playwright. Now let's see how to generate JUnit test report in the format of XML. So here what I will do is I will close all these windows first. Then I will go to the playwright.config.ts file. So how we have specified the JSON test report generation thing. So similarly we can pass the JUnit here. So let me pass the JUnit here. Then here you need to specify the file name. So here I'll say JUnit-test-report.xml. So that's it guys. So only you need to remember is here you need to specify the JUnit followed by the file location where we want to generate the XML test report. So this is very much useful in the while setting up the pipeline execution. Now similarly, let's use the our test reports test spec file, and we will generate the JUnit test report. So I will run this spec file once again. I'll copy the relative path of this. So here I will quit the report which we have executed previously. So instead of that, let me delete this one and I will open the new terminal here. So let's run the spec file npx playwright followed by test followed by the spec file. So this time on the left side you can see that so there is no XML report, that is a JUnit report, right? So after running this execution we will be able to generate the JUnit test report in the format of XML. So first test execution is going on. Now second test execution is going on. So this is the third test execution going on. And now last test is running. So this test will get failed. So that is a known failure. So let's wait for some time. So it will try to poll for some time, and it is trying to validate the page title. So that's the reason still browser is open. So there is a default polling time is present in the Playwright. So it is waiting for that particular time. Once it is done, so it will close the browser and it will report the all the test execution report. And if you see here, so it has generated our HTML report by default. And here you can see that total test is 4. And out of 4 test case, 3 are passing, 1 is got failed. So this is the expected test result. Now, if you see here on the left side, right guys? So here we have a JUnit-test-report.xml, right? After the execution only this file got generated. So let's open this one. And if you see in the top and here, so if I scroll right side, so line number 2 you can check it. So this is our spec file. So under the test suites we have the one spec file called test reports-test spec file. So if you are having multiple spec files, so all will be listed with the test suite tag. So let's look at the line number 2 now. So this is the name of the spec file, followed by this is the timestamp, and this is our browser name, and this is our total test. We had 4 tests and 1 is a failure there, right? And this is the test execution duration. And also here you can see that skipped test count also, right? So if I scroll down, here you can see that what is the test got failed here. So in the line number 30, so this is a group and this is the test name. So this is our spec file name. So it has reported all the details. So it is got failed, and with the each and every stack trace information of the failure here. So this is how you can generate the JUnit test report in the Playwright automation testing. So far you have seen how to generate JSON test report, JUnit test report. Now let's see how to generate list test report. So let's go to the VS Code. Here you can go to the playwright.config.ts file once again. How we have specified the HTML test report. Similarly, we can specify the list test report also. So simply you need to pass the list here. So that's it. Now let's run our spec file. So I will open the terminal here and I will execute the test reports test spec file now. I'll copy the relative path and here I'll enter npx playwright followed by test and I will specify our spec file path here. So this is not going to generate the separate file here. So this is going to generate the formatted output here. So let's run the test. So right now test 1 is running. And now test 2 is running. And now test 3 is running. So it looks like it is running the fourth test now. So it is waiting there because it is not matching the expected and actual web page title. So it is passed in the test 4. So it takes some time because so it is trying to compare the two values, but it is not matching. So there is a by default wait mechanism. So that's the reason it was taking the bit of time. So here you can see that total test is 4, 3 are passing, 1 is failed. So this is the expected output. So if you see here in this console output, sorry. So here you can see that all the tests are listed here. You can see that. So this test is passing and this is the spec file and this is a group and this is the test name. And also you can see what is the duration for running this test 1. And next we have test 2 and test 3. So test 2 and test 3 are getting passed. And also here you can see that. So this particular test is getting failed. That is test 4. So this is how we can generate the list report in the Playwright. Now let's see how to generate .test report in Playwright. So here I will go to the playwright.config.ts file. How we have generated the list test report, in the similar way we can generate the .test report also. So here I'll put comma and then I will specify the dot here. That's it. So let me comment the list test report. So that's it. So let's run the once again test reports spec file. So here I will copy the relative path of the spec file. Then I will open the terminal. So let's sorry guys. So here I will say npx followed by playwright test followed by spec file. So let's run the test now. So test 1 is running right now. And test 2 is running right now. So this is the test 3 execution is going on. And this is the fourth test execution is going on. So it waits for some time because our test will fail in the fourth execution. So that is nothing but so we had total 4 test cases, test 1, 2, 3 and 4. So fourth test we are failing it intentionally. So that's the reason. So Playwright waits until that expected value is present with the automatic assertion wait time. So that's it guys. So our execution is completed. So here you can see that we have 3 test cases are passed and 1 is failed. So this is the expected test results. So this is our HTML report. Now if you go to the or output. And if you see here guys, so previously we have seen the list test report, right? And here, so if test case is passing, so you can see the simple dot, and if it is getting failed, you will see the F. So this is how you can generate the dot test report in the Playwright automation framework. In this Playwright tutorial, I am going to discuss about how to enable video recording of the test execution. And at the end, you will see the video will be attached into the Playwright test report also. So let's go to the VS Code, and in the playwright.config.ts file, you need to specify the configuration as video colon, and here you need to specify the value. So if you are passing on, so it will always capture the video of the test execution, and also it will attach video into the test report also. So based on your need, you can select the configuration value here. So you can attach the video, or you can record the video and attach into the Playwright test report on first retry, on failure also, right? So based on your need, you can pass the value here. So as of now, I will pass it as a just on. So that's it. Save the configuration file. Let's quickly run one of the spec file. So here I'll take the first test spec file, and I will open the terminal here. So by using the npx command, I am going to run the spec file here. So which contains only one test. So that is getting executed right now. And if you see here, so our test is perfectly working fine. So let's go and open the index.html report. And if you see here, so we had only one test and that is getting passed. And also you can see the video symbol here, right? So if I go inside the test, so firstly we have the test steps section, then screenshots, then we have the traces, then we have the at the end videos section also. So let's play this video. So you can see the recorded test execution video here. And if you see here, the same session is recorded and also attached into the Playwright test report. So this is how you can enable the recording of the test execution in Playwright automation framework. In this Playwright tutorial, I am going to discuss about how to perform parallel test execution in Playwright, or how to achieve parallelism in the Playwright automation testing. So I will discuss two options: how you can perform the parallel test execution using configuration file, and by using the command. So let's go to the VS Code now. So you can go to the playwright.config.ts file here, and you need to make sure fully parallel is set for the true, and this is the first configuration, and the second configuration is workers. So first parameter is for the pipeline execution, and the second one is for the local execution. So let's say I want to run two test cases at the same time. So I will pass the 2 here. So that's it. Now here I will go to the one of the spec file. So test reports test. So in this spec file, so we have total 4 tests. So we have test 1, test 2, test 3 and test 4. So first 3 test cases will run properly and it will pass, and the 4th test will get failed. So I am just passing the incorrect web page title, so that's the reason it will get failed. So that is the known failure, right? So if I run the test now, So 2 test cases should run at the same time. So I will copy the spec file name, and here I will use the npx command to run the test reports spec file. Then I will specify the spec file name here. So that's it. And if you see here guys, our taskbar, 2 browsers are opened and 2 test cases are running right now. And if you see here, now last test is running. So this is the 4th test is running right now. So that's it guys. And if you see here, so we had total 4 tests and 3 are passing, 1 is failing, right? So our our test report is also proper, correct? Now what I will do is I will go to the playwright.config.ts file. Now I will set the workers as 4. This time all the 4 test cases will be executing at the same time. So let's save the configuration file. So let's run it once again. So here I'll press Ctrl C and I will bring the same command. So once again I'm running the npx playwright test followed by the test reports test spec file. So I'm running the same spec file. Now if you see the taskbar, so 4 browsers are opened. So at the same time all the 4 test cases are running. And if you see here, only one test is waiting for the some comparison. And if you see the report also, so we are able to run all the 4 tests at the same time. And also report is proper here. So 3 are passing and 1 is failing. So this is how you can achieve the parallel test execution by using the playwright.config.ts file. Now let's see how to achieve the parallelism by using the command also. So let me press Ctrl C here. So what you can do is you can use the same command, and after that you need to pass simply ---- workers, and here you can specify the number of tests you want to run parallelly. So I have already set here configuration as 4. So whatever I am passing here in this command line, so this command line parameters will be overriding the playwright.config.ts file. Now let's say I am passing the 2 as the workers. That means even though we have specified here 4 workers at the same time it has to launch, but here I'm specifying just 2. So this particular configuration will override our local configuration. That means the project configuration. So now if I run this command, only 2 tests will be getting executed at the same time. And if you see sorry guys. So let me pass the workers here. And if you see here in the taskbar, only 2 tests are running, correct? So it is overriding our playwright.config.ts file. So still 4th test is running. So it will take few seconds and it will close the execution. And if you see the report also, so there is only 1 failure, right? So this is the expected test report. Now this time what I will do is, so I will pass the workers as the 4 so that all the 4 tests will be running at the same time. And if you see the taskbar, so there are 4 browsers opened. That means 4 tests are running. So this is the 4th test, because it will wait for a few seconds because there is a mismatch in the actual and expected strings. And if you see the report also, So out of 4 test cases, 3 are passing, 1 is failing. So this is how we can achieve the parallel test execution in Playwright Automation Framework. In this Playwright tutorial, I will talk about how to generate Allure test report in the Playwright Automation Testing. The steps are very easy, guys. You can go to the one of my GitHub repository called Playwright Tutorial Full Course. And if you scroll down here in this README section, I have added the steps to generate the Allure report in Playwright. So just we have to install 2 plugins, and then we have to set this configuration in the config.ts file, and we have to run the test, and then we can open the Allure test report. So let's quickly install these 2 plugins. So I will copy the plugin name, and here I will go to the project, and in the terminal I will paste the first plugin command. So that's it. We have added one plugin, that means we have installed it. So let's install the second plugin called npm install --save -dev allure -playwright. So let's install the second plugin. So that's it. So we have added the second plugin also. So let's add the configuration called allure-report in the playwright.config.ts file. So here I will go to the playwright.config.ts file, and here you need to add the allure-playwright. So that's it, guys. Now we have to run the test. So let's run the test, and after running the test we have to use the allure generate allure-results-clean. Then we can run the allure open command. So here I will go back to the again our spec file. So here I want to run the 04 test reports test.spec.ts file. So I will copy the relative path of this spec file. So here I'll say npx followed by playwright and followed by test, and here I will add the spec file path. So this particular test report contains the total 4 tests. So as I have explained in the previous tutorial. So it has test 1, test 2, test 3 and test 4. So first 3 tests will run properly and it will get pass. And a 4th test it will get fail because there is a mismatch in the web page title. So 1 test will be failed and 3 tests will be passed. So that's the expected result. So let's run this spec file now. And if you see here, it's performing parallel execution. That means it is running all the 4 tests at the same time. So still it is running the 4th test, and if you see here also, so I will go to the VS Code once again. Sorry guys. So let me open the test report. So that's the local test report called Playwright test report. So we will open the index.html report. So firstly we will check the results there, and then we will generate the Allure test report. And if you see here, so we have total 4 tests, and out of that 3 are passing and 1 is getting failed. And if you see here, As I said, fourth test will get failed. So it is getting failed. So this is our expected test results, right? Now let's generate the Allure test report now. So we have executed our test now, and now, sorry, so we have to run this particular command and it will generate the Allure report. So if you see this VS Code, after running our test, and here one more folder generated called Allure-results, right? So this is how it should be. So it has to generate the Allure-results after running the test. Now I'm running the one more command called Allure generate Allure-results hyphen clean. So after running this command, on the left side, it is going to generate the another folder called Allure-reports. From that report, we will be opening the Allure test report. So let's run this command and you will see on the left side, there will be another folder generated with the Allure-report. And if you see here on the left side, so it has generated the Allure-report folder. So that's it, guys. Now, so we are in the last step. Now we have to open the report by using the Allure open. So let's run this command Allure open. And if you see here, it has opened the report now. So we had total 4 test cases. So that is correct. And also you can see the percentage of passing and percentage of failing with the appropriate color coding here. So on the left side, you can see multiple tabs here, right? Let's click on the suits. So firstly, it is displaying the what is the browser it has used to run the tests. So we have used Chrome browser. So under this, it is displaying the spec file. So we have used only one spec file for the execution. And if you have executed multiple spec files, all the spec files will be listed here. So let's go inside the spec file. So we have two groups, and if you see this particular VS Code spec file, so we have two groups here. One is smoke testing, another one is regression testing. So here also you can see that two groups. One is smoke testing, which contains only one test, and we have the regression testing, which contains 3 tests. So let's click on the test. And if you see here, so it has displayed all the test steps, and each and every steps are getting passed in this test. And also you can see the trace information. You can simply click on this and it will download you the trace information also. And also you can click on the after hooks. And if you go inside the after hooks, so you can find the screenshot also here, right? So this particular screenshot is also present in the Playwright test report also. So same screenshot is present here. And also you can see the another section called video here. So this is the recorded test execution video. So how it is attaching to the Playwright test report, in the similar way we are getting into the, that means we are attaching into the Allure test report also. So you can click on the failed test also. Here you can find all the details of the failed test, like stack trace information. So here also you can find all the details like stack trace information, trace information, and so you can click on the after hooks. You can find the screenshot for analysis of the failure, and also you can find the video of the test case execution. And if you see here, guys, so it is playing also video. So this is how we can integrate the Alive test report with the Playwright automation framework. In this video, I will talk about how to get text of any web page element by using text content and inner text. And also I will be discussing about how to get the any attribute value by using the get attribute method. So use case is very simple, guys. So we will go to the my GitHub page, and here I will inspect this particular element, and we will see how to get the text of the any web page element first, and later we will see how to assert the text also. So here I will quickly create a one spec file now. So here I will give the spec file name as 05 text content underscore get attribute underscore test dot spec dot ts. So that's it. So here I will go to one of the previous spec file, and simply I will copy the test from the previous spec file and I'll paste it here. So that's it. So here I will delete the not required lines. So let's update the test title. So here I'll say get text and get attribute value in Playwright. So that's it, guys. Now let's enter the URL inside the goto method now. So here I'll copy the URL and I'll put it inside the goto method. So that's it. Now let's inspect the tester stock web element. And if you see here, guys, so it has a span tag and it contains class and a item prop as the attribute. So by using the item prop, I will identify this element. So here I'm writing simple CSS selector by using the attribute and a value. And if you see here, so it is matching with the tester stock element. So I will copy this particular locator value. So I will go back to the VS Code, and here I will write await, and after that I will use page dot locator. So let's add the locator value here. Then so here I am calling to the one method called text content. So this particular method will returns me the any web page element text, right? So after once I got the text of this particular element, so I will assign back to the one constant variable called name. So that's it. So let's print the name value by using the console.log statement. So here I'll say name is, and inside the flower brackets I will pass the our variable. So that's it, guys. So our now our test is ready. So let's run the test, and later we will assert this name text also. So our test is ready, guys. So let's run it, and it should open the GitHub page, and it has to get the text from the GitHub page. So we should be able to get the text as tester stock. So let me go back to the VS Code and let's run the test now. So that's it. So if I go to the my VS Code, and here we are able to print the tester stock, right? So here it has printed some spaces. So let's remove the spaces by using the trim method. So what I will do here is, So here I will use the name dot, I will call to the one method called trim. So this will remove the trailing and leading spaces if anything is there in the any given string. So here I'll say final name. So that's it. Now I will pass the final name to the console.log statement. Now we should be able to print the text of the web element without any spaces. So I will run the test again. So it is opening the web page, and if you see here, so let me maximize this console output. So now it is printing properly, right? So name is tester stock. In the similar way, how we are using the text content, right? Even you can use the inner text. So this method also provides you the text of any web page element. So let's run the test, and it should print us the text of the web element. And if you see here guys, our test is working fine. And also you can see here, so we are able to print the web page element text. So let's see how to assert this particular text, right? So simply you can use expect, and here you can pass the actual value. So here I'll pass the final name is the actual value, and here you need to call to the method called to be, and here you need to pass the expected text. So expected text is tester stock. That's it guys. So if I run my test, and it should work properly. So let's go to our test, and our test is working perfectly fine, right? So there are no issues. So this is how you can get the text of any web page element, and this is how you can assert it. Now let's see how to get the any web page element attribute value. So here we will go to the again same web page, and here I will inspect one of the element here called repositories. So we will identify this element by using the data hyphen tab hyphen item attribute. So already we have specified this attribute name in our playwright.config.ts file. So that's the reason I will copy this attribute value, and I will identify the element by using the get by test ID. So here I'll say await followed by page dot get by test ID. So here I will specify the attribute value, and then here I will call to the first method. So I want to identify the first element, then here I want to call to the get attribute, and here we have to specify the attribute name. So what I will do is in this web page, so I want to get the one attribute value called repositories space slash backup question mark tab equal to repositories. So if I want to get this particular attribute value, so I need to specify the attribute name here. So I will specify the attribute name called data hyphen selected hyphen links. So I'll copy this attribute name and I'll paste it here. So that's it. So this get attribute names, it gets the respective attribute value. Then I will assign back to the one constant variable called attribute value, and then I will print the respective variable value by using the console.log statement, and here I'll say attribute value is so that's it guys. So if I go to the playwright.config.ts file, so already we have specified the attribute name called data-tab-item. So that's the reason we are using the here get by test id. So this we have already specified the custom attribute name here in the line number 46 in the one of the previous Playwright tutorial. So our test is ready. Now let's run the test. We should be able to print the attribute value here. So this time we should be able to get the attribute value. So I think it has already executed. So let's go to the output. And if you see here, now this time we are able to read the attribute value, right? So this is what it is present in the particular attribute, right? So this is how you can get the any attribute value by using the any web page element in a Playwright automation testing. In this Playwright video, I will talk about how to iterate through all the matching elements in Playwright automation testing. So this can be achieved by using the for of loop, regular for loop, and also you can achieve it by using the for loop plus nth method from the Playwright. So let's see the use case first. We will go to this web page, GitHub page, and here we will write a simple locator that will match us with all the repository names. So we will iterate with each and every repository names, and we will print the repository names by using the text content method. So in my case, just I'm trying to print the repository name. You can perform any actions on the web page element once you are able to iterate through all the elements. So let's quickly create a spec file now. So under chapter 4, I'm creating a one spec file called 06 underscore iterating elements underscore test.spec.ts. So that's it. So here I will go to the one of the spec file and I will copy the test from the previous spec file and I'll paste it inside the new spec file right now. So that's it. So let me delete the not required lines here, and here I will update the test title as iterating matching elements in Playwright. That's it, guys. So firstly we have to go to this GitHub page. Already we have specified the URL here. So if you see here, so URL is same. Now let's identify all the repositories by writing a simple selectors. So let's inspect the element here. So let me go to the one of the repository here. And if you see here, so it has a span tag. And inside this, we have a one class, right? So I will take the class value. By using the class value, I am going to write the CSS selector dot, and I will specify the class name. And if you see here, guys, it is matching with the 6th element. So if you see here, so we have the 6 repositories here. So if I press enter, so it is highlighting one by one repositories, correct? So we are able to identify all the repositories. Now we will iterate through all the elements, then we will print the each and every repository name. So here I will write the await. So let's identify the element by using the locator. So here I'll paste the locator value. That's it, guys. Now, so this is how we are going to identify any single element. Say for example, you want to identify all the matching elements. How you can do it is very simple. So you need to specify here $2 symbol, then assign back to the constant variable called repository links. You can give the any variable name here, right? So sorry guys, already we have identified the element which is matching with the 6 elements. Now I'm writing the one for of loop. So by using this for of loop, so I will get the each and every element, matching element, then I will print that particular repository name. So I will pass this list of elements to our for of loop. So here I'll pass it. Then I'll get each element. That means I'll get the repository link one by one. Then by using the await, so this is our one element, right guys? So say for example, it is matching with the 6 elements. So firstly it will pass on to the repository link first element. So by using this first element, I will use the text content. So here by using the element, I am calling to the one method called text content. So this will fetches the any web page element text. Then I will assign back to the constant variable called text. So this for loop is very simple. So it has the 6 elements. So it gives one by one element to this for loop, right? So by using each element, I am getting the text. I am storing it to the one variable called text here. So let's print the value of the text by using the console.log statement. So here we'll say text from first loop. So let me put it in the single quotation. That's it. And here I will print the text variable value here. So that's it guys. So we have identified the one element that is matching with that is matching with 6 elements. Then each element I'm getting it in the repository link variable and I'm printing it the text of the particular element. So firstly here we are getting the text and then we are assigning back to the text variable and I'm printing it by using the console.log statement. So it's very simple guys. So let's run the test now and we should be able to print the each and every repository name from the GitHub page. So that's it guys. Our test is perfectly working fine. So let's go to the output. And if you see here guys, text from the first loop and we are able to print each and every repository name, right? So this is how you can iterate the each and every matching element in the Playwright automation testing by using the for of loop. Now let's use the for loop. So here I'm using the for loop and here I will pass the repository link dot length. So here basically it is running from 0th to the till end of the element in that our array of elements, right? So here what I will do is inside this one. So here I'll write await followed by that. So I will use our list of elements, that is the repository links here. Then I need to specify the index. So by using the index, I can get the each and every element from the list of elements, correct? Then I am calling to the another method called text content. So this text contents gives me the any element text. Then I will assign back to the one variable called text here. Then in the similar way, how we are printing the text in the first loop, right? Text of each element. In the similar way, I will print the each and every element text here. So here it says text from second for loop. So that's it, guys. It's very simple now. So let me format the whole code. So let me add a one separator here. So after first for loop, just I'm trying to add a some separator line so that we can differentiate the output. So that's it, guys. So now our test is ready. Let's run the test. And if you see here, guys, our test is perfectly working fine. There are no issues. So let's expand the output. And if you see here, guys, so this list of, firstly it is printing all the repository names by using the first for loop. And here we are printing each and every repository name by using the second for loop. So far you have seen how to iterate the each and every matching elements in Playwright by using for of loop and for loop. Now let's see how to use the for of loop plus nth method from the Playwright to iterate each and every matching element in Playwright. So let's go to our VS Code once again. So what I will do is, so I will take the same element once again, and here I will modify little bit. So here we have specified the $2, but I will specify it as the locator. So this will identify all the matching elements, and here I will specify the variable name as repository links 2, right? So now, so I will count how many elements are there in this array. So by using the await followed by that repository links 2 dot count. So this returns me how many matching elements are there. So here I will save the value into the variable called count. So that's it. Now once again I will write the for loop here. And here I will run till the end of the array. So already we have used the count method to count the how many elements are there in the array. So simply I will pass the count inside, in the for loop here. So that's it. So this particular for loop will be running from 0th index to the till end of the array of values from the repository links to here. So here what I will do is, again I will write await followed by that. So I will use the list of values variable name dot. So here I will call to the method called nth. So here I will pass the index now. So previously we were passing directly the index here, but we are passing the, here we are calling to the method called nth and we are passing the index. Then, so here I will call to the method called text content that returns me the text of the web page element. Then I will assign back to the one variable called text. So how we are printing for other for loops, in the similar way, I will print the each and every web page element text. So here I will say text from third for loop. That's it, guys. So there is a small difference what we have made here, means a small modification we have done here compared to the first two approaches. So we have identified the element by using the locator only, and after that we are finding how many elements are there by using the total count of elements. Then we are writing a for loop which is running from 0th to the till end of the array, and we are getting each and every element by using the nth method. Then we are getting the text from each each element, then we are printing it here, right guys? So that's it, guys. It is very simple. So let me add the another console.log statement here so that we can differentiate the output. Now our test is ready. So let's run the test. So looks like our test got executed. So let's look at the output now. And if you see here, guys, so firstly we are printing each and every repository name by using the for of loop, and we are printing each and every repository name by using the for loop index approach, and third time we are printing the all the repository names by using the nth method. In this video I will talk about how to work with checkbox and radio buttons. So we will see how to validate whether a checkbox or a radio button is checked or not, and also we will see how to check the checkbox or a radio buttons. So it is one and the same. So if you are able to check the radio button or a checkbox, the actions will be very much similar. So let's look at the use case. So we will go to the jqueryui.com/checkboxradio. So we will navigate to this URL, and if you see here in this grid, we have the radio buttons here and we have the checkboxes here. So I will show how to work with the radio buttons. So it is very much similar how we are working with the radio buttons. You can work with the even checkboxes also. So let's go to our VS Code, and we will create a fresh spec file here. So I will give the spec file name as 07 checkbox underscore radio button underscore test dot spec dot ts. So that's it. So here I will go to the one of the spec file, and I will copy the test from the previous spec file, and I will paste it here. So let me delete the all unwanted lines from the previous spec file. So let's update the test title here. So here I'll say working with checkbox and radio buttons in Playwright. So firstly, sorry guys. So let's add the URL here. So I will copy this URL and I'll paste it inside the goto method. Now we have to identify this particular radio button. So you can similarly you can check for the checkboxes also. So whatever I am explaining for the radio button, so it will be very much similar for the checkboxes also. So I will show you how to work with only radio buttons. You can try it out for the checkboxes. So let's inspect the element. And if you see this particular grid, it has the iframe. So let's identify this iframe by using the class attribute. So if you see here, so I'm using the class and the respective value. So we are able to identify the iframe. So let's identify the iframe first. So I'm copying the locator value. So here I'll say await followed by page dot frame locator. So let's specify the locator here. Then I will assign back to the one variable called iframe. Now let's identify the radio button. So if I need to perform the any action within the iframe, so I need to go after the iframe only. Say for example, I want to click on this particular radio button, right? So firstly I need to use the iframe dot, then I need to identify this particular radio button, right? So already we have identified iframe now. So let's identify this radio button. And if you see here guys, so it has a label tag. So each and every radio button contains the label tag, and it has a for and class attributes. So here I'm using the for attribute and respective value. Then I'm identifying the radio button. And if you see here, so we have written a simple CSS selector, and we are able to match with the single radio button. So let's copy this CSS selector. And here I'll say await, followed by that I will use the iframe because our radio button is present inside the iframe. And then locator, I will add the locator value here. Then, so firstly, I'm writing one simple assertion to check that particular radio button is unchecked. Okay. So here I will say expect. So you can write the assertions by using the expect. Then here you can say not property, then to be checked. So this is the method what you need to call it. So this will make sure that that button is not checked, right? Say for example, you want to verify that button is checked. In that case, you are not specifying the not here, right? Now, already we have identified the element. So now let's check the radio button. So simply I will remove the assertion here. And if you are working with the checkbox or a radio buttons, so you need to call to the one method called check to check the radio button or a checkbox. So here I'm calling the check method now, and then so after checking it, so I want to verify it whether that particular radio button is checked or not. So I will copy the line number 13. So here we are checking, before checking the radio button, we are making sure that that radio button is not checked. So after checking the radio button, so here I'm asserting it as it should be checked, correct? So this is it guys, it is very simple test. So now our test is ready. So let's run the test now. And if you see here guys, so we are able to check the radio button, and also our test is passing. And if you see here guys, there are no failures at all, correct? So this is how you can work with the checkboxes and radio buttons in Playwright automation testing.
Hi friends, thanks for clicking on this video. This is Bakappa. In this chapter 5, you will be learning about how to perform data-driven testing using JSON file, Excel file, CSV file, and then we will see how to implement the page object model design pattern. Then we will see about the fixture and how to set the viewport size, and also we will be discussing about how to run your Playwright test on the multiple environments. Let's get started with chapter 5.